Chapter 1804. The sea was boundless and dark clouds covered the sky. Qin Feiyang used the walk word formula to bring the blood Kirin and Tang Hai across the sky like a bolt of lightning. The journey took less than an hour, but with the help of the walk word formula, it didn't take long for a huge island to enter Qin Feiyang's sight. The island was extremely huge and they couldn't see the end of it. It was like a continent floating above the sea. But there was no sign of life on the island. It was barren everywhere and it looked particularly desolate. The blood Kirin said in a deep voice, "That is the demonic dragon island." Qin Feiyang and the other two scanned the island. Whether it was the ground or the mountains, it was as if they were dyed with ink. And there was no sign of life on the entire island, including the surrounding sea. There was no other sound except for the sound of the wind and waves. From a distance, it looked like darkness and there was a sense of eeriness and strangeness. From now on, we have to be 120% alert. Because here we can be ambushed at any time. The blood Kirin warned with a serious expression. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai nodded, and good thoughts covered the sky and the earth, covering all directions. Clang. What? However, before the blood Kirin finished speaking, a dazzling sword light swept out from the sea below, creating a huge wave that was thousands of feet high, and slashed toward Qin Feiyang. The light tore through the sky. There really is an ambush. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He pointed his index finger in the air, and an invisible force surged out and rushed toward the sword light. There was a loud bang, and the invisible force formed by the four moves of the end of the ruin was instantly destroyed by the sword light. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of shock. Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai were also dumbfounded. One had to know. The end of the ruin was now a mid-tier divine art. And that sword light, even if it came from a divine artifact, could not destroy the invisible force so easily. At the same time, the blood Kirin also stared at the sword light in surprise. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something and shouted at Qin Feiyang, "Boy, get out of the way!" Qin Feiyang was shocked. He immediately took the blood Kirin and Zhao Tailai with him. He used the walk word and teleported away. Boom. However, the aura of the sword light was firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. In other words, no matter where Qin Feiyang fled, the sword light would follow him. Zhao Tailai's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. He took out his axe and hacked at him. Clang. Immediately, sparks flew everywhere. The next moment, Zhao Tailai, together with his axe, was blasted away by the sword light. His arm was shaken to the point where his flesh was lacerated and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. So strong? This scene made Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai extremely shocked. "All of you back off." Qin Feiyang snapped out of his daze and shouted at Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai. With a thought, the divine dragon seal appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Tang Hai immediately took the blood Kirin and retreated. After Zhao Tailai stabilized his body, he looked at the sword light in horror and then retreated to Tang Hai's side, fully alert. Qin Feiyang stared at the sword light and waved his hand. The divine dragon seal shattered the sky and collided with the sword light. Rumble. Crash. Immediately, the void here was annihilated and huge waves surged. Crack. The next moment, the divine dragon seal and the sword light collapsed at the same time in the void. In other words, the power of the sword light was completely comparable to the divine dragon seal. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was still using the soaring dragon spell and had the cultivation of a low-level god of war. However, the sword light was still comparable to the divine dragon seal. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of the person hiding in the dark was. Qin Feiyang scanned the sea below and was ready to fight. However, after the sword light dissipated, the sea gradually calmed down. What's going on? Qin Feiyang released his divine thought and surged into the sea. However, after searching a radius of 10,000 miles, other than the turbulent sea, there was no trace of anyone. Has he already left? Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhao Tailai and the blood Kirin flew to Qin Feiyang's side and scanned the sea below with their brows tightly knitted together. "It's him." The blood Kirin's voice suddenly sounded. Oh. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at it suspiciously. "Sima Yuan." The blood Kirin said word by word with a solemn tone. "Sima Yuan?" Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and the doubt between their brows grew stronger. "Didn't I tell you? The demon ancestor has two low-level gods of war. These two people, one is called Sima Yuan and the other is called Sima Kuan. The person who attacked just now was Sima Yuan. That sword light came from his supreme-grade divine weapon, the Dragon Vein Sword." The blood Kirin said in a deep voice. Sima Yuan, the dragon vein sword, Qin Feiyang muttered. The blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Sima Yuan hid here and ambushed us. He must have been ordered by the demon ancestor to test your current strength. Zhao Tailai frowned and said, then why can't our divine will find him? When they heard the blood Kirin say that they could be ambushed at any time, they immediately released their divine will. At that time in the sea below, they didn't find Sima Yuan at all. It's because of the hidden soul stone. The blood Kirin said. Hidden soul stone. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and asked suspiciously, you know about the hidden soul stone? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a black crystal appeared. The black crystal was only the size of a fingernail and it emitted a mysterious aura. You have the hidden soul stone too? The blood Kirin looked at the black crystal in disbelief. Qin Feiyang said, I got it in the black tortoise realm. I see. The blood Kirin understood. The black tortoise realm was a small, independent world created by the creator of the miracle. It wasn't strange for it to have a hidden soul stone. The blood Kirin said, then you should know about the hidden soul stone's effect. Yes. It can block the detection of divine will. Qin Feiyang nodded. The blood Kirin looked at Zhao Tailai and explained, the demon ancestor also has a hidden soul stone. It must be on Sima Yuan now. That is why your divine will cannot find him. Heard about it? Zhao Tailai frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Young master, I am afraid this is going to be more troublesome. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked up at Demon Dragon Island. The island was just as the blood Kirin said. It was too big. Facing such a big island was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He hadn't expected the demon ancestor to have a hidden soul stone. Finding the demon ancestor now would be even more difficult. Qin Feiyang looked away and turned to the blood Kirin. He asked, how long will it take for your Sea of Qi to be repaired? The blood Kirin checked the Sea of Qi and said, I should be able to repair it before we reach the demon ancestor's lair. Very good. I will keep the true god body for you for now, Qin Feiyang said. Really? The blood Kirin was pleasantly surprised. Qin Feiyang said, don't be happy too soon. When this battle is over, you will have to give me the true god body. When the blood Kirin heard this, it looked sad. But, Qin Feiyang said. But what? The blood Kirin looked at him looking very nervous. Qin Feiyang said, if you perform well, I will consider not taking the true god body. Heard about it? The blood Kirin immediately said, don't worry. I will perform well. Words are useless. I want to see your actions. Now take us to the demon ancestor's lair. Qin Feiyang said. The blood Kirin said, enter the island and fly northwest. It won't be long before we see the demon ancestor's lair. Qin Feiyang waved his sleeve and picked up Zhao Tailai and the blood Kirin. Then he flew toward Demon Dragon Island. The three people and one beast entered Demon Island. A cold aura suddenly enveloped them. This aura made Qin Feiyang very uncomfortable. He felt as if he had entered the underworld. It made him shudder. There was no delay. After entering the island, Qin Feiyang took the two people and one beast and flew northwest. After Sima Yuan's sneak attack, he was more vigilant. Along the way, he carefully observed the ground below. He did not find any traces of people, plants, or sea beasts. As they went deeper, the sound of the wind and waves gradually disappeared. The entire world gradually fell into a dead silence. About a few hundred breaths passed. With Qin Feiyang's current speed, a few hundred breaths was enough to cover a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Finally, an exceptionally majestic mountain ridge appeared in front of them. That mountain ridge was thousands of feet tall. It was like a black dragon, high and low, lurking on the ground. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang took the two people and one beast and landed on the mountain ridge. He looked forward. There was a flat ground in front of them. The ground was full of cracks. The blood Kirin scanned the ground and sighed. They have indeed moved. Are you saying that this is the demon ancestor's lair? Zhao Tailai asked. That's right. Do you know why there are cracks everywhere? It's because there used to be an ancient city here. The demon ancestor's subordinates all lived in the city. And the ancient city was another space divine item of the demon ancestor. Now that the ancient city is gone, they must have moved away. The blood Kirin said. Qin Feiyang scanned the broken ground and said, judging from the marks on the ground, they just moved. They shouldn't have gone far. Even if they haven't gone far, we don't know which direction they went. If we don't know the direction, we can't track them. The blood Kirin said. Young master, why don't we let the white-eyed wolf out? Zhao Tailai suggested. The white-eyed wolf's nose was very sharp. It could track the demon ancestor's scent. The white-eyed wolf is in seclusion, studying the profound meaning of becoming a god. It's better not to disturb it. Plus, the demon ancestor knows about the white-eyed wolf. It will definitely use the space divine item to leave. And if it uses the space divine item, it won't leave any scent. The white-eyed wolf won't be able to track it. Qin Feiyang said. Then what should we do? Zhao Tailai frowned. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the blood Kirin and said, do you know where the demon ancestor is most likely to go? The blood Kirin shook its head. That's difficult. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Without a clear direction there was no way to search. And if they split up he wouldn't feel at ease. After all, there were 12 gods of war hidden here. If they were targeted by those people, he and the blood Kirin could deal with them. But Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai would be in danger. Chapter 1805. What should I do? Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and was at a loss. But suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. Yanwei. Immediately. He was energized and immediately brought the blood Kirin into the Black Tortoise realm. Then he formed Yanwei's shadow and asked, have you seen this person? The reason why he brought the blood Kirin to the Black Tortoise realm was because he was worried that Sima Yuan was still secretly watching. If Sima Yuan was really secretly watching, then Yanwei's identity would undoubtedly be exposed. The blood Kirin looked at Yanwei and shook its head. No. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. That means Yanwei must still be in the Black Castle. Yanwei? The blood Kirin was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, he is the spy I placed beside the imperial teacher. What? The blood Kirin was stunned. There was Qin Feiyang's spy beside the imperial teacher? Qin Feiyang asked, can we send messages to Demon Dragon Island? Aside from opening the teleportation door, everything else is possible. The blood Kirin said. It seems that we can only wait for Yanwei's news. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The water Kirin and the ink Kirin would definitely take the Black Castle to see the Demon Alpha. Then, Yanwei would naturally know where the Demon Alpha was hiding. When that time came, Yanwei would definitely find a way to pass this information to him. When did you arrange for this spy? The blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Before entering the divine ruin. Qin Feiyang said. Amazing. I have never seen this Yanwei before. Is he reliable? The blood Kirin asked. No one is more reliable than him. Qin Feiyang said. Originally, he didn't want Yanwei to take any more risks. But now Yanwei had become their only hope. Fate really made fools of people. Now he could only pray that nothing bad would happen to Yanwei. Otherwise he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Boom. At this moment, the blood Kirin's power suddenly appeared. Obviously, his Sea of Qi had been repaired. Qin Feiyang took it and left the Black Tortoise realm. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai immediately looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang secretly told him about Yanwei's situation. When the two of them heard this, they were immediately overjoyed. It seemed that they hadn't reached a dead end yet. Now he could only hope that Yanwei could send the news over as soon as possible. A short while later, Zhao Tailai thought of something. He looked at the blood Kirin and asked, how long will it take for Demon Alpha to combine with a god body? The blood Kirin thought for a moment and said, I heard him say that 3 days would be enough. 3 days. Zhao Tailai muttered. It was a race against time. That meant that Yanwei had to send the news within 3 days. Otherwise it would be pointless. Tang Hai said, young master, I don't think we can put all our hopes on Yanwei alone. That's right. I don't doubt Yanwei's ability, but Demon Alpha is not an ordinary person. During the 3 days of combining with the god body, he will be extra careful to prevent any accidents from happening. Zhao Tailai thought to himself. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered to himself. A moment later, he looked up at the two and nodded. You are right. We can't rely on Yanwei. The blood Kirin frowned and said, do you have a way? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were silent. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He said word by word, lure the snake out of its hole. Lure the snake out of its hole? The blood Kirin was stunned. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Yes, I have thought of a way to lure them out. Qin Feiyang nodded. What is it? The 2 men and 1 beast were excited. Qin Feiyang said, become stronger. Become stronger? What do you mean? The blood Kirin asked in shock. If I become stronger than I am now, I don't think Demon Alpha will sit by and do nothing. Even if he doesn't show up, he will ask Sima Yuan and the others to stop me. Qin Feiyang said. You can become stronger than you are now? The blood Kirin was shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded. He closed his eyes and entered his inner world. He saw the inner demons sitting cross-legged in the air. They lowered their heads and seemed to be thinking about something. They looked like they were struggling. The inner demons didn't seem to notice Qin Feiyang's appearance. Qin Feiyang walked over and smiled. Haven't you decided yet? The inner demons were shocked. They looked up at Qin Feiyang and sighed. This is not a small matter. I don't know if I should do this. Qin Feiyang shook his head. This is unprecedented. I can't believe the inner demons are scared. Nonsense. If I fail, I will disappear, not you. Of course you are not scared. The inner demons stared at him. If you fail, you will disappear. But you don't have much time now. Qin Feiyang sighed. I know. After you learn the truth, the obsession in your heart is slowly disappearing. When it completely disappears, I will disappear with you. The inner demons mumbled. Then why are you hesitating? If you succeed and form a body, you will not disappear with your obsession. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. The so-called tribulation referred to the inner demons' tribulation. After Qin Feiyang stepped into the war god realm, the inner demons could form their own body. Just like the inner demons of Emperor Hong, they became an independent existence and no longer relied on their original body. However, the prerequisite for forming a body was to undergo the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. However, how could ordinary people withstand the heavenly tribulation? Even the insufferably arrogant inner demons didn't dare to face the heavenly tribulation so easily. That was why he had been hesitating. Because if he failed, he would be turned into ashes. Although as the inner demons, he shouldn't exist in this world. But after these years of experience, he had already developed an attachment to this world, to the people and things around him. He didn't want to lose all of this. And because of this, he became timid. Sigh. I understand how you feel. It wasn't easy to have everything you have now. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to let it go either. But you have no choice. You have to face it. Qin Feiyang sighed. The inner demons pondered for a while, looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, if I really disappeared, would you be sad? I believe that not only me but everyone around us, all the beasts, will be sad. Qin Feiyang said. At least you still have a little conscience. The inner demons grinned, got up and said, you're right. I have to face these things. Thinking back to the past, we've gone through so many ups and downs. What's a mere heavenly tribulation? His eyebrows were full of contempt, and he regained his former arrogance and insufferably arrogance. This is the inner demons I know. Qin Feiyang laughed. I'm really unhappy. I actually let you see my cowardly side. But I swear this is the first and also the last time. The inner demons laughed and immediately left the inner world. Qin Feiyang also left the inner world. The inner demons stood beside Qin Feiyang, looked up at the dark sky and said proudly, heavenly tribulation is it? If you have the ability, kill me. Boom. Immediately, the inner demons burst out with a monstrous aura that shot straight into the sky. What is he doing? The blood Kirin was surprised. Crossing the heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang laughed. Crossing the heavenly tribulation? The blood Kirin was stunned and said in surprise, he's not trying to condense a body, is he? Qin Feiyang nodded. Kid, don't joke around. Although the inner demons condense a body and become stronger than they are now, do you know how terrifying the heavenly tribulation of the inner demons is? The inner demons in the world are all formed by obsession. They are the root of all evil. If he wants to condense a body, he is going against the heavens. The blood Kirin said. Going against the heavens? Qin Feiyang murmured and laughed proudly. So what? When he broke through to the false god realm, he was also going against the heavens. Now he was still alive and well. He always believed that he was in control of his own fate. He had to fight for his own fate and control it himself. Naive and ridiculous. Okay, I'll tell you. The inner demons have a total of 99 heavenly tribulations. The power of each heavenly tribulation is enough to severely injure a war god. For example, the inner demons is now a beginner war god, so his heavenly tribulations are also as powerful as a beginner war god. Especially the last heavenly tribulation, its power is the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulations. Not to mention the inner demons, even a war god in the Deshang stage would die without a doubt. The blood Kirin said. What? 99 heavenly tribulations. Qin Feiyang was shocked. When he was going through the tribulation, there were only 9 heavenly tribulations. This time, he couldn't help but worry about the inner demons. What are you afraid of? Even Emperor Hong's inner demons can successfully pass the tribulation. If I can't do it, then what right do I have to continue living in this world? The inner demon smiled coldly and didn't even frown. He directly rushed into the sky and released his aura. Boom. Whoosh. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew in the sky and the clouds rolled. The dark clouds in the sky were gradually stained with blood. And between the blood clouds, there were traces of blood-red electric arcs. Before the lightning tribulation formed, the destructive aura and the mighty power of the heavens fell from the sky and shrouded the void land. Qin Feiyang, the blood Kirin, Zhao Tailai, and Tang Hai's pupils shrank. Under this heavenly might, a feeling of insignificance rose in their hearts as if they were ants. Swoosh. Without hesitation, the three people and one beast retreated quickly. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky, shaking all directions. Accompanied by the thunder, the blood-red electric arcs gradually condensed and formed a giant lightning bolt as thick as a bucket. Crack. The lightning flashed in the clouds like a blood-red python, dazzling. Come on. The inner demons were fearless and looked at the sky with disdain. As if sensing the provocation of the inner demons, the giant lightning bolt suddenly fell with a deafening sound. The aura firmly locked onto the inner demons and blasted toward them. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's heart was in his throat. The inner demons were attached to him and he was the same. In his eyes, the inner demons were no longer inner demons but his brothers, his family. He didn't want to see the inner demons dissipate. He clenched his hands tightly and murmured, "We still have to fight together, rescue Grandpa and Grandpa together, and find Mother together. Please, you must survive." Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 1806. Boom. Finally. The first bolt of tribulation struck the inner demons. The body formed by the inner demon's consciousness could not resist at all and immediately collapsed. Qin Feiyang's heart almost jumped out of his throat when he saw this scene. He thought that no matter how strong the tribulation was, the inner demons would be able to hold on for a while. But he didn't expect. Just the first bolt of tribulation was enough to make the inner demon's consciousness collapse, not to mention the 98 bolts that followed. Could the inner demons really survive? He couldn't help but wonder. And he could clearly see that the power of lightning was frantically destroying the inner demon's consciousness. Things like the inner demons shouldn't exist in this world. And the tribulation won't tolerate such things that shouldn't exist in this world. Their consciousness will be destroyed by the tribulation bit by bit. In the end, they will completely disappear from this world. The blood Kirin said. Qin Feiyang said word by word, "I believe they can do it because they are my, Qin Feiyang's, inner demons." The blood Kirin glanced at him with a hint of sneer in its eyes. Zhao Tailai said suspiciously, "How did Emperor Hong's inner demons survive this tribulation back then?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Right now, he wasn't in the mood to think about it. The blood Kirin said, "I know a little about Emperor Hong's inner demon's tribulation." "You know?" Zhao Tailai was surprised. "Yes." At that time, it was Qin Yuan who helped him in secret that he succeeded. But Emperor Hong himself doesn't know about this. Even now, he still thinks that he survived this tribulation with his own ability. The blood Kirin said. Heard. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He also thought that his great-grandfather's inner demons had relied on their own ability to survive the tribulation. That was why he thought that if his great-grandfather's inner demons could survive the tribulation, his inner demons would definitely be able to as well. However, he never expected that it was actually Uncle Yuan who secretly helped him. Zhao Tailai looked at the blood Kirin and said, "You should have told me sooner. You guys should ask too." The blood Kirin frowned. Zhao Tailai said angrily, "I've already said that I'm going to transcend the tribulation. You still can't think of it? I think you did it on purpose." "Don't slander me, I'm telling you." The blood Kirin stared at Zhao Tailai with a murderous look in its eyes. "Alright, stop arguing." Even if the blood Kirin said that, the inner demons have no choice. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "That's right. The birth of this heart demon was due to Emperor Di harming Qin Feiyang back then. Now that the truth has been revealed, the obsession in Qin Feiyang's heart has also dissipated. If the inner demons are unable to form a physical body, they will die sooner or later. Therefore this tribulation is destined. He can't avoid it even if he wants to." The blood Kirin grunted. "Alas." Zhao Tailai sighed and raised his head to look at the inner demons. His rough face was full of worry. Although the inner demons were violent and ruthless, there was no doubt that they were very good to the people around them. Boom. Crack. The second tribulation had already begun to brew. The heavenly might rolled and shook all directions. Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons and saw that the inner demon's consciousness was quickly forming. On the surface it didn't look weak at all. However, as the main body, he could clearly feel that the inner demon's consciousness was a little weaker than before. In other words, under the previous tribulation, the inner demon's consciousness had been somewhat wiped out. Can they last until the end? Qin Feiyang murmured. Boom. In the blink of an eye, with a deafening sound of thunder, the second tribulation quickly fell. At the same time, in the distance, on the top of a mountain, a middle-aged man in black stood on the edge of a cliff, looking at the inner demons from afar. This man was 7 feet tall and thin. He carried a battle sword on his back. The battle sword was in the scabbard and no one could feel its sharpness. However, his eyes were as sharp as a blade, revealing an astonishing sharpness. He's still in the mood to let the inner demons undergo tribulation. No. Why is he undergoing tribulation here? They know that this is Demonic Dragon Island, the territory of the demon ancestor. Could it be? Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Then he retreated behind a huge rock and took out an image crystal. After a while, an illusory figure appeared. It was also a middle-aged man, but his body was extremely strong. He was more than 2 meters tall and had bulging muscles. There were 2 scars on his face making him look extremely tough. The burly man asked, Sima Yuan, what's the situation? That's right. This middle-aged man in black was Sima Yuan, who had sneak-attacked Qin Feiyang and the others. As expected, the Blood Kirin has submitted to Qin Feiyang. And the Blood Kirin has brought him to Demonic Dragon Island. As for Qin Feiyang's cultivation, it is as the Grand Master said. He has entered the War God realm and cannot be underestimated. Sima Yuan said. This little bastard has hidden his strength well. However, no matter how strong he has become, he will not be a match for the demon ancestor. The burly man sneered. That may not be the case. I just tested his strength. According to my judgment, he should not be weaker than you and me. Maybe he is stronger than you and me. Sima Yuan said in a deep voice. Is he that powerful? The burly man had a doubtful look. You can underestimate anyone, but you can't underestimate Qin Feiyang. And now, his inner demons are undergoing tribulation. If we succeed in transcending the tribulation, then we will be facing 2 Qin Feiyangs. Sima Yuan said. The burly man raised his eyebrows and said, He is undergoing tribulation on Demonic Dragon Island? Doesn't he know that this is our territory? Of course he knows. And according to my guess, he is doing this to lure us out. Sima Yuan said. Lure us out? The burly man was doubtful. Yes. Because he can't find the hiding place of the demon ancestor, he thought of this way to lure us out and stop the inner demons from undergoing tribulation. Sima Yuan said. Should we stop him? The burly man asked. Sima Yuan shook his head and said, I can't make up my mind, so I sent you a message. Go and ask the demon ancestor. Okay. I will go now. You stay put. The burly man nodded and turned off the image crystal. At this moment, he was standing in front of an ancient hall. The door was closed. But through the door of the hall, he could clearly sense an extremely terrifying aura. The owner of this aura was the demon ancestor. Obviously, the demon ancestor was fusing with the divine body in this hall. The burly man was guarding outside. Beside the burly man there were 2 people and 2 beasts. One of them was the Imperial Tutor as well as the Water Qilin and the Ink Qilin. The other person was short and average-looking, but looking at the burly man, there was an imperceptible light in the depths of this person's eyes. That's right. This person was Yen Wei. The burly man put away the image crystal and ignored Yen Wei and the others. He turned and walked to the door, bowed and said, Master, Sima Yuan reported that Qin Feiyang's inner demons are undergoing tribulation on the Demon Dragon Island. Do we need to stop him? There was no sound coming from the hall. It was dead silent. Let Sima Yuan wait for an opportunity. After a while, finally, an old voice sounded. Understood. The burly man responded respectfully and passed the message to Sima Yuan. Yen Wei looked at the burly man and whispered, Imperial Tutor, what do you mean by wait for an opportunity? You still don't understand? Lord Devil Ancestor's intention is to see if Qin Feiyang's heart demon can successfully pass the tribulation? If he fails, Sima Yuan doesn't have to do anything. But if there is a possibility of success, then we have to stop him. The Imperial Tutor whispered. So that's how it is. Yen Wei pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Then he casually glanced at the burly man and the Water Qilin and said in a low voice, Lord Imperial Preceptor, can I take a walk around? The Imperial Tutor's pupils contracted and he asked suspiciously, What's there to stroll around? Yen Wei transmitted his voice, To be honest, I want to find out the demon ancestor's background. What do you mean? The imperial tutor's heart trembled as he asked quietly. Yen Wei said secretly, "My lord, have you never thought that we might just be pawns in the demon ancestor's hands? Don't talk nonsense. The demon ancestor is so good to us. How can he treat us as pawns?" The imperial tutor was angry. "Then I would like to ask, my lord. The demon ancestor has many elites under his command. Why didn't he send them to deal with the Lu family? Why did he send you and young Master Ming Yang?" Yen Wei transmitted his voice. When the imperial tutor heard that, he immediately quivered and said, "What do you mean? From what I see, the demon ancestor is using us as cannon fodder to test the Lu family's background. And I also noticed that the blood Qilin rushed to the Lu family. It didn't seem like it was to save us. It was for the space item." Yen Wei thought. Why didn't I notice that? The imperial tutor was confused. "My lord, think carefully. When it heard the news of young Master Ming Yang's death, what was the blood Qilin's reaction?" Yen Wei said. When the imperial tutor heard that, he subconsciously recalled. "Although I was inside the space item, I heard every word the blood Qilin said. In its words, it was full of disdain for young Master Ming Yang. My lord, to be honest, I really don't think young Master Ming Yang's death was worth it." Yen Wei secretly snorted. The imperial tutor frowned slightly. It seemed to be true. He glanced at the hall before glancing at the robust man with a cold and indifferent expression, and then he sent a voice transmission to Yen Wei. "What you said makes sense as well. We have to take precautions. All right, find an excuse to leave. But remember, you must not act rashly here. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you." "Don't worry, my lord." Yen Wei secretly agreed. He looked at the big man and bowed. "My lord, do you have a restaurant here?" "Ha." The big man turned to look at Yen Wei and frowned. "Why do you want a restaurant?" "To be honest, I don't have any other hobbies. I just like this. And in the past few years in God's ruin, I haven't touched a drop of wine. I can't help it. Plus, aren't we about to fight Qin Feiyang? I'm afraid that if I don't drink now, I won't have a chance in the future." Yen Wei smiled flatteringly. When the big man heard that, his face suddenly showed contempt. He said, "So you are a good-for-nothing. But you don't have to worry. With your strength, you don't even qualify to participate in the fight." Yes. My strength is not enough, but young Master Ming Yang's death is like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. It is so painful that I want to die. Facing Qin Feiyang, I don't even qualify to participate in the fight. But if there is a chance, I can deal with his companions. According to my previous investigation, some of his companions are weaker than me. I can deal with them easily. Anyway, I must make him pay with his blood." Yen Wei gritted his teeth and said with a face full of hatred. Chapter 1807. The burly man was stunned when he heard this. He said, "I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Lord Imperial Tutor has shown me kindness, and young Master Ming Yang has also saved my life. If I don't repay kindness, I'm not a man." Yen Wei spoke resolutely and decisively, his face full of righteousness. "Good, if I don't repay kindness, I'm not a man. Although your strength is not good, your character is not bad. Good. I'll allow you to go to the Wind Moon Pavilion and get drunk." The burly man laughed and seemed to be very satisfied with Yen Wei. "Thank you, Lord." Yen Wei was pleasantly surprised and said gratefully. A smile also appeared on the imperial tutor's face. He looked at Yen Wei and said, "Although Lord Sima Kuan allows you to drink, don't drink too much and don't cause trouble. I'll remember." Yen Wei bowed and said. After that, he looked at the burly man and said with a flattering smile, "Lord, where is the Wind Moon Pavilion?" "The inner city. I'll send you there." The burly man waved his hand and Yen Wei disappeared without a trace. On a bustling street there was a lot of people and traffic. Whoosh! Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air in the crowd. This person was Yen Wei. "I didn't expect there to be so many people here." Looking at the pedestrians on the street, Yen Wei was quite surprised. And right next to him there was a magnificent restaurant. Above the main door, there was a golden plaque with 3 strong words engraved on it. Wind Moon Pavilion. At the entrance of the restaurant, people came and went. At the entrance, there were 2 waiters who kept sending and receiving customers. They were very busy. It seems that first I have to figure out where this place is. Yen Wei looked at the restaurant, his eyes flashing slightly, and strode to the door of the restaurant. "Sir, please come in." The 2 waiters smiled and received him. Yen Wei nodded and walked into the restaurant. Immediately, another waiter came up and said with a smile, "Sir, are you alone?" "Yes." Yen Wei responded and scanned the hall. The hall was basically full. The smell of alcohol permeated the air, and all sorts of voices were intertwined, making it seem extremely noisy. But the cultivation of the people here was extremely powerful. According to his observation, they were all battle emperors. Yen Wei raised his head and looked up again. A look of shock immediately appeared on his face. Looking from the outside, the entire restaurant looked like a single entity. It was unknown how many floors there were. Only when he was in the restaurant did he know that the Wind Moon Pavilion had at least 50 to 60 floors. This was the tallest and most spectacular restaurant he had ever seen in his life. "Sir?" The shop assistant standing next to Yen Wei raised his arm and waved it in front of Yen Wei's eyes. Yen Wei immediately came back to his senses and asked with a smile, "Are there any empty rooms on the top floor?" The shop assistant was slightly taken aback. Sizing up Yen Wei, he said with a smile, "Sir, looks like this is your first time coming to our Wind Moon Pavilion." "How so?" Yen Wei was surprised. The shop assistant smiled and said, "Do you know who the owner of the Wind Moon Pavilion is?" Yen Wei nodded. "You don't know? Are you one of us?" The shop assistant looked at him suspiciously. Yen Wei smiled and said, "To be honest, I'm not from here." "What? You came in from outside?" The shop assistant's gaze suddenly became unfriendly. "Yes, I'm from the imperial capital of the Great Qin Empire." Yen Wei nodded. "Someone from the imperial capital." The shop assistant's eyes immediately surged with killing intent as he shouted, "Guards, there's an intruder." "What? Intruder?" The noisy hall immediately fell into a dead silence. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Yen Wei. Da-da. Very soon. Accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps, more than 10 burly men ran out from the back hall. Their cultivation was all 9-star battle emperors. "Who's the intruder?" They looked at the shop assistant and asked. "It's him. He's from the Great Qin Empire." The shop assistant pointed at Yen Wei and said angrily, "He's from the Great Qin Empire." Hearing the shop assistant's words, whether it was the guests present or the staff of the restaurant, their eyes were filled with strong killing intent. The dozen or so burly men immediately surrounded Yen Wei. "It seems that the people here are very prejudiced against the Great Qin Empire." Yen Wei looked around. Even though he was heavily surrounded, there was not the slightest bit of panic on his face. The shop assistant stared at Yen Wei and shouted, "Tell me, how did you sneak in? What's your purpose?" "I walked in openly." Yen Wei said. "Bullshit. Our Shanghai and your imperial capital have always been at odds. How could we let you walk in openly? If you don't behave, don't blame us for being impolite." The shop assistant said angrily. Yen Wei smiled helplessly. He had come in openly in the first place. It was also Sima Kuan who personally sent him to the Wind Moon Pavilion. Why didn't he behave? What's going on? At this moment, a black-haired old man with a red face walked over, his expression full of displeasure. Yen Wei looked at the black-haired old man and narrowed his eyes slightly. The aura that this person exuded actually carried a faint trace of divine might. Could be seen that this old man might be a false god. The person in charge of a restaurant was actually a false god. How terrifying was the foundation of this demon ancestor? The shop assistant ran to the black-haired old man and said in a deep voice, "Manager, this person is from the imperial capital." "What? Someone from the imperial capital?" The black-haired old man's expression changed. He stepped forward to size up Yen Wei and frowned. "Are you really from the imperial capital?" "Yes." Yen Wei nodded. "How is this possible? How could someone from the imperial capital enter Shanghai and come to our Wind Moon Pavilion recklessly?" The black-haired old man was in disbelief. Suddenly, a divine might emerged and pounced on Yen Wei. He is indeed a false god. Yen Wei's heart trembled. Although he was only a war emperor over the years, not to mention a false god, he had even seen a war god. So as long as the other party released his aura, he would be able to distinguish the other party's cultivation. Boom. The divine might rolled over. Yen Wei's legs immediately trembled and he knelt down uncontrollably. His eyes darkened slightly as he stared at the black-haired old man and said, "You'd better withdraw your divine might immediately, otherwise you will have to bear the consequences later. How dare you be so arrogant? Kneel down." The black-haired old man's eyes flashed with hostility and the pressure intensified. Plop. Yen Wei knelt on the ground on the spot. This also made him completely annoyed as he laughed sinisterly. "You should know Lord Sima Kuan." "Lord Sima?" The black-haired old man was shocked. "It was Lord Sima Kuan who brought me into Shanghai. It was also Lord Sima Kuan who personally sent me to the Wind Moon Pavilion. I think you should know who you have offended now. Yen Wei laughed sinisterly. What? Lord Sima Kuan brought him into Shanghai? And personally sent him to the Wind Moon Pavilion? You must be lying. He's just a little combat emperor, how could he be related to Lord Sima Kuan? Everyone was discussing. The black-haired old man was also in disbelief. You don't believe me? Then you can ask Lord Sima Kuan yourself. Yen Wei sneered. Looking at him, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Could it really be related to Lord Sima Kuan? If that's the case, then this matter is going to blow up. Everyone was bewildered. The black-haired old man sized up Yen Wei and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After pondering for a while, he turned to look at the dozen or so strong men and shouted, "Watch him carefully." Yes. The dozen or so strong men nodded. Then the black-haired old man hurriedly left. The pressure also dissipated. Yen Wei stood up, stared at the shop assistant and grinned. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of you later." Humph. The shop assistant had a look of contempt. But in his heart he was extremely nervous. If this person was really related to Lord Sima Kuan, then he was completely finished this time. Because as a shop assistant, he had seen too many people and could tell at a glance that the person in front of him was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Da-da. Not long after, the black-haired old man ran out again. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on him. At this moment, the black-haired old man's head was covered in sweat. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. It seemed that what this person said was true. Otherwise, why would the steward of the Wind Moon Pavilion be so panicked? Get lost. Before the black-haired old man arrived, he had already shouted at the dozen or so burly men with a stern expression. The dozen or so strong men trembled and quickly retreated to the side. It's over? Hearing this, the shop assistant's face instantly turned pale. The black-haired old man ran in front of Yen Wei, his old face full of smiles, and said apologetically, "Brother, I'm really sorry, it was purely a misunderstanding just now, please forgive me." Forgive? If you were forced to kneel in front of everyone for no reason, would you forgive the other party so easily? Yen Wei sneered. Yes. It's my fault. I apologize to you. But in the end it's all his fault. The black-haired old man immediately glared at the shop assistant and said angrily, "Are your eyes on your butt? How dare you be rude to our esteemed guest?" The shop assistant's body trembled and his face was pale. The black-haired old man shouted, "Kneel down and apologize." Plop. The shop assistant quivered and hurriedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please don't lower yourself to my level, okay?" Yen Wei sneered. In the past he was very disdainful of such bullying behavior. But now he was very happy. The reason was that he was using Sima Kuan's power to bully Sima Kuan's people. The black-haired old man glanced at the shop assistant and said with a smile, "Brother, don't lose your mood because of these small fries. Today this old man will personally accompany you to drink to your heart's content." That's true. Yen Wei nodded with a smile, then looked at the manager and said, "But the manager is busy, so I don't dare to disturb you. Plus, I've always liked to drink alone." If that's the case, then this old man will not disturb brother's mood. Brother, eat and drink well, all the expenses will be on my Wind Moon Pavilion's account. The black-haired old man smiled, looked at the shop assistant and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly bring this brother to the VIP room and treat him well." Yes. The shop assistant bowed and then looked at Yen Wei with a flattering smile. "Sir, please go upstairs." Yen Wei nodded, then straightened his back and placed his hands behind his back. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, he walked up the stairs in large strides. A mere combat monarch was valued so highly by Sima Kuan, and was even arranged to be in the VIP room. It was impossible not to be envious. Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1808. Milord, walk slowly, be careful of slippery roads. Milord, wait a moment, there's water on the ground, let me wipe it before you go. The attitude of the waiter had also changed 180 degrees. Yen Wei also looked like he was enjoying it. A moment later, the waiter brought Yen Wei to the top floor. Wait. Yen Wei stopped in the corridor and scanned the surroundings. What's wrong? The waiter thought that he had done something wrong and became nervous again. I asked you if there were any extra rooms here, but from your expression, this seems to be a forbidden area. Why did you bring me up now? Yen Wei was suspicious. So it's this. The waiter secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "To be honest, this is the forbidden area of the Wind Moon Pavilion." What do you mean? Yen Wei was puzzled. "My lord, you may not know, but this Wind Moon Pavilion was founded by Lord Sima Kuan. In other words, Lord Sima Kuan is the owner of the Wind Moon Pavilion. And this floor is specially used by Lord Sima Kuan to entertain distinguished guests. So usually this place is not open to the public and no one dares to set foot here," the waiter said. "I see." Yen Wei nodded in realization. It seemed that Sima Kuan really appreciated him, otherwise, why would he allow him to enter this floor? He also began to calculate in his heart. If he failed to eliminate the demon ancestor this time, could he take the opportunity to lurk beside Sima Kuan? Sima Kuan was one of the strongest subordinates of the demon ancestor. Lurking beside Sima Kuan was equivalent to lurking beside the demon ancestor. "My lord, please," the waiter said. "Lead the way," Yen Wei said. While following the waiter to the VIP lounge, he silently calculated. After a while, under the guidance of the waiter, Yen Wei entered the so-called VIP lounge. Seeing the decorations here, even the knowledgeable Yen Wei could not help but be shocked. The VIP lounge was 500 to 600 feet long, and whether it was the floor or the walls, they were all inlaid with extremely rare divine jade. The tables, chairs and tea sets were all made of divine wood. The entire VIP lounge looked resplendent and luxurious. The waiter walked to the table and pulled out a chair. He smiled and said, "Sir, please have a seat. Go to the Wind Moon Pavilion and bring me a few jugs of the best wine." Yen Wei said. "All right." The shop assistant nodded and ran out. Yen Wei's eyes flashed and he immediately closed the door. Then he walked to a window and pushed it open. Towering and majestic buildings suddenly appeared in front of him. This was an extremely large ancient city, occupying an area of 500 to 600 square kilometers. In the city, the houses were scattered in a picturesque way. The streets were filled with people. Outside the city, there was an endless mountain range, and one could faintly feel a terrifying aura from the mountain range. "This is the demon ancestor's spatial divine item, the ancient city," Yen Wei mumbled. In this ancient city he could sense the auras of at least several million people. Never would he have thought that the fiend ancestor's foundation had already developed to such a terrifying extent. This matter must be reported to the young lord as soon as possible. Dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yen Wei closed the window, sat in front of the table and said, "Come in." The door opened. The shop assistant ran in with 5 or 6 jugs of wine. Yen Wei said, "Put them aside and don't disturb me without my orders." "Okay." The shop assistant nodded. After putting down the wine jugs, he immediately turned around and ran out, closing the door. When the shop assistant's footsteps faded away, Yen Wei's eyes flashed slightly and he took out the image crystal. Demon Dragon Island. In the sky, blood clouds rolled and the heavenly might shook the world. Crack. A huge blood-colored lightning blasted toward the inner demons. This was already the 25th tribulation. After being constantly bombarded by the tribulation, the inner demon's consciousness had almost dissipated by a quarter. Qin Feiyang was also getting more and more worried. If this situation continued, the inner demons would definitely not be able to hold on until the end. Because the Blood Kirin had said that the first 98 tribulations were nothing, but the most terrifying one was the last one. The power of the last tribulation was the sum of the first 98 tribulations. What kind of concept was that? He didn't dare to think about it at all. Buzz. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's image crystal buzzed and vibrated. At that moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes had a trace of surprise. "What's wrong?" Zhao Tailai looked at him suspiciously. "Someone sent me a message," Qin Feiyang secretly said. "Who would send you a message at this time?" Zhao Tailai frowned. Suddenly, his eyes trembled and he said in surprise, "Could it be Yen Wei? Blood Kirin, protect the inner demons for me." Qin Feiyang said to the Blood Kirin and flashed into the Black Tortoise realm. Then he immediately took out the image crystal. Buzz. A shadow suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Yen Wei? Finally, the day I've been waiting for has arrived. Qin Feiyang was pleasantly surprised. On one hand, it was because Yen Wei was still alive. On the other hand, Yen Wei must have known where the demon ancestor was hiding. Qin Feiyang asked, "Where are you now?" "I'm in Shanghai." "It's another space divine object of the demon ancestor." Yen Wei laughed. Qin Feiyang said, "They didn't suspect you, did they? If they suspected me, would I still be standing here and sending you a message?" Yen Wei smiled, then his face turned serious and said, "Young master, long story short, the demon ancestor's current location is..." Without waiting for Yen Wei to say it, Qin Feiyang had already clenched his hands in excitement. However, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh. Just as Yen Wei opened his mouth, two burly figures silently appeared behind Yen Wei. One of them was a tall and sturdy man. The other was a white-haired old man. That's right. It was the burly man Sima Kuan and the imperial tutor. Seeing the appearance of Sima Kuan and the imperial tutor, Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed. Although he didn't know Sima Kuan yet, looking at the imperial tutor, he knew that Yen Wei's identity had been exposed. Qin Feiyang was just about to remind Yen Wei when Sima Kuan waved his hand, and his divine power surged out, immediately imprisoning Yen Wei. Yen Wei's expression also changed at the sudden appearance of this divine power. At the same time, his heart was also filled with disbelief. Wasn't Sima Kuan guarding the demon ancestor? Why would he suddenly appear here? Sima Kuan looked at Yen Wei mockingly, then raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang's shadow and smiled. Qin Feiyang, let me introduce myself. My name is Sima Kuan. Sima Kuan. Qin Feiyang's face was as dark as water. Sima Kuan said, I guess you already know about my existence from the blood Qilin. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, a low-level war god with a supreme-grade divine artifact. You are one of the strongest war gods by the demon ancestor's side. That's right. Actually, I have wanted to meet you for a long time, the legendary genius, but I never had the chance. This made me feel a little regretful. But now, I can finally meet you in person. I have to say you are indeed very powerful. You have already planted spies around the imperial tutor. Sima Kuan said with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at the imperial tutor, then looked at Sima Kuan and said, when did you find out about Yen Wei's identity? Just now. Sima Kuan smiled. Just now. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yen Wei was also very surprised. Could it be that someone had been secretly watching him? Bang. At this moment, the black-haired old man and the shop assistant pushed open the door and ran in. As soon as they saw Sima Kuan, their faces suddenly changed and they bowed and said, Greetings, Lord. Sima Kuan nodded. The black-haired old man looked at Yen Wei, then raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang's shadow and said in shock, Lord, what's going on? Although Qin Feiyang had never been to Shanghai, people with a little status and identity had basically seen Qin Feiyang's image. At the same time, the shop assistant looked at Qin Feiyang's shadow, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Yen Wei looked at the two of them and his heart became more and more puzzled. Originally he thought that the two of them were secretly watching him, but looking at their reactions, it seemed that they didn't know anything. Sima Kuan glanced at Yen Wei, his eyes full of ridicule and said, Don't guess, I will tell you the answer. This restaurant looks like an ordinary building, but it is actually a divine artifact. What? Divine artifact? Yen Wei was surprised. That's right. And I am the owner of this divine artifact. Thus, when you took out the image crystal and sent a message to Qin Feiyang, the artifact spirit of the divine artifact immediately notified me. Sima Kuan said. Artifact spirit? Yen Wei looked shocked and asked, Is this your supreme-grade divine artifact? Correct. Sima Kuan nodded. Damn it, Yen Wei was furious. Never would he have thought that this restaurant was actually transformed from a divine artifact. And it was a supreme-grade divine artifact. The one who should die is you. I trusted you so much that I even planned to give you the divine art, but you are actually a spy sent by Qin Feiyang. The imperial preceptor said angrily, his eyes full of killing intent. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of me working for you? Yen Wei sneered, his face full of disdain. Haha. The imperial preceptor laughed and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, Little bastard, this person should be very important to you. Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly sank. Clang. The imperial preceptor took out a dagger and said with a grin, Open your eyes and watch for me, now I will cut him alive. You dare. Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted, his eyes emitting a piercing cold light. Ha! The imperial preceptor laughed again and waved his hand at Yen Wei. A piece of flesh the size of a palm suddenly fell from Yen Wei's chest, blood flowing out. Old bastard, I swear to the heavens, I will not let you go. Qin Feiyang roared. It was as if the saber had landed on his body, causing him so much pain that he wished he was dead. I know you want to kill me. But can you do it? Now you can't even save your own men. How is it? Are you desperate? Do you regret it? Regret letting him lurk by my side? Unfortunately, it's too late. The imperial preceptor waved his dagger, and a piece of flesh fell from Yen Wei's body. Blood dyed his lower body red. However, Yen Wei didn't even frown and suddenly roared, Young master to the east? He wanted to tell Qin Feiyang his location before he died. However, before he could say anything, Sima Qian's pressure intensified, and Yan Wei was immediately completely imprisoned. He couldn't even open his mouth. Think about it. The devil ancestor's divine body had yet to be successfully fused. How could Sima Qian let Yan Wei reveal his location to Qin Feiyang? So, he had been paying attention to Yan Wei. As long as Yan Wei had the intention to reveal their location, he would immediately shut him up. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Top mobile version reading website. Chapter 1809. Qin Feiyang suppressed the anger in his heart, looked at Sima Qian and said, "If there's anything, just come at me. There's no need to make things difficult for a small character like him." Small character? Indeed, he's just a small character. If it were someone else, a person like him would be thrown away like cannon fodder at any time. But you're different. You're Qin Feiyang. As long as it's the people around you, no matter how insignificant their strength is, you will treat them as important as your own life. Sima Qian said. You really know me well. Qin Feiyang said gloomily. Of course. Although I've never seen you before, I've had people investigate your character and conduct. Sima Qian laughed. Qin Feiyang said, then you should also know, what will happen to those who go against me in the end? Little guy, don't be too confident. We're not the opponents you've encountered before. That's it. 3 days later, I'll come to find you personally. At that time you must let me see your ability. Sima Qian smiled proudly, grabbed the image crystal in Yan Wei's hand, and crushed it with a crack. Immediately, everyone's shadows dissipated in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. Damn it, Qin Feiyang roared towards the sky. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart burst out in an instant. The self-blame in the depths of his heart was like a tide, drowning him completely. Last time at the miracle, Yan Wei could have already succeeded and retreated. It was him who made Yan Wei once again return to the side of Zhuge Mingyang and the Imperial Preceptor. In other words, it was him who pushed Yan Wei into the fire pit with one hand. All these years, Yan Wei had sacrificed too much for him. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to make it up to Yan Wei, but now he didn't even have the chance to make it up to him. Why? People like the Fiend Ancestor, the Imperial Preceptor, and Mu Tianyang had always been living in this world, harming the human world. However, a righteous and sincere person like Yan Wei had fallen into the hands of evil people. God, can't you be a little more fair? At this moment, Qin Feiyang's heart was filled with hatred. I hate this damned God. That damned Fiend Ancestor. Hate him even more, hate himself even more. Shanghai. Wind Moon Pavilion. The entire VIP lounge was filled with a bone-piercing smell of blood. The Imperial Preceptor's face was ferocious as he kept waving his dagger. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The flesh on Yan Wei's upper body had almost all been cut off. The ghastly white bones were a ghastly sight. The black-haired old man and the shop assistant could not bear to watch such a bloody scene, because just looking at it made them feel unbearable. However, Yan Wei's expression did not change in the slightest. It was as if he had lost consciousness and could not feel any pain. Of course, everyone knew that Yan Wei definitely did not lose consciousness. He was relying on his strong willpower to endure the pain of being cut alive. It was hard to imagine. How strong was one's willpower to be able to do this? Even though Yan Wei was their enemy, they couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Even Sima Qian was the same. In the face of the pain of being cut alive, no one would be able to remain calm. But this person didn't even blink his eyes. This kind of willpower was truly terrifying. Even he, an early-stage war god, was ashamed of his inferiority. Stop. Suddenly, Sima Qian waved his hand. And? The Imperial Preceptor was slightly taken aback. He withdrew his dagger and looked at Sima Qian suspiciously, asking, Lord, what is the meaning of this? Sima Qian ignored him and looked at Yan Wei. As expected of Qin Feiyang's man, no wonder he cares so much about you. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to kill me, then do it. Yan Wei said expressionlessly. Not afraid of death, you are a talent. How about this, follow me? As long as you are as loyal to me as you are to Qin Feiyang, I will give you whatever you want. Sima Qian laughed. What? Lord, he is a spy. The Imperial Preceptor's expression changed as he hurriedly said. Sima Qian glanced at the Imperial Preceptor with an extremely unfriendly gaze and said, When I don't ask you to speak, you'd better not interrupt. Yes. The Imperial Preceptor's pupils constricted as he hurriedly replied respectfully. The dignified Imperial Preceptor of the Great Qin, and now a war god, is like a servant, nodding and bowing to others. Don't you think it's sad? Yan Wei looked at the imperial preceptor with a face full of ridicule. These words undoubtedly poked the imperial preceptor's Achilles' heel, and his old eyes flashed with a fierce light. You don't have to provoke him. Because even if you lend him a few hundred guts, he wouldn't dare to rebel against Lord Demon Ancestor. Zhuge Xinyun, am I right? Sima Kuan glanced at Yan Wei and asked the imperial preceptor. Yes, yes, yes. The imperial preceptor nodded repeatedly. You are indeed made to be a servant. Yan Wei mocked. The imperial preceptor glanced at Yan Wei, and a fierce look flashed across his face. Sima Kuan looked at Yan Wei and said, Answer this, Lord. Yan Wei pondered for a moment, then grinned and said, Just now you said that as long as I follow you, you will give me whatever I want, right? Yes. Sima Kuan nodded. Then I want Zhuge Xinyun's life. Yan Wei snickered. You are courting death. The imperial preceptor was furious, but he didn't dare to make a move because of Sima Kuan. That won't do. Lord Demon Ancestor spent a lot of effort to nurture Zhuge Xinyun. Sima Kuan shook his head. Yan Wei sneered, Then what are you still talking about? Hurry up and kill me, or you will die in my hands sooner or later. You? Sima Kuan disdainfully looked at the black-haired elder and ordered, Send him to the Demon Pagoda. Demon Pagoda? The black-haired elder was stunned. The imperial preceptor was also stunned. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly said, Lord, he is just a small fry, why are you sending him to the Demon Pagoda? A small fry can deceive you for so many years and you still have the nerve to be noisy? Sima Kuan raised his eyebrows. The imperial preceptor immediately lowered his head, his expression extremely ugly. If this lord had to choose, this lord would rather choose him than you. Because he is more intelligent than you. Sima Kuan snorted and looked at the black-haired elder. After reaching the Demon Pagoda, hand him over to King Yan. With that, Sima Kuan waved his hand and disappeared with the imperial preceptor. King Yan, the black-haired elder murmured, his expression was full of fear. He then looked at the servant and ordered, Clean this place up, not a single trace of blood can be found. Yes. The servant nodded. Whoosh. The black-haired elder grabbed Yan Wei and flew out of the window, flying out of the city. Demon Pagoda, King Yan. The servant raised his head and looked at the black-haired elder's back. An imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. He then turned and strode out of the room, returning to the hall on the first floor. Servant, what happened up there? Did Lord Sima Kuan come back? When the people in the hall saw the servant coming down, they immediately asked at once. Nothing, just a small matter. The servant shook his head and smiled, then walked to the counter and picked up a rag. Suddenly, the servant slapped his head and ran to the horse-faced servant next to him. He smiled and begged, Brother, can you help me clean the VIP lounge? Clean the VIP lounge? The horse-faced servant was stunned. He glanced at the customers around and whispered, Just now, did a bloody incident happen up there? Yes. The servant nodded. As expected. The horse-faced servant narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, You asked me to clean the VIP lounge, then what are you going to do? The servant said, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I have to go back and deal with it. Help me, I'll treat you to a drink next time. The horse-faced servant's eyes lit up and he chuckled, You said it, don't go back on your word. We've known each other for so many years, do you think I'm the kind of person who goes back on my word? The servant snorted with some dissatisfaction, then stuffed the rag into the horse-faced servant's hand and smiled, Don't worry, I promise I'll let you drink to your heart's content. After that, the servant turned and walked out of the restaurant, standing in the middle of the crowd on the street. He seemed to inadvertently look up at the restaurant, then sped up and quickly disappeared. Outside the city, the mountains were undulating and the ancient trees towered into the sky. There were traces of fierce beasts everywhere in the mountains, and they were extremely strong. Even pseudo-god level beasts could be seen everywhere. After the black-haired elder left the city with Yan Wei, they went straight into the depths of the mountains. The shop assistant also left the city and stood on top of a mountain ridge. He glanced at the ferocious beasts in the mountains and took out a thumb-sized black jade pendant from his Chengkuan bag. He hung it around his neck and entered the mountains without looking back. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely be shocked. That black jade pendant was actually made of hidden soul stone. As for the black-haired elder, after going deep into the mountains for dozens of miles, he slowly slowed down, turned his head to look at Yan Wei and sneered, Do you know? You're very unlucky. What do you mean? Yan Wei frowned. Although you saved your life, you'll fall into the hands of the Flame King soon. Do you know what kind of person the Flame King is? The black-haired elder said. I don't know. Yen Wei shook his head. Let me tell you, he's a devil who eats people without spitting out the bones. Do you know what happened to those who fell into his hands? The black-haired elder didn't hide the gloating in his eyes. It's nothing more than living a life worse than death. Yen Wei sneered. The black-haired elder was stunned, but he didn't show any fear. But thinking about it, even in the face of such a cruel method of being skinned alive, other methods seemed to be nothing to this person. However, Yen Wei's disdainful attitude made the black-haired elder extremely unhappy, especially when he remembered that not long ago in the Wind Moon Pavilion, he actually nodded and bowed to this person. The anger in his heart surged uncontrollably. Whoosh! Immediately, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he swooped down with Yen Wei and landed in a valley below. What are you doing? Yen Wei looked at him coldly. What am I doing? The black-haired elder smiled sinisterly and threw Yen Wei to the ground. Yen Wei's body was already full of scars, and now that the black-haired elder threw him, the heart-wrenching pain suddenly became more intense. But Yen Wei still didn't even frown. He climbed up from the ground and stared at the black-haired elder with a lifeless look, showing an extremely strong attitude. Chapter 18:10. But it was this kind of look, this kind of expression, that made the black-haired old man even more angry. It felt as if Yen Wei was silently mocking him. I don't believe that in this world, there are really people who are not afraid of death. With a stern shout, the black-haired old man lifted his foot and ruthlessly kicked Yen Wei in the stomach. Bang! Yen Wei flew out on the spot and hit the ground dozens of meters away. With a bang, a big pit appeared on the ground. Yen Wei lay in the big pit, his expression still unchanged. He slowly got up and walked out of the big pit step by step. The blood on his body mixed with the mud, making him look extremely miserable. Moreover, after walking out of the big pit, he looked at the black-haired old man again. That dead gaze without the slightest bit of anger. It was as if everything the black-haired old man did had nothing to do with him. This look almost drove the black-haired old man crazy. He took a step to the front of Yen Wei, grabbed Yen Wei's neck with his left hand, and punched Yen Wei's face with his right hand. Yen Wei's face suddenly split open and blood splattered everywhere. Shouldn't you hate me for torturing you like this? Shouldn't you have the intention to kill me? What do you mean by this expression? Quickly be angry, quickly roar, quickly say that you hate me. The black-haired old man roared as he punched Yen Wei's face again and again. But Yen Wei, like a robot without feelings, did not make a sound no matter how the black-haired old man tortured him. Finally. On the contrary, the black-haired old man was so tired that he was panting. At this time, Yen Wei just opened his mouth, his words were full of disdain and said, "You are not qualified to make me hate you." When the black-haired old man heard this, his expression instantly became incomparably ferocious. Like a mad beast, he kicked Yen Wei over. Not even qualified to make you hate me? Bastard, do you know who you are talking to? Do you believe that this old man will end your dog life right now? The black-haired old man stepped on Yen Wei's chest and looked down at Yen Wei with a sinister smile. Yen Wei mocked, "Then you better think about how you're going to explain this to Sima Kuan." Ha! The black-haired old man raised his head and laughed angrily. To be able to remain so calm even now, he really was a person who wasn't afraid of death. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and lowered his head to stare at Yen Wei. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? You should know that the number of ferocious beasts here is not ordinary, and they are also not ordinary strong. When Lord Sima Kuan asks about it, I'll say that we were attacked by ferocious beasts on the way and you accidentally died under their claws. I don't think Lord Sima Kuan will investigate a small fry like you to the end." The black-haired old man laughed sinisterly. Yen Wei said, "And then? You want me to kneel and beg for mercy? Smart. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me right now and beg me to let you go, I will spare your dog life," the black-haired old man said. Yen Wei said indifferently, "Do you think I will beg for mercy from a dog? Preposterous. You actually dare to insult this old man. It seems that I have no choice but to kill you today. Go to hell." The black-haired old man was furious. The power of the false god emerged, exuding a destructive aura. "Young master, farewell. Fatso Lu Hong, brother wolf, I'll be leaving first. Take care." Looking at this scene, Yen Wei's expression was still without the slightest bit of fear. He slowly closed his eyes and murmured with a smile, "Shwa." However, at this moment, a figure silently rushed into the valley. When he saw that the black-haired old man was actually going to kill Yen Wei, The figure immediately took out a dagger and rushed behind the black-haired old man like lightning. Accompanied by a puff, the dagger immediately sank into the black-haired old man's chi. Faced with this sudden change, the black-haired old man was shocked. He quickly turned his head and his old face was immediately filled with disbelief. And with his chi destroyed, the power of the false god quickly dissipated. Sensing this change, Yan Wei suspiciously opened his eyes. When he saw the person standing behind the black-haired old man, his expression suddenly froze. How could it be you? That's right. The person who suddenly appeared and saved Yan Wei was the shop assistant he had met in the Wind Moon Pavilion. Faced with Yan Wei's question, the shop assistant's face showed a trace of a smile, but he did not say anything. He grabbed the black-haired old man and then brought Yan Wei to an unfamiliar place. This was a secret room about 10 feet wide and completely sealed off. The entire secret room was empty and there was nothing in it. The shop assistant threw the black-haired old man on the ground and looked at Yan Wei with a smile. It's safe now. What is this place? It's still you. Aren't you the shop assistant of the Wind Moon Pavilion? Why did you save me? Yan Wei looked at the secret room and the shop assistant in surprise. This is my spatial divine item. The shop assistant said. Spatial divine item? Yan Wei was stunned and his eyes were filled with disbelief. A shop assistant of a restaurant actually had a spatial divine item? No. A shop assistant of a restaurant has a low status, how could he have a spatial divine item? He pondered for a moment and realized that something was wrong. He looked up at the shop assistant and said in a deep voice, Who the hell are you? Even if I tell you, you don't necessarily know me. The shop assistant said. Whether I know you or not, I won't know until you tell me. Yan Wei's expression was full of vigilance. To think that someone from Shanghai would actually save him. This was too strange. The black-haired old man also looked at the shop assistant in surprise. The shop assistant was silent for a while, then took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth. After a while, an unfamiliar face appeared in Yan Wei's line of sight. It was a middle-aged man with a slender figure, a rough face and mottled white hair on his temples, giving people a sense of vicissitudes. Who the hell are you? In my impression, there is no such person as you in Shanghai. The black-haired old man looked at the middle-aged man and said in surprise and anger. I've never said that I'm from Shanghai. The middle-aged man sneered and looked at Yan Wei. Do you know me? Yan Wei shook his head. The middle-aged man said, My name is Jiang Jingyi, and I have another name, Jiang Qianqing. What? You are Jiang Jingyi? Yan Wei looked at the middle-aged man with a dumbfounded expression. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. How could it be you? Aren't you with old Master Qin? Why are you in Shanghai now? Yan Wei was surprised. He had never seen Jiang Jingyi before, but he knew Jiang Jingyi's identity. It was Luo Qingzhu's father. It's a long story. I'll just say it briefly. A few years ago, I planned to enter the miracle, but when the miracle opened, old Master Qin asked me to come to the Sea of Reincarnation to help Qin Feiyang's mother. Later, when I found her, I wanted to persuade her to go back and not take the risk, but she didn't listen. I had no choice but to follow her to the demonic dragon island. Jiang Jingyi said. What? The mistress is also on the demonic dragon island? Yan Wei was shocked. Jiang Jingyi said, to be exact, she is in Shanghai now. Also in Shanghai? Yan Wei murmured. Yes. When we entered the demonic dragon island, we lurked in Shanghai to find the whereabouts of Emperor Qin and Lu Yun. Jiang Jingyi said. Emperor Qin? Lu Yun? Yan Wei was suspicious. Jiang Jingyi said, Emperor Qin is Qin Feiyang's grandfather, and Lu Yun is Qin Feiyang's grandfather. Then did you find them? Yan Wei asked. Yes. After we sneaked into Shanghai, we soon found that they were imprisoned in the demonic tower. But no matter how hard we searched, we couldn't find this so-called demonic tower. Later, I found out that the Wind Moon Pavilion was actually Sima Kuan's restaurant, so I disguised myself and sneaked into the Wind Moon Pavilion, hoping to find Sima Kuan and the others. However, in the past few years, no one mentioned the demonic tower and no one went to the demonic tower and I didn't dare to ask. So I waited until today. Originally, I wanted to follow you and save you when you reached the demonic tower, but I didn't expect that this person wanted to kill you halfway. I had no choice but to take action in advance. Jiang Jingyi sighed. Now that his identity was exposed, it wouldn't be so easy to get the black-haired old man to tell him the location of the demonic tower. Chapter 1811. Hearing this, Jiang Jingyi said, regardless of whether they are together or not, I can only send them a message now. After saying that, he took out the image crystal. Seeing this, Yanwei was pleasantly surprised. You can contact them? Of course. We were all by old Master Qin's side before. What's more, Qingzhu is my daughter, there must be a contract bridge. Jiang Jingyi smiled. Yanwei was taken aback, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Look at my head, I forget everything when I'm anxious. That's reasonable. Jiang Jingyi smiled and activated the image crystal. But there's a problem that I can't figure out. Old Master Qin is mysterious. Does he not know the location of the demon pagoda? Yanwei looked at Jiang Jingyi suspiciously. I can't say much, I can only tell you that there are some things that old Master Qin can't intervene in, we can only rely on ourselves. Jiang Jingyi said. Yanwei nodded and asked, then when we were at the Wind Moon Pavilion, did you recognize me? Of course. Because I already knew that the confidant of the imperial tutor was you. But at that time, I didn't expect that you would send a message to Qin Feiyang at the Wind Moon Pavilion. I also thought that since Sima Kuan personally sent you to the Wind Moon Pavilion, you must also know that the Wind Moon Pavilion is a divine artifact, so I didn't secretly remind you. But I can't deny that this matter was indeed due to my carelessness and almost caused you to encounter misfortune. Jiang Jingyi said. Brother Jiang, you don't have to blame yourself. On the contrary, I feel guilty that I forced you to kneel in front of me at the Wind Moon Pavilion. Yanwei said. It's okay. After all, you don't know my identity. Moreover, I also intended to act out this play. Because if I had told you my identity at that time, you might have given yourself away. At that time, if you were discovered by the artifact spirit, then both of us would be finished. Jiang Jingyi smiled. For the sake of the big picture, you didn't hesitate to let yourself be wronged. I admire Brother Jiang's character. Yanwei sighed, his face full of admiration. Jiang Jingyi waved his hand and said, what I did was just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Yanwei shook his head with a smile and said, I have another question. How did you sneak into the demonic dragon island in Modu? This. Jiang Jingyi pointed at the jade pendant on his chest. This is hidden soul stone. Yanwei was shocked. Yes. With this concealing soul stone, as long as one is careful, sneaking into demonic dragon island and demonic city will not be difficult. Furthermore, at that time, the demon city had yet to be taken away by the demon ancestor. It was located on the demon dragon island. The people here could enter and leave freely. Jiang Jingyi said. I see. Yanwei nodded. In the blink of an eye, an illusionary figure suddenly appeared. It was Luo Qingzhu. Father. When Luo Qingzhu saw Jiang Jingyi, a trace of joy immediately crept onto her face. However, when she saw Yanwei at the side, she was immediately stunned and then asked in surprise, Why are you here? Jiang Jingyi said, We'll talk about this later. Are you with Qin Feiyang? Yes. I'm in the ancient castle. Look, Ling Yunfei and the rest are also here. Moreover, we have also broken through to the pseudo-god realm. Luo Qingzhu said. Ling Yunfei and the rest also stood up and looked at Jiang Jingyi and Luo Qingzhu. All of you have broken through to the pseudo-god realm? It seems that all of you have gained a lot in this divine sight. However, the demon ancestor's foundation is quite terrifying. You must not let your guard down. Jiang Jingyi reminded and did not say anything else. Quickly asked Qin Feiyang to come here. We have something to say to him. At this very moment, Qin Feiyang had already left the Black Tortoise realm. Moreover, he had already told Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai about Yanwei's situation. The two of them were also sad from the bottom of their hearts. Although they did not spend much time with Yanwei, they had heard about Yanwei's deeds from Fatso and the others. For Qin Feiyang, he had sacrificed his life. Such loyalty and courage made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. However, such a person had died just like that. How could they not be sad? However, they also knew that it had already happened. It was useless to be sad now. The most important thing now was to find the demon ancestor's location as soon as possible. Young master, since Yanwei said, go east, then the demon ancestor's current location is most likely east of Demon Dragon Island. Why don't you go and look for him? As for the inner demons with Tang Hai and me and the blood Kirin, there shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Tailai transmitted his voice. At the last moment Yanwei had said, go east. No. The inner demons have not formed a physical body yet. I can't be too far away from him. Otherwise he will disappear. Moreover, going east might not necessarily be the east. It could be the southeast or the northeast. Although the general direction is the same, it is not that easy to find a space divine item. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hearing this, Zhao Tailai fell silent and did not suggest anything else. At the same time, the inner demons had passed 35 heavenly tribulations. Their consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. Qin Feiyang was getting more and more worried. Feiyang, come to the castle. My father is looking for you. Suddenly, Luo Qingzhu's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind without any warning. Jiang Jingyi? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He secretly told Tang Hai and the Blood Kirin and immediately entered the castle. When he entered the castle and saw Yen Wei, his face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. This feeling was like going from hell to heaven in an instant. After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang quickly asked, "Why are you two together?" "It was Jiang Jingyi who saved me. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of this person." Yen Wei grabbed the black-haired old man and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-haired old man, then looked at Yen Wei and said, "Your injuries? It doesn't matter. Now let's make a long story short. Are you in the demon ancestor's original lair now?" Yen Wei said. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's good. Follow the southeast direction and search. About 200,000 miles, you will see a huge canyon. When you enter the canyon, you have to pay attention to the cliff on the left side of the canyon. Because somewhere on the cliff, there is a cave hidden. And the space divine item of Shanghai is now in that cave. But you have to be careful. According to Sima Kuan, the demon ancestor left a strand of killing intent in the cave. He was afraid that you would find it and wanted to kill you by surprise." Yen Wei said. "Sure enough, it's not in the east." Qin Feiyang murmured and nodded. "I'll remember it." Yen Wei said again, "In addition, Sima Yuan is lurking near you. The demon ancestor ordered him to wait for an opportunity to move. He's really hiding nearby." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Ling Yunfei looked at Qin Feiyang, then at Yen Wei and Jiang Jingyi. "I've told you the location of the demon ancestor. Now tell me, why are you together?" "Yes, father, why are you in Shanghai?" Luo Qingzhu asked suspiciously. Jiang Jingyi smiled and looked at Luo Qingzhu. "I was bored, so I came to Shanghai to take a look." Everyone was stunned. Yen Wei shook his head and smiled. "It's like this?" Jiang Jingyi's eyes flashed as he interrupted Yen Wei. "Yen Wei, it's time for us to take action." Yen Wei was stunned. Jiang Jingyi did not explain. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and smiled. "Well, don't worry about us because we're safer than you." After that, he directly turned off the image crystal. Yen Wei looked at Jiang Jingyi suspiciously and said, "Brother Jiang, what do you mean? I don't want them to know about our current situation, and I don't want Qin Feiyang to know that his mother is here." Jiang Jingyi sighed. "What?" Yen Wei frowned. Jiang Jingyi said, "Then you want to answer me, who does Qin Feiyang care about the most in his life?" Yen Wei said, "Of course it's his mother." "That's right. If Qin Feiyang knows that his mother is in Shanghai, do you think he can still fight outside in peace?" Jiang Jingyi said. "I see. Brother Jiang is really thoughtful." Yen Wei said. "It's not me who's thoughtful, it's Qin Feiyang's mother. She expected that Qin Feiyang would enter the demonic dragon island sooner or later, so she told me not to tell Qin Feiyang about her whereabouts." Jiang Jingyi said. "Mistress, she's really a great mother?" Yen Wei sighed. "Yes." Jiang Jingyi nodded, then looked at the black-haired old man and said, "I know, you won't tell us the location of the demonic tower easily. It's good that you know." The black-haired old man sneered. Jiang Jingyi smiled and said, "Then you'd better be mentally prepared." "What do you want?" The black-haired old man was surprised. Jiang Jingyi said, "I'd like to know if you can remain as calm as Yen Wei when faced with the fate of being skinned alive." After saying that, Jiang Jingyi looked at Yen Wei. Yen Wei chuckled, first took a healing pill, then took out a dagger and walked toward the black-haired old man step by step. Before Yen Wei could get close, the black-haired old man was already scared out of his wits. At the same time, Qin Feiyang had also left the ancient castle and appeared beside the Blood Kirin and Zhao Tailai. At this time he was in a good mood. "Young master, what's wrong?" Zhao Tailai looked at him curiously. "Yen Wei is not dead. And he has already told me the location of the demonic ancestor." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. "Really?" The Blood Kirin and Zhao Tailai were both surprised. "Yes." Qin Feiyang responded and said, "Sima Yuan is nearby, don't reveal anything." Sure enough, it's as I expected. This Sima Yuan will definitely not let the inner demons successfully pass the tribulation. The Blood Kirin thought. "Then let's strike first and gain the upper hand," Qin Feiyang said. "What do you mean?" The blood Kirin was surprised. As long as I can confirm that he is nearby, I can find him without anyone knowing. And kill him in one blow. Qin Feiyang said secretly, and his eyes were suffused with a wisp of dense killing intent. Zhao Tailai thought for a moment and said, "Young master, if we can really kill him in one blow, I suggest that we don't kill him. We should subdue him and deal with the demonic ancestor with us. Indeed, with the help of a novice war god, we have a better chance of winning." Tang Hai chimed in. Chapter 18:12. Subdue him? That's impossible. When the blood Kirin heard their words, it sneered. What? Tang Hai and the blood Kirin looked at it suspiciously. Sima Yuan and Sima Kuan are brothers. Their parents died when they were young and they lived on the streets. The demon Alpha adopted them. You could say that the demon Alpha is like a father to them. And the demon Alpha trusts them very much. The demon Alpha didn't even use the blood soul technique to control them. The blood Kirin thought. What? The demon Alpha is such a cautious person. He didn't use the blood soul technique to control them? Zhao Tailai and the blood Kirin were shocked. That's right. You can imagine how much the demon Alpha trusts them. To be more specific, their relationship with the demon Alpha is like your relationship with Qin Feiyang. Maybe it's even stronger than your relationship with Qin Feiyang. The blood Kirin said. If that's the case, then subduing him won't work. Zhao Tailai sighed, feeling a little regretful. A forced melon is not sweet. If he follows me, I'll let him live. But if he doesn't, I won't be merciful. Qin Feiyang said secretly and entered the Black Tortoise realm. He controlled the Black Tortoise realm and started a carpet search with the inner demons as the center. Whoosh! Two silhouettes flew up from the medicinal field below and landed beside Qin Feiyang. It was the Golden Leopard and Chui Li. Chui Li asked helplessly, "Young master, when are you going to let me out?" "Don't worry. You'll be in the limelight one day." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You guys help me look." Okay. The man and the beast nodded and looked up to scan the void. They didn't miss a single spot. What is Qin Feiyang doing? He disappears and then reappears? On the mountain peak. Sima Yuan looked at the place where the inner demons were undergoing the tribulation and frowned. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. This throbbing. Sima Yuan immediately retracted his gaze and scanned the surrounding void. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Within the Black Tortoise world, Chui Li suddenly pointed at a certain spot on the screen and exclaimed, "Young master, is that him?" Qin Feiyang looked over and immediately saw Sima Yuan standing on the mountain peak. "I've never seen Sima Yuan in person, but there can't be anyone else here. It should be him." Qin Feiyang said. "Look at how he's looking around. Why do I feel that he seems to have noticed something?" The Golden Leopard said with a frown. "They definitely won't notice us. After all, this is the Black Tortoise world. Even divine sense can't detect it." Chui Li smiled. "That's true." The Golden Leopard nodded. After a while, Sima Yuan stopped looking around and looked at the inner demons again. "Young master, should we make a move too?" Chui Li asked. "Not for now." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took out the divine phoenix blade. Divine power surged into the blade, and a terrifying sharpness roared out. In the meantime, controlling the Black Tortoise world, it stopped behind Sima Yuan. The Golden Leopard stared at Sima Yuan's back and laughed. "Chui Li, do you think Sima Yuan can react? Do you still need to say that?" Chui Li rolled his eyes at the Golden Leopard. Whoosh! Just as Chui Li's voice fell, Qin Feiyang suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind Chui Li and slashed out with his saber. However, in the face of such a fierce and unexpected attack, Sima Yuan's face did not show the slightest bit of panic. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and in the next moment, Sima Yuan appeared a few miles away. On the contrary, Qin Feiyang was caught unprepared by this unforeseen event and froze in midair. How could it be? He actually failed? Could it be that Sima Yuan could detect the existence of the Black Tortoise world? Sima Yuan crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. "Look at you, you seem very surprised." Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and raised his head to look at Sima Yuan. "Actually, this seed is also quite surprised. You actually knew that I was hiding nearby, and even found me without making a sound. The Black Tortoise world is indeed extraordinary," Sima Yuan said. "At that time in the sea region, you failed to sneak an attack on me, so it's not hard to guess that you should be secretly spying on us," Qin Feiyang said. "Smart." Sima Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. "Then do you want to know how this seat found you? If you are willing to tell me, I am willing to listen." Qin Feiyang said. Because of this. Sima Yuan said. A fiery red divine light shot out from his body, and a fist-sized heart appeared in the void. What is this? Qin Feiyang was surprised. This is this seat's battle soul. Sima Yuan said. What? It's actually a battle soul? Qin Feiyang was stunned. There were really all kinds of battle souls in this world. This seat named this battle soul Sensing Heart. It's a little embarrassing to say that this seat's battle soul is just like the all-seeing eye, it has no lethality at all. Sima Yuan said helplessly. So sour. Qin Feiyang looked at him in disdain. Usually, a battle soul like this that had no lethality would have a heaven-defying ability. I can't believe that I am despised by you. Sima Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. But in the next moment his expression became incomparably arrogant. Although this seat's battle soul has no lethality, it has an ability that others don't have, and that is the ability to sense danger. Sense danger? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. As long as someone comes close to me and wants to kill me, then no matter where that person is hiding, this seat's battle soul will be able to sense it. And it will give me a hint at the first moment. Sima Yuan said. Qin Feiyang frowned. So, before I made a move, you already knew that I was going to sneak an attack on you? There is no one else here besides you. And coincidentally, you disappeared. If it wasn't you, who could it be? Sima Yuan laughed. Amazing. Although there is a gap between you and a god of war like the Eye of Heaven, as long as you use it well, you can be invincible. Qin Feiyang said. Invincible is a bit exaggerated, but whoever wants to sneak an attack on me will never be able to do so. Sima Yuan laughed, his eyes full of mockery towards Qin Feiyang. Obviously he was mocking Qin Feiyang's previous sneak attack, calling it stupid and ignorant. Qin Feiyang had seen all kinds of people, so how could he not see it? But he didn't take it to heart. He just smiled faintly and said, I heard from the Blood Kirin that you and the Demon Alpha are like father and son. So what? Sima Yuan asked. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, I really feel sorry for you. A peerless powerhouse like you should be respected, but now, when I look at you, I only feel hatred. It's just reputation. It doesn't matter. Sima Yuan said lightly. The Demon Alpha did raise you, but you shouldn't have chosen to be the enemy of the world, and you shouldn't have helped the evildoers. Qin Feiyang sighed. Sima Yuan said, Are you saying that I should go and save the world? Shouldn't that be the case? Qin Feiyang asked. Save the world. Sima Yuan murmured. Sima Yuan muttered while his gaze suddenly became ferocious to the extreme, and he seemed like a violent wild beast as he roared. I'm going to save all the living beings in the world, so who will save me? So much resentment. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Do you know what kind of life I went through? Actually, when I was young, my family was quite well off. Although there were no powerhouses at home, at least I didn't have to worry about food and clothing, and I had servants to serve me. But suddenly one day an enemy came to my door and my mother and I were killed. At that time I was 8 years old and my brother was 6. We hid in the cellar and witnessed the scene with our own eyes. Do you know what it was like for 2 children to watch their parents die in front of their eyes? But then we were lucky. The enemy didn't find me and my brother, and we escaped the disaster. But what we didn't expect was that the damned butler and those lowly servants actually took away our family property after the enemy left, and didn't even leave us a single gold coin. That housekeeper even forcibly occupied our home. And those who used to have a good relationship with my parents also turned hostile, and looked at us as if they were looking at trash. Desperate, my brother and I began to wander the streets from then on, without food or clothes. In the cold winter we 2 brothers curled up in a corner of an alley, hugging each other to keep warm. When we were hungry we would go to the garbage to look for food. There was even one time when my brother almost froze to death in the snow. Do you know how cruel it was for 2 children? But at that time no one extended a helping hand to us. Instead they treated us like dogs. When they were in a good mood they would give us some charity. When they were in a bad mood they would beat and scold us. I really had enough. Living was more painful than dying. I might as well die. So, I took my brother and climbed to the top of a mountain, and prepared to jump off the cliff to commit suicide. But at that moment, Lord Demon Ancestor appeared. When Sima Yuan said that, his expression softened. Clearly he had deep feelings for the Demon Ancestor. Sigh. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh. He really didn't expect that this person would have such a painful memory. Lord Demon Ancestor saved us and asked us if we wanted to become stronger? Did we want revenge? Our brothers didn't even hesitate. We told him that we wanted to. From then on we followed Lord Demon Ancestor. He taught us how to cultivate and taught us how to kill. It was with him that we found our dignity as human beings. Later on, our brothers became stronger. We found our enemies and killed everyone. Even their families and children were not spared. That was the first time our brothers went on a killing spree. That feeling made our blood boil. In the end, we returned to our hometown and killed the butler as well as the servants, and those who had humiliated us. Looking at the corpses on the ground, my brother and I didn't feel guilty. Instead, we felt a sense of satisfaction that we had never felt before. It was only then that we finally understood that in this world, whoever's fist is harder is the truth. Then we followed Lord Demon Ancestor until today. It can be said that without Lord Demon Ancestor, there wouldn't be us. You say that I'm helping the evildoer, but I feel that I'm enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Lord Demon Ancestor is my heavens. Whoever dares to make an enemy of Lord Demon Ancestor, I'll kill them. Sima Yuan grinned as he stared at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Qin Feiyang was silent for a long time. He sighed deeply and said, "To be honest, I really don't want to fight with you because I can understand how you feel. However, I have to kill Lord Demon Ancestor. I don't need your sympathy. Since you want to kill Lord Demon Ancestor, I'll kill you. It's that simple." Sima Yuan smiled. Chapter 1813. Kill me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability yet. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold as his long hair fluttered in the wind. A monstrous divine aura emerged like a torrent as it pounced towards Sima Yuan. Boom. Sima Yuan also released his divine aura. The two divine auras collided crazily. The ground beneath their feet and the surrounding void immediately began to collapse. Your current strength has shocked me greatly. Perhaps I really am no match for you. But the person lying here in the end will definitely be you. Sima Yuan's aura was like a rainbow and his gaze was like a torch. Clang. As he waved his hand, the battle sword on his back rushed out. The sword light was boundless and its sharpness could topple mountains and overturn seas. This was his supreme-grade divine artifact, Dragon Vein Sword. The sword was about 1 meter long and 3 fingers wide. The sword body was curved in a small arc and the hilt was engraved with a demonic dragon pattern. The entire Dragon Vein Sword was dark and emitted a cold aura. The Dragon Vein Sword has the power to destroy everything. Since I used the Dragon Vein Sword at the beginning of the battle, it is enough to show my respect for you. Sima Yuan grabbed the Dragon Vein Sword and slashed in the air. The sword light immediately turned into a huge wave and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Since that's the case, I will also directly use 1/3 of my strength to show my respect for you. Qin Feiyang said. The purple-gold divine dragon appeared and roared in the sky. A sound wave that was filled with destructive power surged out like an invisible dragon and pounced towards the sword light. Boom. Clang. A series of loud sounds suddenly resounded. The two continued to exchange blows in the void and were constantly defeated. The intense fluctuations from the battle transformed into terrifying waves of wind that swept out in all directions. The void was annihilated and the earth sank. It was like the scene of the end of the world, shocking the world. The divine dragon technique is only 1/3 of his strength? Sima Yuan murmured. One had to know. Qin Feiyang's divine dragon technique was no longer a high-grade divine technique but a perfect one. Its terrifying power was completely comparable to a supreme-grade divine artifact. However, even such a powerful divine technique was only 1/3 of this person's strength. Sima Yuan was very curious. What other tricks was this kid hiding? Boom. In the end, the sound wave and the sword light shattered each other in the void. Don't underestimate me, show me your full strength. Sima Yuan shouted, and his divine power surged into the Dragon Vein Sword. A sword shadow appeared in the sky, and its terrifying sharpness was unparalleled. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at Jianghu and snorted coldly, "If you have the ability, I won't be stingy." Finish speaking. The purple-gold divine dragon floating above his head instantly shattered the sky and pounced towards the sword shadow. Arrogant. Sima Yuan was enraged and his sword shadow instantly attacked. Boom. At this moment heaven and earth trembled. The purple-gold divine dragon instantly shattered and disintegrated. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and stepped back uncontrollably. Crack. But at the same time, the sword shadow also shattered. Sima Yuan's face was also pale as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What's going on with your cultivation? Zhuge Xinyun told me that you've already broken through to the initial stage of the War God Realm, but why are you only at the initial stage of the War God Realm? Sima Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Since you know me so well, then you should also know about the soaring dragon art. After I broke through to the war god realm, the soaring dragon art, which was originally a battle art, allowed me to evolve into a divine art. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. Your talent is indeed amazing. To be honest, I really can't bear to kill you. Unfortunately, you are Lord Demon Ancestor's enemy. All enemies must die. Sima Yuan's arm shook, and the dragon vein sword in his hand let out a sharp hiss. Following that, he disappeared from Qin Feiyang's line of sight. A strong sense of danger welled up in his heart. Teleportation? Qin Feiyang muttered as he scanned the void. Shwa. Almost in the next moment, Sima Yuan appeared behind Qin Feiyang and mercilessly slashed at Qin Feiyang's head. However, at the same time, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and instantly disappeared in front of Sima Yuan. Moreover, he was even faster than Sima Yuan. In less than half a blink of an eye, he appeared behind Sima Yuan, raised his Phoenix Divine Blade, and slashed at Sima Yuan's back. That sharp blade immediately left a deep wound on Sima Yuan's back, so deep that his bones could be seen. Sima Yuan was shocked. This speed was too terrifying, wasn't it? It was much faster than a true small success stage war god like him. The Blood Kirin's failure was not without reason. However, I am not someone that the Blood Kirin can compare to. It will betray Lord, but I will never. Even if I die here, I will have no regrets. Sima Yuan suddenly turned around and grabbed the blade of the Phoenix Divine Blade with his bare hands. Flesh and blood were cut open and blood flowed out. However, his expression did not change as he stared at Qin Feiyang and sneered, "My madness and methods will make you feel fear and despair." Finished. The dragon vein sword flashed like lightning and headed straight for Qin Feiyang's heart. Qin Feiyang's eyes were calm. Sima Yuan grabbing the Phoenix Divine Blade with his bare hands was indeed crazy. But to make him afraid and despair? It was still far from it. Comparing craziness, who could be crazier than him? Thinking back to the past, what crazy things had he not done? In terms of methods, he did not lose to anyone. Seeing that the dragon vein sword was about to pierce his heart, Qin Feiyang raised his arm like lightning and slapped the dragon vein sword's body. The terrifying force caused Sima Yuan's arm to go numb. The dragon vein sword immediately flew out of his hand and flew into the distance. However, even if Qin Feiyang slapped the sword body and not the sword blade, the sharpness of the top-grade divine artifact almost tore his arm apart. Purple gold dragon blood splattered across the sky. But for this, Qin Feiyang ignored it and raised his right foot. The divine power surged from the tip of his foot as he kicked Sima Yuan's lower abdomen. Oh! Sima Yuan immediately let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. His entire body was like a meteorite as he flew out horizontally. And that blood-stained face was filled with shock. He thought that he was crazy enough. However, he didn't expect that Qin Feiyang was even crazier than him. The Phoenix Divine Blade was not a top-grade divine artifact. With his cultivation of a small success war god, grabbing the Phoenix Divine Blade with his bare hands was actually not a big deal. But the Dragon Vein Sword was a true top-grade divine artifact. But this kid actually dared to use his hands to clash head-on with the Dragon Vein Sword. How could this young man be so terrifying? However, Qin Feiyang's expression did not change in the slightest. He consumed a healing pill, held the Phoenix Divine Blade, and used the walk formula to catch up to Sima Yuan in an instant. Taking advantage of the fact that Sima Yuan had not regained his senses, he mercilessly slashed out with his blade. Feeling that terrifying sharpness, Sima Yuan quivered and did not even stabilize his body. In an instant he used it to escape into the air. Crack! A thigh fell out of the void. Fresh blood dyed the sky. In the next moment, Sima Yuan appeared a few miles away. His face was pale and his right leg had disappeared. Obviously, the thigh from before was Sima Yuan's right leg. Qin Feiyang looked at Sima Yuan from afar and said indifferently, "Are you worthy of saying crazy in front of me?" Sima Yuan was silent. The Dragon Vein Sword broke through the air and floated in front of him. It gently swayed the sword body as if it was comforting him. "Thank you." Sima Yuan took a deep breath, raised his head to look at the Dragon Vein Sword, and a smile appeared on his face. A very sincere smile. This kind of smile might only appear when facing the demon ancestor, the Dragon Vein Sword, and Sima Kuan. Next, Sima Yuan grabbed the Dragon Vein Sword, consumed a regeneration pill, and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. "Originally, I wanted to use my methods to intimidate you, but I didn't expect that I would be intimidated by your methods instead." "Is it strange?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's not strange. After all, you are Qin Feiyang. However, the real battle has only just begun." Boom. Sima Yuan's momentum erupted, and he appeared in front of Qin Feiyang in just a blink of an eye. God force billowed out from his body as he slammed his palm into the void, attacking Qin Feiyang. The two immediately began to fight in the void. Whoosh! Teleportation continued to appear. Their figures could not be seen at all, and only the sound of the dragon vein sword and the dragon god technique colliding could be heard, as well as the blood of the gods. Young master, can you do it? In the distance, Zhao Tailai looked a little worried. Don't worry. Sima Yuan's strength is about the same as mine. Even when I used all my skills, I was not a match for Qin Feiyang. He is no exception. What's more, Qin Feiyang still has the Qilin armor. Instead of worrying about him, why don't we think about how to help the inner demons? The blood Qilin looked at the inner demons that were shrouded by the heavenly tribulation, and his eyes were filled with awe. This was awe for the heavenly might. Under the heavenly might, everything was an ant. When Zhao Tailai heard this, he asked suspiciously, can he help with the heavenly tribulation? Of course. Didn't I already say that when Emperor Hong's inner demons underwent the heavenly tribulation, Qin Yuan secretly helped? However, it requires a lot of strength. Even the few of us are not enough. The blood Qilin said, and there was a deep sense of powerlessness in his words. Qin Yuan? Zhao Tailai muttered to himself and transmitted his voice. Tang Hai, do you think Qin Yuan is powerful? Could he be watching us in the dark right now? Tang Hai's heart skipped a beat as he scanned the surrounding void. Zhao Tailai was speechless. What are you looking for? Even if he is here, we can't find him. Then let's wait and see. Tang Hai thought to himself. Boom. Clang. On the other side, the battle between Qin Feiyang and Sima Yuan had reached its climax. However, Qin Feiyang had always held the upper hand in the battle. Because when their strength was on par, speed would determine the outcome. After stepping into the war god realm, the Dao character formula was faster than teleportation. And after continuous exchanges, he slowly understood Sima Yuan's strength. He was confident. As long as there were no accidents, he would win. Crack. Accompanied by a loud noise, another heavenly tribulation blasted toward the inner demons. The inner demons' consciousness was shattered again. The heavenly tribulation was merciless. Wisps of consciousness were crazily destroyed. Looks like I can't continue fighting with this person. Qin Feiyang glanced at the inner demons worriedly. If he didn't think of a way quickly, the inner demons would definitely be doomed. Sima Yuan noticed the change in Qin Feiyang's expression and frowned slightly. Then he turned to look at the inner demons and was immediately furious. He shouted at Qin Feiyang, "How dare you be distracted when fighting with me? Unforgivable. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum Mobile Version Website. Chapter 1814. Clang. The furious Sima Yuan stepped forward, raising the dragon vein sword and slashing at Qin Feiyang. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent. While teleporting, he used the walk-word technique and appeared behind Sima Yuan. Sima Yuan didn't even think about it. The dragon vein sword turned in the air and slashed at Qin Feiyang. So fast. Qin Feiyang was surprised. One must know that he was not only teleporting but also using the walk-word technique. Logically speaking, Sima Yuan shouldn't have been able to react. Facing the dragon vein sword, he didn't use the divine phoenix blade to fight head-on. Instead, he chose to give Sima Yuan a fatal blow from the side. Swish. He once again used teleportation and the walk-word technique and appeared beside Sima Yuan in an instant. However, Sima Yuan seemed to have predicted his next move. The dragon vein sword was one step ahead of him. In other words, he crashed into the dragon vein sword. The tip of the sword pierced his heart. Purple gold dragon blood suddenly spurted out. That terrifying sharpness was aiming straight for his heart. In the nick of time, Qin Feiyang took a step back. The tip of the dragon vein sword left his heart and a blood arrow spurted out. Very surprised, right? Sima Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang. The dragon vein sword in his hand had drops of blood dripping from the tip of the sword. What's going on? Qin Feiyang frowned. Slowly experience it yourself. Sima Yuan laughed and once again launched a fierce attack on Qin Feiyang. The following situation was exactly the same as before. No matter how fast Qin Feiyang's speed was, Sima Yuan could always predict his next move in advance and counterattack in advance. Not long later, Qin Feiyang had more than a dozen swords on his body and was bleeding all over. How is this possible? Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai noticed Qin Feiyang's situation and their faces were full of disbelief. Young master was actually suppressed? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The two of them rubbed their eyes in disbelief and looked at Qin Feiyang again. Their hearts were suddenly filled with shock. He wasn't seeing things. It was indeed Sima Yuan who was suppressing the young master. Blood Kirin, what is going on? Why is Sima Yuan able to foresee young master's next move in advance? Zhao Tailai looked at the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin and Sima Yuan used to work together, so they knew why. This is because of Sima Yuan's fighting soul. His war god is not only capable of sensing potential dangers, it also possesses another heaven-defying ability. The Blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang and Sima Yuan. What ability? Zhao Tailai frowned. Predict the opponent's attack. For example, although Qin Feiyang's speed is faster than Sima Yuan's, his fighting soul can easily predict what Qin Feiyang will do next. That's why Qin Feiyang was suppressed. The Blood Qilin said. Isn't this equivalent to foreseeing the future? Zhao Tailai was bewildered. Foreseeing the future is too exaggerated. But it is undeniable that his ability is terrifying. Unless you have overwhelming strength or a speed that even his fighting soul cannot predict, he will be nibbled away sooner or later. The Blood Kirin said. Nibbled away? Zhao Tailai raised his eyebrows. Predicting the opponent's attack and injuring him bit by bit until he is finally killed. Isn't that nibbling away? The Blood Kirin said. When Zhao Tailai heard this, he quickly shouted, Young master, it is his fighting soul that is causing trouble. His fighting soul can predict your next move. You must be careful. I see. Qin Feiyang mumbled. So what if I know? Can you be so fast that even my fighting soul cannot predict your next move? Sima Yuan sneered. Qin Feiyang said, This is already my top speed. If this is your top speed, then you will never be able to break through my fighting soul's ability. Sima Yuan sneered and struck Qin Feiyang with his sword, leaving a ghastly wound on his body. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the wound. He shook his head and smiled. Zhuge Mingyang's fighting soul can be said to be heaven-defying. Your fighting soul is also heaven-defying. None of the demon ancestors' subordinates are weak. It's good that you know. Sima Yuan said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Didn't the imperial tutor tell you not to activate your fighting soul in front of me? Sima Yuan was stunned. He suddenly thought of something and said, Could it be the Emperor Prison's ability to strip away one's consciousness and another gifted superpower, the Eye of Heaven? Qin Feiyang did not say a word. The purple gold dragon soul roared out. Sima Yuan's eyes narrowed and he quickly retreated without hesitation. This was because when Qin Feiyang had activated the purple gold dragon soul, his fighting soul had predicted that Qin Feiyang would activate the Emperor Prison again. If it was any other attack, he would counterattack in advance. However, he could only avoid the Emperor Prison. This was because the Emperor Prison's current ability was to imprison one's body and strip away one's consciousness. As long as he was enveloped by the Emperor Prison, regardless of whether he had predicted it or not, he would not be able to avoid the fate of being imprisoned and stripped of his consciousness. Therefore, he could only escape and leave the range of the Emperor Prison. Aren't you very conceited? Why don't you try the new ability of the Emperor Prison? Qin Feiyang mocked. Do you think I'm stupid? Although I'm curious about the ability to strip away one's consciousness, I'm not stupid enough to risk my life. Sima Yuan sneered. Smart. If you didn't dodge, you would have become a corpse now. But it doesn't matter. Because my speed is faster than yours. Qin Feiyang smiled. Divine light surged under his feet and he flew towards Sima Yuan like lightning. Sima Yuan stared at Qin Feiyang without moving. Indeed, Qin Feiyang was faster than him. No matter how he escaped, he would be caught up sooner or later. Therefore, instead of doing something that would lose his dignity and be meaningless, he might as well face it head-on. Boom. Suddenly, he moved. The dragon vein sword shone brightly. He took the initiative to rush into the Emperor Prison. Immediately he was imprisoned in the void and his mind went blank. Qin Feiyang naturally would not let go of the opportunity. The divine phoenix blade was fully recovered. Accompanied by an ear-piercing phoenix cry, a huge fire phoenix roared and pounced towards Sima Yuan. The fire phoenix roared in front of Sima Yuan and Sima Yuan finally regained his consciousness. However, it was obviously too late to dodge or counterattack. Even his fighting soul could not predict what would happen. At that moment, the fire phoenix crashed into Sima Yuan's body. Sima Yuan spurted out blood and his skin was lacerated. His bones were clearly visible. However, this attack did not end Sima Yuan's life, but only seriously injured him. Qin Feiyang did not take advantage of the victory to pursue. Looking up at the purple gold dragon soul, he shouted, Eye of Heaven open! In the sky, the forehead of the purple gold dragon soul suddenly split open. Purple gold divine light illuminated the world. Very soon, a third eye appeared. An invisible mysterious force immediately pounced towards Sima Yuan. In the next moment, a heart also appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. It was Sima Yuan's fighting soul, the heart of induction. This is real. Sima Yuan looked at the heart of induction, then looked up at the eye of heaven in the forehead of the purple gold dragon soul. He wiped the blood off his face, his eyes full of shock. Regarding the eye of heaven, the imperial tutor had indeed told him. But he had never believed it, because this kind of fighting soul was too rare. Moreover, the purple gold dragon soul already had the emperor prison. How could it activate another innate ability? However, he did not expect it to be true. At this moment, his heart could not calm down. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? Let me try. How powerful is the ability of the heart of induction? Qin Feiyang muttered as the heart of induction entered his body. Immediately, he felt that everything around him seemed to have become somewhat different from before. It was very quiet, very ethereal. It was as if at this moment he was the only one standing between heaven and earth. Moreover, his body and mind also had an inexplicable sublimation. Whether it was his perception or his reaction ability, it seemed to be stronger than before. Swish! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang used the walkward technique and rushed towards Sima Yuan. Sima Yuan roared and actually forcefully broke free from the shackles of the emperor prison. Holding the dragon vein sword, he slashed towards Qin Feiyang. Just as Sima Yuan broke free from the shackles of the emperor prison, Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly throbbed. Following closely, he seemed to have seen the future. He could clearly see what Sima Yuan was going to do and what methods he was going to use. Is this the ability of the heart of induction? It is indeed heaven-defying. Only after experiencing this ability personally did he know how terrifying it was. It was no exaggeration to say that with this ability, he could be in an invincible position. Let me enjoy this feeling. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. Instead of retreating, he moved forward. With a thought, the divine dragon seal flew out and blasted towards the dragon vein sword. Boom! Clang! The collision of the divine technique and the divine artifact caused the world to rumble. At this moment, both of them could predict each other's next move. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched, and neither had the upper hand. However, whether it was Zhao Tailai, the Blood Qilin, or Sima Yuan himself, they all knew that the winner of this battle would definitely be Qin Feiyang. Because they could predict each other's next move, Qin Feiyang, who had an absolute advantage in speed, would be even more powerful. At this moment, the inner demons also ushered in the 50th tribulation. Half of his consciousness had already been obliterated by the tribulation. However, there was an unyielding look in his eyes. No matter how terrifying the tribulation was, he was determined to condense a physical body. In the sky above a certain mountain, a man and a beast were suspended in the void. It was Qin Yuan and the snow python. In the void in front of them there were two images. One was the image of the inner demons transcending the tribulation. The other image showed the battle between Qin Feiyang and Sima Yuan. I didn't expect that kid to become so strong after a trip to the divine site. The snow python looked at Qin Feiyang, who was fighting with Sima Yuan, in disbelief. Yes. No one in the world can match the speed of his growth. It won't be long before he catches up with us. Qin Yuan chuckled, his old face full of admiration and gratification. Chapter 18:15. Catch up with us. The snow python lowered its head and muttered to itself. There was a touch of melancholy on its face. Qin Yuan looked at the snow python and sighed. Are you still brooding over your cultivation? Guardian, what a joke. Only you would foolishly run over here to become a guardian. The snow python looked at Qin Yuan mockingly. If I didn't become a guardian, the Qin clan would have been destroyed by the demon ancestor. Although the price of becoming a guardian isn't small, it's worth it. Qin Yuan smiled. That's a reasonable thing to say. The snow python sneered and said, but do you really not regret it? The choice was made by myself. Why should I regret it? Take it easy and let nature take its course. Qin Yuan said. Let nature take its course? Humph. Don't make it sound so nice. After a while, I can guarantee that you'll be like me. The snow python snorted and looked at the image in the sky again. Maybe. Qin Yuan murmured. The snow python glared at Qin Yuan and shouted, don't talk anymore. Hearing your tone makes me angry. Qin Yuan chuckled. The snow python glared at him and looked at the inner demons. Don't you want to help him? With his ability, it's impossible for him to survive the 99 heavenly tribulations. You want me to help him? Qin Yuan asked with a smile. Oh. The snow python smiled. That's right. If you want to interfere with me, you might as well not do anything. Whether he can survive the heavenly tribulations will depend on his luck. Qin Yuan smiled faintly. Demon Dragon Island. The heavenly tribulations continued to fall, not giving the inner demons a chance to breathe. On the other side, Sima Yuan was also completely suppressed by Qin Feiyang. The battle between the two had reached a critical point. At the same time, Demon City, inside the space divine item. The black-haired old man was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. Most of the flesh on his chest had disappeared and blood was flowing. Naturally, Yan Wei had sliced off the flesh and blood that had disappeared with his saber. I really didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You're obviously scared to death, but you've persisted until now. But why do you have to do this? If I tell you, not only will I be spared from physical pain, I will also be able to save my life. Isn't that great? Jiang Jingyi stood aside and smiled at the black-haired elder. You've already tortured me to this extent, and you still want me to speak? How naive, how laughable. The black-haired old man's face was filled with mockery. All right, let's see how long you can last. Jiang Jingyi smiled and turned to Yan Wei saying, Brother Yan, give him a hard time. Yan Wei's injuries were more or less healed, and he had also regained his true appearance. Hearing Jiang Jingyi's words, he grinned, grabbed the dagger, and walked to the black-haired old man's head. The black-haired old man looked at him with disdain. Being skinned alive isn't that scary, but I wonder if you've ever tasted the feeling of having your head forcibly pried open and your brain dug out? Yan Wei said. Hearing this, the black-haired old man could not help but feel his scalp go numb. I've never tried it before. Since there's such a good opportunity today, I might as well give it a try. Yan Wei grinned and grabbed the black-haired old man's hair, and the dagger in his hand was about to fall. Wait, wait, wait. The black-haired old man hurriedly shouted. Yan Wei and Jiang Jingyi looked at each other, and a smile crept onto their faces. They thought that he was tough, but it turned out that he was just SOSO. The black-haired old man asked, If I tell you, will you really let me go? Jiang Jingyi said, As long as you don't play any tricks, we'll let you go. Words are not proof. The black-haired old man said in a deep voice. Jiang Jingyi said, I swear in the name of my son, if I lie to you, my son will die without a burial place. Yan Wei was stunned and he looked up at Jiang Jingyi. If he remembered correctly, this person did not seem to have a son. Jiang Jingyi chuckled and looked at the black-haired old man. In this world, no one dares to swear in their own son. You should believe me now. The black-haired old man sized Jiang Jingyi up for a moment and said, All right, I'll tell you. The demonic pagoda is in a valley in front. Valley? Jiang Jingyi was stunned and said, How far is it? Not far. At most half an hour's journey. The black-haired old man said. Half an hour's journey? Jiang Jingyi frowned, pondered for a moment and said, These few years I've searched almost everywhere outside the city. Since it's so close, why didn't I find it before? Because the demonic pagoda is under the valley, and it's fused with the hidden soul stone. The black-haired old man said. I see. Jiang Jingyi nodded in realization and then said, The specific location and location. Southwest. That valley is also very easy to find. Because there's a huge lake beside the valley. As for the entrance of the demonic pagoda, after entering the valley, find a rock with a sword mark on the left cliff, then press on the rock and the entrance will automatically open. The black-haired old man said. So secretive. Jiang Jingyi murmured, then looked at the black-haired old man and said with a smile, Thank you very much. No need to thank me, let me go immediately. The black-haired old man said coldly. There was a hint of murderous intent in the depths of his eyes. So what if you know the entrance? When I'm free, I'll immediately report this to Lord Sima Kuan. By then, none of you will be able to escape. That was what he thought in his heart. However, Jiang Jingyi did not let him go. Yan Wei also slowly got up and put away his dagger. His face was full of mockery. You. Seeing this, the black-haired old man felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Jiang Jingyi raised his arm and pointed his index finger at the black-haired old man's forehead, and wisps of false god force appeared on his fingertip. Bastard, you lied to me? The black-haired old man roared. Yes, I lied to you. Jiang Jingyi nodded. The black-haired old man shouted in panic, Aren't you afraid that the oath will come true? No. Because I don't have a son. Jiang Jingyi grinned. Hearing this, the black-haired old man's blood-stained face turned green and red. What was the most unreliable thing in the world? Wasn't it these absurd oaths? How could he believe this person's words? How foolish. Remember to be smarter in your next life. Jianghu smiled, and the false god force flew out and entered the black-haired old man's forehead. The black-haired old man's head exploded like a watermelon. Yan Wei looked at this scene without any sympathy in his eyes. Not only this person but all the demon ancestors' underlings should be killed. Yan Wei retracted his gaze and looked at Jianghu asking, "What do we do next?" Jianghu said, "I'll disguise myself as this person and send you to the demon tower." "What about the matriarch? Should we inform her first?" Yan Wei said. Jianghu pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Let's hide it from her for now because we don't know what will happen after entering the demon tower." "All right. So that she won't worry." Yan Wei nodded. Demon Dragon Island. At this moment, Sima Yuan's heart was on the verge of collapse. Because no matter what he did, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn the situation around. Qin Feiyang became more and more courageous as he fought. And he was getting more and more miserable. After so many years, he had never felt such a sense of defeat. His strength was already strong enough. He had the cultivation of a low-level war god. He had a heaven-defying battle soul. And a supreme-grade divine artifact, Dragon Vein Sword. However, before Qin Feiyang all of this was useless. It was simply useless. What should he do? Was he really going to die here today? Death he wasn't afraid. But he couldn't bear to part with the man who was like a father, and he was even more willing to part with his younger brother who had always been with him. Your heart is in chaos, and the outcome of this battle is already decided. Qin Feiyang's blade slashed towards Sima Yuan's left shoulder. Crack. His arm was immediately broken. Sima Yuan endured the pain and retreated. Looking at Qin Feiyang who was standing in the opposite void, a sense of despair rose in his heart. Was this the strength of this child? Just 1/3 of his strength was already so terrifying. If he exerted all of his strength, how strong would he be? Would Lord Demon Ancestor and his younger brother be his opponent? At this moment, he couldn't help but start to doubt. Perhaps this child's strength might have already surpassed Lord Demon Ancestor. When Lord Demon Ancestor fought with him, wouldn't Lord Demon Ancestor also die? No. Lord Demon Ancestor must not die. His Excellency is my second parent, and we brothers owe him a great debt of gratitude. No matter what, I have to protect him. That's right. No matter what, I can't let this child fight with Lord Demon Ancestor, and I can't let the inner demons successfully pass the tribulation. Thinking of this, Sima Yuan laughed loudly. And? Qin Feiyang frowned. Qin Feiyang, you are the most terrifying young man I have ever seen in my life. I really admire you. I even have an impulse to sit face to face with you, drink and talk about life. Unfortunately, you and I are in different positions. It will never be realized. Although it is a pity, it is also an unchangeable fact. Since it can't be changed, then let me end all of this. For Lord Demon Ancestor, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Today you must die here. At first, Sima Yuan was smiling and sighing with emotion, but when he reached the last sentence, his tone suddenly changed and was filled with a shocking sharpness. And in his expression, there was a hint of ruthlessness and madness. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang immediately realized that something was wrong. Because in the past he had seen countless of such eyes. And without exception, those who had such eyes all self-destructed in the end. In other words, Sima Yuan was going to self-destruct and perish together with him. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Qin Feiyang angrily roared as he used the teleportation technique to rush towards Sima Yuan like lightning. In the past, when so many people self-destructed, his heart did not waver at all. But now, seeing Sima Yuan self-destruct, he was incomparably angry and heartbroken. A person like Lord Demon Ancestor was not worthy of anyone dying for him. Whether it is worth it or not, I know. Sima Yuan whispered as a destructive aura rushed out of his body, causing the world to tremble. In the distance, the Blood Qilin, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai also changed their expressions. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1816. The self-destruction of a false god was already shocking enough. Not to mention a war god, a lesser-level war god. If Sima Yuan successfully self-destructed, not to mention them, even the inner demons wouldn't be able to survive. He had to stop Sima Yuan. This isn't loyalty, it's blind loyalty. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. Whether it's loyalty or blind loyalty, as long as I have a clear conscience, it's fine. Don't try to persuade me anymore. It's meaningless. Think about how to escape and save your companions and the inner demons. Sima Yuan retreated while looking at Qin Feiyang. That destructive aura became more and more terrifying. He retreated because Qin Feiyang's speed was too fast. If he stood there and didn't move, Qin Feiyang would definitely be able to rush over in time to stop him from self-destructing. Shua. Qin Feiyang stopped when he heard this. He also understood the reason why Sima Yuan retreated. He also knew that Sima Yuan was determined to self-destruct. He wasn't afraid of Sima Yuan's self-destruction, because he could enter the castle or the Black Tortoise realm at any time. However, he couldn't sit back and do nothing about Zhao Tailai and the others. However, it was too late to turn back and save them. What's wrong? You've already given up? You can enter the Black Tortoise realm and the castle. Why must you stay outside? For the blood Kirin? For the inner demons? For friends? Now I want to ask you, is it worth it for you to do this? Sima Yuan said. As you said, whether it's worth it or not, I know. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. It seems that our personalities are quite compatible. With you as my companion, I'm very satisfied. Sima Yuan also smiled. No. I won't die and you won't self-destruct. Qin Feiyang shook his head. So confident? Sima Yuan was stunned and laughed. Then let me see, what methods do you have to stop me from self-destructing? Finished? With a flick of his hand, he threw out the dragon vein sword and shouted, quickly return to Lord's side. Blood Kirin, quickly seize the dragon vein sword. Zhao Tailai's spirits lifted as he shouted. Are you kidding me? The blood Kirin shouted angrily. If he wanted to snatch the dragon vein sword, he had to go through Sima Yuan. Wasn't that just courting death? Believe in young master. If he says he won't let Sima Yuan self-destruct, then Sima Yuan definitely won't succeed in self-destructing. Zhao Tailai said anxiously. If he was strong enough, why would he need the blood Kirin? He had already caught up with them. The blood Kirin was shocked. His lips twitched and he said, do you trust Qin Feiyang that much? Zhao Tailai nodded. Lunatic. What a bunch of lunatics. The blood Kirin roared and teleported toward the dragon tattoo sword. The way he saw it, it was simply impossible for Qin Feiyang to stop Sima Yuan from self-detonating. But there was no other way. After all, its life was in the hands of Qin Feiyang. In the blink of an eye, seeing the blood Kirin fearlessly chase after the dragon vein sword, Sima Yuan's brow furrowed. He shouted, you will all go to hell with me. Boom. The destructive aura suddenly soared to an even more terrifying level. It was at this moment. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and waved it gently. With a gentle wave, a blood-red flash appeared. It tore through the sky at an extremely shocking speed and disappeared into Sima Yuan's chi-si. Blood immediately splattered into the sky. Immediately after. Sima Yuan screamed in pain as a fist-sized bloody hole appeared on his lower abdomen, penetrating from the front to the back. The destructive aura also dissipated. The blood Kirin's eyes widened as he looked at Sima Yuan in disbelief and continued to chase after the dragon vein sword. But in his heart he was extremely shocked. He had actually stopped Sima Yuan's self-detonation. But what had happened before that? That blood-red flash was too fast, like a flash in the pan. Not to mention the blood Kirin, who was focused on the dragon vein sword. Even Sima Yuan, who was facing Qin Feiyang, did not notice what it was. He only saw the flash of light and his chi-si was destroyed. With his chi-si destroyed, his cultivation disappeared instantly. Sima Yuan also fell to the ground powerlessly. Like the blood Kirin, his heart was filled with disbelief. What was going on? What exactly was that scarlet streak of light? Bang. Amidst the endless doubts, Sima Yuan fell to the ground with a loud bang. Although his cultivation was destroyed, he still had a divine body. The moment he fell, the ground within a radius of hundreds of miles suddenly sank, forming a huge crater. And Sima Yuan did not die. He lay in the deep crater and looked at Qin Feiyang in the sky. He could not help but smile bitterly. Was this kid's strength already so strong? Even he, a low-level war god, could not self-detonate if he wanted to? Lord Demon Ancestor, I'm sorry. I'm incompetent. At the same time, in the distance, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although they believed that Qin Feiyang could definitely stop Sima Yuan, they were more or less nervous in the face of a low-level wargod self-detonation. But now the crisis was finally over. Zhao Tailai said, Old Tang, the blood Kirin should not be able to subdue the dragon vein sword by itself. Quickly go and help. Okay. Tang Hai nodded and chased after the blood Kirin. Tang Hai, you stay here and watch Sima Yuan. I'll go and help. Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded. Tang Hai was slightly surprised. He rushed to Qin Feiyang's side and frowned. Why don't you just kill them? Qin Feiyang smiled. He teleported and used the Dao word art to chase after the Blood Kirin and the Dragon Vein Sword. He saw the Blood Kirin and the Dragon Vein Sword. The sword and the beast were fighting in the void. The Blood Kirin had even activated its true divine body. Even so, it was powerless against the supreme-grade divine artifact, the Dragon Vein Sword. Seeing Qin Feiyang rush over, the Blood Kirin's spirit was lifted. It shouted, "Why aren't you surrendering? Do you want to be destroyed by Qin Feiyang?" The Dragon Vein Sword trembled, and a wave of fear came from it. Qin Feiyang's strength had not only shocked Sima Yuan and the Blood Kirin, but also the Dragon Vein Sword. Shua. Qin Feiyang rushed in front of the Blood Kirin. He looked at the Dragon Vein Sword and said, "I don't want to talk nonsense. Surrender or be destroyed. Choose." Facing Qin Feiyang, who was so close, the Dragon Vein Sword panicked even more. The Blood Kirin shouted, "The Kirin armor has surrendered. If you don't surrender, only death awaits you." Every supreme-grade divine artifact was very precious. To be honest, if Qin Feiyang really destroyed the Dragon Vein Sword, it would be a bit reluctant. The Dragon Vein Sword buzzed and trembled as if it was struggling. After a while, it released a wave of helpless emotions. Then it flew in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. "At least you know what's good for you." Qin Feiyang released his divine will and entered the Dragon Vein Sword. He quickly found the blood contract. The Blood Kirin said, "The owner of the Dragon Vein Sword is Sima Yuan, not the Demon Alpha." Qin Feiyang was surprised. Whether it was the Sky Demon flag or the Kirin armor, their owner was the Demon Alpha. But the owner of the Dragon Vein Sword was actually Sima Yuan. It seemed that the Demon Alpha's trust in this person was indeed extraordinary. However, the owner of the Dragon Vein Sword was Sima Yuan, so erasing the blood contract inside was not as difficult as erasing the Kirin armor. Because Sima Yuan's cultivation had been crippled. The most important thing was that even if he erased the Dragon Vein Sword's blood contract, it would not alarm the Demon Alpha. Divine power poured into the Dragon Vein Sword and easily erased the blood contract. Next, he quickly cut his finger and dripped blood to recognize it as his master. This way he would obtain another supreme-grade divine artifact. At the bottom of the pit. When Qin Feiyang erased the Dragon Vein Sword's blood contract, Sima Yuan spat out another mouthful of blood. His blood-stained face was filled with grief, because it was obvious that the Dragon Vein Sword had fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. Sima Yuan looked at Tang Hai, who was standing at the side without moving or saying a word, and said, "You are the Hall Master of the Nether Hall, Tang Hai?" Tang Hai looked at him and nodded. "You didn't follow the wrong person. Qin Feiyang will definitely become the ruler of this continent in the future. And you will also follow him and be respected by the world and enjoy supreme glory." Sima Yuan said with a smile, a trace of envy in his eyes. Although he had followed the Demon Alpha and obtained great strength and unparalleled status, in the eyes of the world, there was only disgust and hatred for him. But Qin Feiyang was different. Qin Feiyang stood above benevolence and righteousness, the embodiment of benevolence and righteousness. In the near future, people would definitely worship him like a god. This was the difference. You don't have to envy us. As long as you turn back now and follow the young master to suppress the Demon Alpha, you will also be respected in the future. Tang Hai said coldly. You are also a war god, so you should understand that sometimes, once you take the first step, you will never be able to turn back. Sima Yuan shook his head and smiled. He looked at Tang Hai and said, "Can I ask you for a favor?" "Speak." Tang Hai said. "Tell Qin Feiyang that if possible, give my brother, Sima Kuan, a way out. In this world, I only have him as my family, and I don't want him to be like me. Please." Sima Yuan said sincerely. Tang Hai frowned and said, "Are these your last words?" Sima Yuan got up and smiled at Tang Hai, saying, "Give me the dagger in your hand." Tang Hai said, "I won't give it to you because the young master hasn't said that he wants you to die. You are his subordinate, so you should understand his character. The reason why he didn't kill me just now is because he wants me to submit. But I can't submit. Even if he doesn't kill me, I will continue to find opportunities to perish together with him. I think, as the person he trusts the most, you don't want me to become a threat to him." Sima Yuan said. Tang Hai was silent. Sima Yuan smiled, "Give it to me, death is the best ending for me." Tang Hai took a deep breath and handed the dagger over. "Thank you." Sima Yuan smiled gratefully and looked at the ground with nostalgia. Without hesitation he grabbed the dagger and slashed his neck. Blood gushed out. Then, Sima Yuan slowly fell down, and his life fluctuations quickly dissipated. Tang Hai waved his hand and the dagger fell into his hand. He looked at Sima Yuan's face and murmured, "You are a respectable opponent." Then he retracted his gaze and turned to look at the inner demons. Chapter 1817. Whoosh. After a while, Qin Feiyang and the blood Kirin arrived. When they saw Sima Yuan lying in a pool of blood, Qin Feiyang immediately looked at Tang Hai and asked, "What happened?" "He committed suicide," Tang Hai said. "Suicide?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the dagger in Tang Hai's hand and then at the wound on Sima Yuan's neck. He could not help but sigh. Tang Hai said, "Did you not suspect that I killed him and only said that he committed suicide?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Tang Hai and waved his hand. The soil under his feet churned and quickly swallowed Sima Yuan's body. Then, he used teleportation and landed next to Zhao Tailai. He looked up at the inner demons. Tang Hai and the blood Kirin followed closely behind. Zhao Tailai asked, "Young master, did you subdue the dragon vein sword?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's great. Not only did you get the Kirin armor, but you also got the dragon vein sword. Your strength has skyrocketed." Zhao Tailai said excitedly. Qin Feiyang said, "Although you have 2 more supreme-grade artifacts, they are not very useful against the Demon Lord." "That's right. The Demon Lord has a heaven-defying artifact. No matter how many supreme-grade artifacts there are, they are just scrap metal." The blood Kirin said. Hearing the blood Kirin's words, Zhao Tailai's joy disappeared. The blood Kirin rolled its eyes and went on to say, "But using a top-class weapon to deal with others should be no problem. You just want the young master to return the Kirin armor to you. You're still beating around the bush. Aren't you being hypocritical?" Zhao Tailai rolled his eyes. The blood Kirin laughed and glanced at Qin Feiyang. However, it found that Qin Feiyang did not seem to hear it. He did not even look at it. It could not help but feel discouraged. Boom. Another heavenly tribulation descended. The inner demons were already a candle in the wind. The situation was worrying. Qin Feiyang said, "Which tribulation is this?" 79th. Zhao Tailai said. "There are still 20 heavenly tribulations left," Qin Feiyang murmured. He clasped his hands together and murmured, "You must survive, please." Tang Hai suddenly withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Before Sima Yuan committed suicide, he asked me to tell you that if possible, spare his younger brother, Sima Kuan." "Let Sima Kuan go," Qin Feiyang mumbled and shook his head. "Impossible. If not for Jiang Jingyi, Yan Wei might have already died at Sima Kuan's hands. As for the rest, he could choose to forgive. But if he dared to harm Yan Wei, then he must be killed." Tang Hai was not surprised by this answer at all. This was because when the Imperial Preceptor cut Yan Wei alive, Sima Yuan and the Imperial Preceptor's fate had already been decided. Zhao Tailai suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Young master, do you think Jiang Jingyi and Yan Wei will take the opportunity to rescue the Mermaid Princess and Lin Yi in Magic City?" "Lin Yi, Mermaid Palace Master." Hearing Zhao Tailai's words, the blood Kirin's gaze suddenly trembled slightly. However, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 did not notice this abnormality. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "To be honest, I don't want them to do this because it is too dangerous. Of course, if there is a chance, it would be best to rescue them." Zhao Tailai nodded. "Hey, Qin Feiyang." Just when Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai looked at the inner demons again, the blood Kirin's voice suddenly sounded. Moreover, it had a deep tone. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He retracted his gaze and looked at the blood Kirin suspiciously. "How much do you know about Lin Yi and Mermaid Princess?" The blood Kirin pondered for a while and asked. "Of course I know about them. Why do you suddenly ask?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Do you really know about them?" The blood Kirin murmured, "Do you know why the Demon Alpha likes them?" Qin Feiyang said, "Because they are the most important people around me. The Demon Alpha wants to use them to threaten me." "This is just one of the reasons," the blood Kirin said. "There are other reasons?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "It seems that you don't actually know about these 2 women." The blood Kirin sighed. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The blood Kirin glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "The reason why the Demon Alpha likes them is because of their war souls." When mentioning Lin Yi and Mermaid Princess war souls, the blood Kirin's eyes were filled with deep awe. It seemed to be very afraid. War souls? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The memory that had been sealed for a long time slowly emerged. He really didn't know much about Lin Yi's war soul, but he had some impression of Mermaid Princess war soul. It seemed to be a vague golden figure, similar to the first Mermaid Emperor. Wait, I was wrong. To be exact, the demon Alpha is interested in their war soul's gifted powers. The Blood Kirin said. Gifted powers? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were also curious. What kind of gifted powers made the Blood Kirin so afraid and the demon Alpha so interested? The Blood Kirin said, their gifted powers are on the same level as all-seeing Eye, Eye of Nothingness and Eye of Heaven. This, Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. It is on the same level as all-seeing Eye. This is too surprising. Blood Kirin, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. Zhao Tailai urged. Lin Yi's war soul is Oblivion Eye. The Mermaid Palace Master's war soul is Eye of Life. The Blood Kirin said word by word. Oblivion Eye? Eye of Life. The three looked at each other. You guys really don't know anything. The Blood Kirin shook his head and then slowly said. At the same time. Magic City. In a valley. Two figures looked around as if they were looking for something. That's right. The two were Jiang Jingyi and Yan Wei. Jiang Jingyi had already disguised himself as the black-haired old man. Whether it was his words, actions, aura or temperament, they were almost exactly the same. All of a sudden Yan Wei pointed at a rock wall and whispered, Brother Jiang, look, isn't that a sword mark? Jiang Jingyi looked in the direction that Yan Wei pointed and saw a few inconspicuous marks on the rock. The two walked closer to take a look. Those were the sword marks left by a sharp sword. Jiang Jingyi raised his arm, placed it on the sword mark and pressed slightly. Kacha. Cracks immediately appeared on the rock that was originally a single entity. Seeing that there was hope, Jiang Jingyi pressed harder. He pressed on the rock and immediately sank deeper. Crack. At that moment, with a faint sound, the ground in the middle of the valley slowly cracked open. Jiang Jingyi and Yan Wei looked at each other and quickly ran over. Under the cracked ground, they saw an ancient stone staircase. The stone staircase was dark and was more than 2 meters wide. It was at a 45-degree angle and slanted downward. Without a doubt, this was the entrance to the Demon Tower. Jiang Jingyi looked at the stone staircase and turned to Yan Wei. He smiled and said, Brother Yan, I'll have to trouble you. Yan Wei said, I'm not even afraid of being skinned alive. Why would I be afraid of trouble? Come at me. Jiang Jingyi immediately slapped Yan Wei's chest. Yan Wei immediately spat out blood and his face turned pale. Immediately after, Jiang Jingyi grabbed Yan Wei and rushed into the entrance. Under the stone staircase was a dark passage. There was no light at all and it was extremely dim. But whether it was Jiang Jingyi or Yan Wei, their cultivation was not weak now. Even without light they could see everything clearly. Phew. Jiang Jingyi looked up at the depths of the passage and let out a long breath. Then he stepped forward and walked into the depths of the passage. The passage was like a giant python, winding and winding, leading to the depths of the earth. About 10 breaths later, the two of them went deep into the ground. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared in front of them. Jiang Jingyi looked down at Yan Wei and said, If you see Emperor Qin and the others later, don't be impulsive. I know. Yan Wei said secretly. Jiang Jingyi sped up. So, he came to the exit of the passage. A huge underground square came into sight. The square was about 10,000 feet wide. The ground was inlaid with black stones as flat as a mirror. And in the middle of the square stood a tall stone tower. The stone tower had 9 floors. It was as black as ink, as if a demon beast was lurking there, emitting a chilling aura. That's the demon tower? Jiang Jingyi muttered in his heart and walked toward the stone tower. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger came from behind. His body stiffened and he slowly turned his head to take a look. He saw an old man with fiery red clothes standing behind him without him noticing. Seeing the old man, Jiang Jingyi's eyes trembled. He quickly turned to face the old man and bowed, Greetings, Lord Yan. So he's Lord Yan. Yan Wei also took the opportunity to look at the old man. Not only was the old man in a red robe, but his hair was also red. His old face looked extremely cold, giving people a great sense of danger. Lord Yan was silent. He looked at Jiang Jingyi and Yan Wei and suddenly released his aura. This aura was so strong that it almost made the two of them despair. It was a war god. What are you doing here? Don't you know that this is the forbidden area of Shanghai? Lord Yan stared at Jiang Jingyi and said. Jiang Jingyi trembled and quickly said, Lord, please forgive me. It was Lord Sima Kuan who asked me to come. Sima Kuan? Lord Yan raised his eyebrows and his cold expression softened. He said, Why did Sima Kuan ask you to come? Jiang Jingyi waved his hand and threw Yan Wei to the ground. He said, This man is Qin Feiyang's accomplice. He followed Zhuge Xingfeng into Shanghai not long ago and was caught by Lord Sima Kuan. Then Lord Sima Kuan asked me to bring him to the Demon Tower and hand him over to Lord Yen. Qin Feiyang's accomplice? The Flame King looked at Yen Wei in surprise and said, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? He's just a war god. How could Qin Feiyang let him infiltrate Shanghai? So what if he's a war god? Although an ant is small, there will be a time when it can defeat an elephant." Yen Wei snorted. Lord Yen was stunned. Lord Yen, don't underestimate him. Although he's weak, he's very stubborn. Back then in the Wind Moon Pavilion, when we captured him, Zhuge Xinyun used the punishment of cutting him alive. But guess what? Throughout the whole process he didn't even move his eyebrows. Jiang Jingyi said. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. M. Chapter 1818. Really? The Flame King was surprised. The taste of being skinned alive was not just a little scary, but there was actually someone who could withstand it? Absolutely. Jiang Jingyi nodded. Not bad. The Flame King looked at Yen Wei and nodded approvingly. Yen Wei sneered, "If you have any tricks, just come at me. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, but in the end, you will definitely suffer a fate worse than death." The Flame King smiled and looked at Jiang Jingyi, waving his hand. "All right, I'll take him, you can go now." "Yes." Jiang Jingyi replied respectfully and turned to enter the secret passage, leaving without looking back. However, after leaving the Flame King's sight, he immediately took out the jade pendant made of hidden soul stone and wore it around his neck. Then he went back the way he came and hid at the exit, secretly spying on the Flame King and Yen Wei. "What's your name?" "In the square." The Flame King looked down at Yen Wei and asked. Yen Wei got up, straightened his back and looked at the Flame King proudly. "I'm Yen Wei." "Master?" The Flame King muttered to himself and suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect a trash like you to be so arrogant, but don't worry, soon you will be lying in front of me like a dog. In your dreams." Yen Wei sneered. "Let's wait and see." The Flame King smirked and grabbed Yen Wei's neck, then dragged Yen Wei towards the Demon Pagoda. "What kind of tricks does this person have?" "In the dark." Jiang Jingyi frowned. Although he already knew about this person's existence in the Wind Moon Pavilion and knew what he looked like, he knew nothing about this person's tricks. So now, looking at the Flame King's confident look, he couldn't help but worry about Yen Wei. He also regretted letting Yen Wei take the risk. While Jiang Jingyi was upset, the Flame King dragged Yen Wei and walked to the gate of the Demon Pagoda. The gate was tightly shut. King Yen waved his hand and the door slowly opened. Jiang Jingyi's eyes flashed. He immediately entered the spatial divine object, took off the jade pendant, and placed it on the ground of the spatial divine object. As long as this soul concealment stone was placed on the ground, it could be used to isolate the search of divine sense. Immediately after, Jiang Jingyi waved his hand and an image appeared in the void in front of him. The Flame King dragged Yen Wei into the Demon Pagoda. Seeing this scene, Jiang Jingyi hurriedly controlled the spatial divine object and silently streaked across the sky, flashing into the Devil Pagoda. As soon as he entered the tower, a long and narrow corridor appeared on the screen. On both sides of the corridor, there was a stone door every 5 or 6 meters. Jiang Jingyi looked at the stone doors and frowned slightly. Were there prison cells behind these stone doors? He knew nothing about the Devil Pagoda. However, what was certain was that Qin Feiyang's grandfathers were definitely behind one of the stone doors. In the corridor, the Flame King dragged Yen Wei all the way to the end. There was also a stone door here. Rumble. The Flame King waved his hand, and the stone door slowly opened. Looking at the inside of the stone door, whether it was Yen Wei or Jiang Jingyi who was hiding in the spatial divine item, they were all extremely shocked. They originally thought that there would be prison cells behind the stone door. However, they didn't expect that it would be a cultivation room. After the Flame King entered the cultivation room, he threw Yen Wei on the ground and raised his head to look at the center of the cultivation room. The cultivation room wasn't big, it was about 300 feet in size. In the center of the cultivation room, there was an ancient futon. On the futon, a woman in white was sitting cross-legged. The woman was about 20 years old. She had an excellent figure. She was extremely beautiful. Her hair was like a waterfall, her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. She was like a fairy. However, this woman looked extremely cold, as if she was an emotionless person. How could it be her? When Yen Wei got up and raised his head to look at the woman, his body suddenly froze. In the spatial divine object, Jiang Jingyi looked at the woman in white in the image and he couldn't believe it. "Looking at your reaction, I can confirm that you are really Qin Feiyang's man." The Flame King looked down at Yen Wei and said jokingly. He then turned to look at the woman in white and cupped his fist. Greetings, Miss Yi. There was a hint of respect for the woman in white in his expression. And the woman in white nodded indifferently, then glanced at Yen Wei and asked, "Who is he?" The Flame King smiled and said, replying to Miss, "He is Qin Feiyang's accomplice. His name is Yen Wei. Qin Feiyang's accomplice is our enemy. You can just kill him. Why did you send him to me?" The woman in white frowned and was puzzled. Enemy? Yen Wei couldn't help it anymore. He yelled, "Lin Yi, what's wrong with you? Although you haven't seen me and don't know me, you know the young master. You and the young master are childhood sweethearts. How can you say that you are an enemy?" "That's right. The woman in front of me is Lin Yi." Yen Wei had never seen Lin Yi, but when he was with Qin Feiyang and others, he saw Lin Yi's image. Although Lin Yi was more mature than before over the years, her appearance did not change much. So, he could recognize her at a glance. Childhood sweethearts? But hearing Yen Wei's words, Lin Yi's face was full of disdain. She said coldly, "How can I be childhood sweethearts with Master's enemy? What the hell is going on?" Looking at Lin Yi's indifferent eyes full of hatred for Qin Feiyang, Yen Wei looked at the Flame King in confusion and said angrily, "It's a surprise, right? As I said just now, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." The Flame King sneered. Yen Wei glanced at the Flame King, then looked at Lin Yi and asked, "You really don't know Qin Feiyang? Don't you remember that when you were in Iron Bull Town?" "Shut up. I'll say it again. I have nothing to do with Qin Feiyang except hatred." Before Yen Wei finished speaking, Lin Yi spoke coldly. "Hatred?" Yen Wei was suspicious. "Why is there hatred?" The Flame King joked, "Because Miss Yi's parents, brothers and friends were all killed by Qin Feiyang." "Nonsense. Nonsense." Yen Wei was furious. Jianghu, who was in the spatial divine item, was furious. This was completely groundless. Yen Wei said anxiously, "Don't listen to the demon ancestor's nonsense. Young master, clang." Without waiting for Yen Wei to finish speaking, Lin Yi's eyes turned cold, and a 3-foot thin sword appeared. She grabbed the thin sword and placed it on Yen Wei's neck. Yen Wei couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. Without a doubt, if he dared to say another word, Lin Yi would definitely kill him mercilessly. However, why is this? Does Lin Yi really hate Qin Feiyang? Or is there another reason? Wait, did Lin Yi lose her memory? Yen Wei's eyes trembled slightly, staring at Lin Yi. His face was full of surprise. "In fact, you and I both understand the relationship between Lin Yi and Qin Feiyang. But now Lin Yi doesn't remember anything." The Flame King's voice suddenly sounded in Yen Wei's mind. She really lost her memory? Yen Wei was taken aback. Yes. She has forgotten all her previous memories. Now she only knows that she is the disciple of the demon ancestor. The Flame King transmitted his voice. Yen Wei said angrily, "Are you the one who erased her memory?" "No. She erased her past memories by herself." The Flame King secretly said. "Impossible." Yen Wei said flatly. "Back then, the demon ancestor deceived her to come to Magic City and gave her a divine art. This divine art is called Art of Indifference. It has the ability to defy the heavens." The Flame King secretly said. "Art of Indifference?" Yen Wei frowned. "Yes. Art of Indifference can make a person's talent skyrocket. Didn't you notice? Lin Yi now has the cultivation base of a pseudo-god." The Flame King transmitted his voice. "Pseudo-god?" Yen Wei looked up at Lin Yi and his body trembled suddenly. Sure enough, the aura that Lin Yi exuded now was that of a pseudo-god. Although Art of Indifference can defy the heavens, it also has a terrible side effect. That is, those who cultivate Art of Indifference will gradually forget everything in the past as their cultivation base improves. The Flame King secretly said. "Turns out to be like this." Yen Wei murmured. And Lin Yi lost all her memories when she broke through to the peak of 9-star combat Emperor realm. At that time, we told her that Qin Feiyang killed her family. It was the demon ancestor who saved her, accepted her as a disciple, and taught her cultivation. So now in her heart, there is only hatred for Qin Feiyang. The Flame King secretly laughed. Damn it, damn it. Yen Wei was furious and roared, "You can't even let a woman go. You bastards are really despicable." Haha. The Flame King laughed and transmitted his voice, "No one forced her at the beginning. She chose Art of Indifference by herself. How can you say that we are despicable? What a joke. If you didn't deceive her and lure her to Magic City, would she cultivate Art of Indifference without any precaution?" Yen Wei said angrily. "Now that you mention it, it does make sense. But it has already happened. What can you do? Wake her up? It will never be possible. Now she is the biggest weapon in our hands. Of course her weapon is used to deal with you. The Flame King laughed. But he was also transmitting his voice. After all, Lin Yi was right next to him. Although she had lost her past memories, her mind was fine, so he definitely couldn't let her hear these words. As for Yan Wei, the Flame King didn't care at all. Because Lin Yi wouldn't believe what Yan Wei said at all. This is a scam. Wake up, I beg you. Yan Wei looked at Lin Yi and shouted. Clang. Sure enough, as the Flame King expected, Lin Yi not only didn't believe it, but she also wanted to kill him. The thin sword that was pressed against Yan Wei's neck moved slightly, and a line of blood immediately appeared. Seeing this, the Flame King suddenly broke out in cold sweat and shouted, Miss Yi, you can't kill him now. What? Lin Yi asked. The Flame King said, Sima Kun asked someone to send him here. Obviously he wants to use him to deal with Qin Feiyang. You mean with the eyes of indifference? Lin Yi asked. Yes. The Flame King nodded. Lin Yi glanced at Yan Wei, then put away the thin sword. The Flame King wiped his cold sweat. Although Lin Yi was just a pawn, her position in the heart of the demon ancestor was higher than him, the god of war. Her status was even on par with Sima Kun and Sima Yuan. So for Lin Yi, he didn't dare to offend her at all. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 1819. Eyes of Oblivion? Yan Wei listened to the conversation between the two, and his eyes were full of surprise. Eyes of Oblivion is Ms. Yi's battle soul. King Yan looked at Yan Wei with a smile and said. He did not transmit his voice. What kind of battle soul? Yan Wei asked. The Eyes of Oblivion is the same as the Art of Oblivion. It makes people forget everything. King Yan said. Forget everything? Yan Wei was shocked. Yes. But there are differences between the two. The Art of Oblivion will only make the cultivator lose their memory bit by bit. But Ms. Yi's Eyes of Oblivion forcibly deprives others of their memory in an instant. And anyone who is deprived of their memory will listen to Ms. Yi's words. This is the Eyes of Oblivion. King Yan smiled. What? There is such a terrifying battle soul in the world? Yan Wei was shocked. Jiang Jingyi's face turned pale when he heard King Yan's words in the space artifact. He really didn't expect Lin Yi to awaken such a terrifying battle soul. For Lin Yi, neither Jiang Jingyi nor Qin Yuan paid much attention to her. Therefore, this was the first time they heard of it. Wait. Yan Wei suddenly asked, why haven't I heard the young master and the state preceptor mention this? Your young master doesn't know about this at all. Even in the entire spiritual state at that time, except for the mermaid princess who had a good relationship with Lin Yi, no one knew about it. Because since the Eyes of Oblivion was awakened, Lin Yi has never shown this battle soul in front of others because she also knows that this battle soul is quite terrifying. If it is spread out, it may cause a fatal disaster or attract some people with bad intentions. As for the state preceptor, of course, we also intended to hide it. After all, this is not a trivial matter. King Yan secretly said. These words naturally couldn't be heard by Lin Yi. Yan Wei frowned and said, since she is in the spiritual state and has never awakened the Eyes of Oblivion, how did you know? We didn't know at first either. At first, we only went to Lin Yi and the mermaid princess to deal with Qin Feiyang. But later, under our surveillance, we accidentally overheard her conversation with the mermaid princess. When we heard about their battle soul's innate divine powers, we were also quite shocked. Then we changed our plans. Using their thirst for power to lure them to demonic Dragon Island. The plan was also very successful. In the end, they all became our people. The Flame King transmitted his voice. The thirst for power? Yan Wei mumbled. There was no doubt about it. Whether it was Lin Yi or the mermaid princess, the reason why they desired strength was Qin Feiyang. They wanted to stay by Qin Feiyang's side and help Qin Feiyang. However, the fiend ancestor used this point of theirs to trick and manipulate them. Why was the human heart so sinister? Suddenly, Yan Wei realized another key point and frowned. Wait, what battle soul did the mermaid princess activate? Your young master has seen her battle soul. But your young master knows nothing about her battle soul's innate divine powers. Her innate divine powers is called the Eye of Life. Once the Eye of Life is activated, it can provide a steady stream of vitality to her companions. And it's not targeted at a single person but at a wide range. In other words, even if there are thousands of people, the Eye of Life can provide vitality at the same time. Even if the Sea of Qi is destroyed, it can be repaired instantly with the help of the Eye of Life. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as the mermaid princess is around, her companions have an immortal body. Tell me, isn't this innate divine powers terrifying? The Flame King secretly smiled proudly. Yen Wei was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that both Lin Yi and the mermaid princess had activated such terrifying innate divine powers. The Eye of Oblivion, the Eye of Life, these are simply heaven-defying existences. It's quite fun to talk about it. These two golden mountains originally belonged to your young master. No one can take them away. But what's the result? Your young master doesn't know how lucky he is. He wants to leave them in the spiritual state and doesn't care about them. Now he wants to benefit us. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The Flame King secretly said, his words full of sarcasm. It's not that the young master doesn't care about them. He just doesn't want them to take risks with him. Don't say that the young master doesn't know their innate divine powers. Even if he knows, the young master will do the same. An inhumane beast like you will never understand the young master's good intentions. Yen Wei said sternly. Ha! The Flame King laughed and said sarcastically, don't find excuses for his stupidity. In this world, only smart people can stand at the highest place and overlook the common people. Really? Then let's wait and see. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Will it be your demon ancestor or my young master? Yen Wei sneered again and again. Okay, let's wait and see. The Flame King's eyebrows were full of disdain. He turned to look at Lin Yi and said, Miss Yi, erase his memory. Wait, what about the mermaid princess? Did she also cultivate the art of indifference? Yen Wei hurriedly said. She didn't. But her memory has been deprived by Miss Yi. The Flame King said. What do you mean? Does it mean that after the memory is deprived by the Eye of Oblivion, the memory will disappear forever? Yen Wei was surprised. No. Lin Yi can return their memory to them. Or kill Lin Yi and their memory will be restored. But do you think Lin Yi will return their memory to them now? Then there is only one way left. Kill Lin Yi, but with our protection can you kill her? I'm guessing that even Qin Feiyang wouldn't be able to do this. The Flame King laughed secretly, revealing an expression as if victory was already in his hands. Yen Wei was silent. After a while, he glanced at Lin Yi and stared at the Flame King. Young master, you can't do it, but I can. Boom. A destructive aura suddenly rushed out of his body. Self-destruct. That's right. He chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Because the Flame King was a god of war, it was impossible for him to kill Lin Yi in front of the Flame King. Moreover, even if it was Lin Yi, he was not her opponent. So he could only use self-destruct, hoping to perish together with Lin Yi. If he did this, he might be blamed by Qin Feiyang, but he did not regret it. Because in his eyes, no matter what the relationship between Lin Yi and Qin Feiyang was, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Qin Feiyang was fine. But looking at Yen Wei's self-destruction, whether it was the Flame King or Lin Yi, they were not moved at all. Their expressions were full of indifference and disdain. One of them was a god of war and the other was a pseudo-god. Yen Wei, a mere war emperor, wanted to self-destruct in front of them. Wasn't this a fool's dream? However, just as the Flame King was about to make a move and destroy Yen Wei's Sea of Qi, an invisible force emerged, and Yen Wei immediately disappeared from their sight. The Flame King was taken aback. Lin Yi also frowned. Boom. The Flame King came back to his senses and immediately released his divine sense. But in the cultivation room he found nothing. What happened? The Flame King was surprised as he stepped out of the cultivation room. He looked at the empty corridor and the half-closed door of the demonic pagoda. He then waved his hand and the demonic pagoda's door closed with a loud bang. Following that, divine sense enveloped the entire first floor of the demon tower, but he still found nothing. Lin Yi also walked out of the cultivation room, stood next to the Flame King and asked, "Did you find it?" The Flame King shook his head. "It seems that they have escaped before you closed the demon tower's door." "But why didn't you close the demon tower's door when you came in before?" Lin Yi said angrily. The Flame King smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know that he has accomplices? Don't make excuses for your mistakes. I will report this matter to my master later." Lin Yi said, "Miss, don't. I will chase after them right away." The Flame King's face changed and said hurriedly, "Then why aren't you going?" Lin Yi shouted, Yes. The Flame King nodded repeatedly and opened the demon tower's door again. Divine sense enveloped all directions, searching while rushing toward the secret passage. What a useless waste. Lin Yi snorted coldly, turned around and returned to the cultivation room. She sat cross-legged on the futon and continued to meditate with her eyes closed. But the two did not know. Yan Wei and Jiang Jingyi did not leave. They were in the cultivation room at this moment. Inside the space divine item. Yan Wei glared at Jiang Jingyi and said, "Brother Jiang, what are you doing? What if your whereabouts are exposed? Don't worry, with the hidden soul stone they can't find us. But you are too impulsive. You actually self-destructed. Have you ever thought that your self-destruction can't kill Lin Yi at all? After all, she now has the cultivation of a pseudo-god." Jiang Jingyi said. "How can I not know? But what can I do? Do I just watch the demon ancestor use her to deal with the young master? You also know the young master's character. He definitely can't kill Lin Yi, so I might as well take the risk." Yan Wei sighed. Jiang Jingyi couldn't help but be absent-minded when he heard it. What kind of charm does Qin Feiyang have? He actually made this person so loyal that he even sacrificed his life? Have you ever thought that if Lin Yi really died under your self-destruction, Qin Feiyang might blame you? Jiang Jingyi asked calmly. "I thought about it, but it doesn't matter," Yan Wei said. "What a loyal and iron-blooded man." Jiang Jingyi sighed secretly. Yan Wei looked at Lin Yi in the picture, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said, "Now that the Flame King is not here, it is a good opportunity. Send me out quickly." "I have said that your self-destruction can't kill her. Why are you so stubborn? I also advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible because I can't do this. I want to keep you as a talent for Qin Feiyang." Jiang Jingyi snorted coldly. If such a loyal person were to sacrifice himself here, wouldn't it be a pity? Then what do you say? Yan Wei looked at him angrily. Chapter 1820. "I say, old Yan, why do you only want to flaunt your might? Didn't you notice that there is someone stronger than you standing in front of you?" Jiang Jingyi said angrily. "In front of me?" Yan Wei was taken aback for a moment and glanced around. "There is no one else here except me and Jiang Jingyi." "Wait, are you talking about yourself?" Suddenly, Yan Wei frowned and looked at Jiang Jingyi. "Yes. I am also a pseudo-god. My chances of killing Lin Yi are higher than yours." Jiang Jingyi looked at him helplessly. No. Yan Wei shook his head quickly. "Why not? Are you looking down on me?" Jiang Jingyi was displeased. No. You are one of the most respected elders of the young master. How can I let you take the risk? Moreover, Demon Ancestor likes Lin Yi so much. He must have left some life-saving means for her. Maybe Demon Ancestor's murderous intent is lurking in Lin Yi's body. It is even possible that the thin sword that Lin Yi took out before is a superb artifact. In other words, if you go out now, it is likely to be a dead end." Yan Wei said in a deep voice. "Turns out that you know it too. I thought you didn't know." Jiang Jingyi rolled his eyes at him. Yan Wei was stunned. "I don't really want to go out and kill Lin Yi. I just want you to stand from a bystander's point of view and see the current situation clearly." Jiang Jingyi sighed. "Turns out to be like this." Yan Wei suddenly realized and then smiled bitterly. This was the so-called, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player involved. When he wanted to self-destruct before, he didn't think about these problems at all. But when he heard Jiang Jingyi say that he wanted to go out and kill Lin Yi, his mind became clear. All the possibilities were instantly thought of. Although you were a little confused just now, it also reflects that you are a person who can do anything for others. A person like you is worth befriending. Jiang Jingyi smiled. Yan Wei smiled awkwardly and said, "But we still have to think of a solution. We have to ask Qin Feiyang about this. After all, he is the main character of this matter." Jiang Jingyi took out an image crystal and sent a message to Luo Qingzhu. Very soon, Luo Qingzhu's figure appeared. Jiang Jingyi said, "Qingzhu, go find Qin Feiyang immediately. Tell him we have something to discuss with him." Yan Wei added, "It's about Lin Yi and the Mermaid Princess." "Lin Yi? Mermaid Princess?" Luo Qingzhu was stunned and asked, "Are you talking about their battle souls? How did you know?" Jiang Jingyi and Yan Wei were surprised. Luo Qingzhu said, "The Blood Kirin told Qin Feiyang about this." Jiang Jingyi asked, "Then what does he think?" "He guessed that you must have sent us a message, so he asked me to tell you not to be impulsive. Just monitor the situation in Demon Capital." As for Lin Yi and the Mermaid Princess, when Luo Qingzhu said this, her expression suddenly became extremely melancholy. "What's wrong?" Jiang Jingyi and Luo Qingzhu looked at each other and looked at Luo Qingzhu suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said that if he really wants to kill the Mermaid Princess and Lin Yi, he will do it personally. Luo Qingzhu sighed. Jiang Jingyi and Luo Qingzhu's eyes trembled. Killing Lin Yi and Luo Qingzhu with his own hands was probably more painful than death for Qin Feiyang. In fact, we all know that he is reluctant to do so. But for the overall situation, for the sake of the common people, I think he will definitely be ruthless. Luo Qingzhu said. Jiang Jingyi and Luo Qingzhu nodded. Yan Wei exhaled and said, "Well, if there is any news, we will pass it to you as soon as possible." Luo Qingzhu nodded and exhorted, "You must protect yourself. In addition, according to our guess, now that your whereabouts are exposed, the demon ancestor should move to demon capital." Jiang Jingyi and Luo Qingzhu looked at each other, and there was a trace of anxiety on their faces. They hadn't thought of this before. In other words, they had already alerted the enemy. "Don't worry, don't blame yourself, and don't take the risk to inquire," Luo Qingzhu said. "What if the demon ancestor really moves to demon capital?" Yan Wei frowned. "Let nature take its course," Luo Qingzhu said. Sigh. Jiang Jingyi and Yan Wei sighed, and the phantoms quickly dissipated. Luo Qingzhu also put away the image crystal and sighed, "I really hope that the final outcome will not be too cruel." Everyone knew the position of Lin Yi and the mermaid princess in Qin Feiyang's heart. If he really killed the two of them, Qin Feiyang's heart would definitely bleed. And after that, Qin Feiyang would also activate the Divine Dragon Secret Art's fourth move, the Gate of Rebirth, to resurrect the two of them. This was a scene that Luo Qingzhu never wanted to see. Because once the Gate of Rebirth was activated, Qin Feiyang would pay the price of losing all his cultivation. He might even die on the spot. Demon Capital. After searching the vicinity of the Demon Tower, there was no trace of Yan Wei and Jiang Jingyi. The Flame King hesitated again and again. In the end, he plucked up his courage and reported this matter to Sima Qian. Without a doubt. Sima Qian, who learned about this matter, was immediately furious and scolded the Flame King. But scolding the Flame King didn't help. Sima Qian immediately ordered to search the entire city, not letting go of any suspicious person. At the same time, the state preceptor was also extremely angry. He was also quite disgusted with Sima Qian. He had already told him to just kill Yan Wei and end everything, but he just didn't listen. Now Yan Wei had escaped. Although Yan Wei's strength was very weak, the current threat could be said to be greater than Qin Feiyang. Because he could control the movements in Demon Capital and report to Qin Feiyang at any time. As for whether Yan Wei could pass the news to Qin Feiyang, there was no doubt about it. Although Yan Wei's image crystal was destroyed, he still had an accomplice. Since he was Yan Wei's accomplice, he must be able to contact Qin Feiyang outside. Therefore, after calming down, the state preceptor, as expected by Qin Feiyang and the others, immediately suggested to Sima Qian to move to Demon Capital immediately. Inside the Space Divine item, Jiang Jingyi and Yan Wei had a worried look on their faces. It wasn't easy for them to pass the location of Demon Capital to Qin Feiyang, but they didn't expect that because of a moment of carelessness, their previous efforts would be in vain. "Brother Jiang, we didn't think it through. If it was the young lord, he definitely wouldn't make such a mistake." Yan Wei shook his head and sighed. "Yes. Let's not make any more trouble. Just monitor the movements here so that we don't cause any more trouble for Qin Feiyang," Jiang Jingyi said. Yan Wei nodded. If they could really help Qin Feiyang, it would be a good thing, but if the more they helped, the more trouble they would cause. Outside, the inner demon's tribulation wasn't over yet. Now he had gone through 98 heavenly tribulations and there was only one left. But at this moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the other two, or the Blood Kirin, their hearts were extremely heavy. Because the last heavenly tribulation was the real tribulation. And most importantly, the inner demons only had a wisp of consciousness left, like a falling leaf in the wind, floating in the void. It was hard to imagine. What would happen when the last heavenly tribulation fell? Crack. Boom. Blood clouds rolled in the sky and thunder and lightning roared. The heavenly tribulation covered all directions, making the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Seeing that the last heavenly tribulation still hadn't fallen, Zhao Tailai couldn't help but say angrily, "How long is it going to take? Do we have to kill the inner demons to be satisfied? This heavenly tribulation is used to kill the inner demons. Look at the inner demons' current state. They might not even be able to survive the previous heavenly tribulations, let alone the last one. It's almost impossible for them to pass the tribulation successfully." The Blood Kirin sighed. "Young master." Zhao Tailai turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was silent. He raised his head and glanced at the blood-red lightning in the clouds, his eyes filled with determination. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to help the inner demons pass this tribulation successfully. Crack. After about 10 breaths, with a deafening sound, the last heavenly tribulation finally formed, carrying a destructive aura as it blasted toward the inner demons. Looking at the last heavenly tribulation, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the blood Kirin's eyes almost popped out. This heavenly tribulation was at least 10 times bigger than the previous 98 heavenly tribulations. It was like a blood-red dragon roaring in the void. The aura it exuded was even more terrifying. Tang Hai said in a deep voice, "According to my judgment, the power of this heavenly tribulation is really the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulations." Zhao Tailai said, "With such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, unless a god descends, the inner demons will definitely die. This is fate." The blood Kirin shook his head and sighed. "Life is in your own hands. Don't rely on others' charity." But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's voice rang out. The blood Kirin turned to look at Qin Feiyang. When he saw Qin Feiyang's eyes, he asked in surprise, "What do you want to do?" "Today I want to fight with the heavens." Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly. He suddenly stepped on the ground and turned into a divine rainbow. He soared 90,000 miles into the sky and headed straight for the heavenly tribulation. "Young master." Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai's expressions changed. The blood Kirin was also extremely shocked. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the snow python also opened their eyes wide. They looked at Qin Feiyang in horror. "What are you doing, my lord? This is my tribulation. I don't need your help. Back off." In the void, seeing Qin Feiyang rush toward the heavenly tribulation, the inner demons also roared angrily. In fact, he was worried about Qin Feiyang. Because he had personally experienced the previous 98 heavenly tribulations, no one knew better than him how terrifying the last heavenly tribulation was. Qin Feiyang would definitely die if he rushed up rashly. "If I can't even protect you, then what's the point of having this kind of strength?" However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to the inner demon's shouts. He said without turning his head, "You can go and protect the others. I'm just an inner demon. My existence is intolerable by the heavens. Are you an idiot to risk your life for me?" The inner demons roared. "You can think of me as an idiot." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Old Zhao, old Tang, if I don't survive, the task of rescuing my mother and the others will be left to you." Chapter 1821. Tang Hai said expressionlessly, "If you die, I'll go to the demon lord immediately. I'll go to Mu Tianyang too." Zhao Tailai said angrily. It was rare that he did not scold Tang Hai. "Wait, one of you is with the demon lord and the other with Mu Tianyang. What should I do?" The blood Kirin said quickly. "Who cares? Do whatever you want." Zhao Tailai rolled his eyes. "You?" Qin Feiyang's expression froze. He shook his head helplessly and stared at the aggressive heavenly tribulation. He smiled and murmured, "It seems that I can't die yet. In that case I'll try my best to survive." Boom. A monstrous battle intent roared out of his body. "Yes. You must try your best to survive." The inner demons murmured and did not stop Qin Feiyang. Above the mountains and rivers, the snow python suddenly looked away and turned to Qin Yuan. He laughed and said, "Qin Yuan, let's talk about conditions." Qin Yuan was stunned and said, "Go ahead." His gaze never left Qin Feiyang. The snow python said, "I want you to help Qin Feiyang, but after that you have to give me your dog life." Qin Yuan finally looked away and said to the snow python, "It's been so many years. You still haven't let it go?" "Let it go?" The snow python smiled coldly and said, "If it were you, would you be able to let it go?" "I can." Qin Yuan nodded. "Do you really think you're a saint? You can say it so easily now because you haven't encountered it. When you do, you'll be crazier than me." The snow python snorted. "Whether you believe it or not, I'm not lying." Qin Yuan sighed. "Forget it. I don't want your dog life. Let's watch Qin Feiyang be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation together." The snow python sneered. "Then let's watch quietly." Qin Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang again, his eyes full of anticipation. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang was already very close to the heavenly tribulation. Even though he had yet to face the heavenly tribulation head-on, the terrifying destructive power had already caused his body to be drenched in blood. One could imagine how terrifying this heavenly tribulation was. However, he didn't look back, nor did he feel the slightest bit of fear. All he had was a firm belief. He had to survive. Armor open. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang roared and a suit of armor appeared on his body. However, this armor was not the Qilin armor, nor was it the armor that the Crocodile Emperor had given him. Because the battle armor that the Crocodile Emperor gave him was already shattered when he fought with Emperor Hong. This set of armor had never been seen before. Other than the people around him, no one else knew about it. Rumble. The moment the armor appeared, the heavenly tribulation descended with a loud rumble and ruthlessly struck Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. However, the armor on his body had actually withstood the heavenly tribulation. Zhao Tailai Tenghai, what kind of armor is that? This scene shocked the blood Qilin so much that its eyeballs almost popped out. It looked as if it had seen a ghost. Zhao Tailai and Tenghai did not answer the blood Qilin, but stared nervously at Qin Feiyang. Although the armor had withstood the heavenly tribulation did not disappear. It turned into a blood-colored thunderbolt power, drowning Qin Feiyang. Clang. The thunderbolt power continued to bombard the armor, bursting into dazzling flames. The snow python was shocked and angry. Qin Yuan, what's going on? Did you secretly give him that armor? Except for the Changshui and the castle that originally belonged to him, I have never given him any divine weapons. Qin Yuan shook his head, his old eyes shining with a strange light. This kid was really a surprise. Are you sure? The snow python raised its eyebrows. Qin Yuan nodded. Then what is going on? The snow python stared at Qin Feiyang in the image, its narrow eyes full of disbelief. It could actually withstand the last heavenly tribulation. The armor's grade had to be at least half a step away from the Divine Lord level. High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang, who was drowned by the heavenly tribulation, was not feeling well, although he had the blood-colored armor to protect his body. Because the power of the heavenly tribulation had far exceeded the limit of what he could withstand. Others might not know about this armor, but he knew very well that it could help him block 90% of the damage. That's right. It was 90% of the damage. In other words, with the help of this armor, Qin Feiyang's body only suffered 10% of the full power of the heavenly tribulation. But even this 10% was not enough for his body to withstand. Streaks of blood appeared. His body was about to be torn apart. The heart-wrenching pain crazily attacked every nerve in his body. Even if he had merged with the flame of life, even if the power of his bloodline had been completely atavistic, he could not stop the trend of his body cracking. If it were not for the inner demons, he would definitely not continue to endure. Because it was very likely that he would die. Crack. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud noise, a crack suddenly appeared on the blood-colored armor on his body. This change not only made Qin Feiyang's expression change on the spot, but even the inner demons were shocked and hurriedly flew toward Qin Feiyang. Don't come up. Qin Feiyang shouted. The inner demons stopped in the void and shouted, but, in your current state not only will you not be able to help, but you will also be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Just stay down there and watch for me. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Eh. The inner demons nodded. Crack. The crack on the armor became bigger and bigger. Purple gold dragon blood, like a waterfall, gushed out from the crack and dyed the sky red. Qilin armor, hurry up and come out. Qin Feiyang shouted. Hearing this, the weapon spirit immediately shouted in horror. Boss, this is the heavenly tribulation of the inner demons. You want me to go out and die? Qin Feiyang said angrily, did I ask you to face it head-on? The weapon spirit was stunned and suddenly said, I understand. Boom. Immediately, the Qilin armor appeared on Qin Feiyang's body. But it was not exposed outside, but under the blood-colored armor, it was close to Qin Feiyang's body. In this way, the Qilin armor did not have to face the power of thunder head-on, but only helped to share some of the pressure and protect Qin Feiyang's body. With the protection of the two divine armors, Qin Feiyang's cracked body was finally relieved a little. The purple gold dragon blood's recovery ability frantically helped to heal his wounds. However, this relief did not last long. As more and more cracks appeared on the blood-colored armor, the pressure on the Qilin armor also continued to increase. Boss, this is not the way. When the blood-colored armor outside is broken, both of us will be finished. The weapon spirit of the Qilin armor wailed. Hold on. Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. The weapon spirit said, Okay, I'll try my best to hold on, but you can't let me die here. Don't worry, neither of us will die. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the weapon spirit's mood finally calmed down. However, the power of thunder showed no signs of dissipating. Qin Feiyang's eyes became gloomier and gloomier. This damn heavenly tribulation, would it not stop until it killed him? Crack. More than 10 breaths passed. The blood-colored armor finally reached its limit, and with a loud bang, it fell apart. The blood-colored battle art was broken, and the Qilin armor below naturally had to bear all the pressure. Although the power of thunder had weakened after more than 10 breaths, it was still not something the Qilin armor could bear. In just a few breaths, a crack appeared on the Qilin armor. It's broken. Boss, we can't hold on, let's retreat. The weapon spirit cried out in horror. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, since it's broken, we'll hold on. At worst, they could give up this Qilin armor as long as they could protect the inner demons. Don't. Although it's broken now, it can still be repaired. The weapon spirit hurriedly said. Can be repaired? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Any divine artifact with a weapon spirit has the ability to repair itself. As long as the damage is not too serious, as long as the weapon spirit is not destroyed, it can be repaired, but it will take a certain amount of time. And for a supreme-grade divine artifact like me, its repair ability is naturally stronger. The weapon spirit said. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile, since it has the ability to repair itself, then all the more you should bear it for me. If the weapon spirit turned into human form now, he would definitely have a crazy expression. If he had known this, he would not have said it. Rumble. Clang. The void turned into chaos. The earth within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was shaking violently. The power of thunder was getting weaker and weaker. But at the same time, more and more cracks appeared on the Qilin armor. It looked like it had turned into a spider web. However, compared to the Qilin armor, Qin Feiyang's physical body was more seriously injured. Because the Qilin armor was not as good as the blood-colored armor, it could only help him block half of the damage of the thunder. Boss, it's really not going to work. If this goes on, I won't be able to repair it. After more than 10 breaths, the weapon spirit cried out again. Qin Feiyang looked down at the Qilin armor, which was already in pieces. It seemed that this supreme-grade divine artifact had indeed reached its limit. He glanced at the power of thunder around him. If it were not for the Qilin armor, he would have been torn to pieces by the power of thunder in an instant. Because even if the power of the thunder was much weaker now, it was not something that a beginner war god like him could block. Boss, I'm really going to retreat. The weapon spirit roared. Let's go. Qin Feiyang said. Then what about you? The weapon spirit asked. Qin Feiyang flashed and entered the Black Tortoise realm. Immediately, the power of thunder rushed toward the inner demons like a waterfall. Why did the young master run away halfway? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were surprised. The Blood Kirin said, he must have been unable to hold on, so he hid in the castle or the Black Tortoise realm. Zhao Tailai said angrily, don't talk nonsense. The young master is not that kind of person. When it comes to a matter of life and death, who isn't selfish? Qin Feiyang is no exception. The Blood Kirin sneered. But before it finished speaking, Qin Feiyang appeared again. The Qilin armor had disappeared, and his body was covered in blood. Seeing the power of thunder rushing toward the inner demons, Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He used the walk formula and teleported to above the inner demons. Boom. The power of thunder drowned Qin Feiyang again. Chapter 1822. This time, Qin Feiyang was not wearing any armor. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, the Blood Kirin, and the inner demons were all shocked. Before, the two armors could not withstand the bombardment of the thunder power, let alone a body of flesh and blood. Boom. Qin Feiyang's body was instantly torn open. But at the same time, an incomparably majestic life force emerged from Qin Feiyang's body like a raging wave. Immediately, the injuries on his body were quickly healed. The Blood Kirin was surprised. How could this kid's body hide such a terrifying life force? It's the cedar. Zhao Tailai's spirit was lifted. Yes. Tang Hai nodded. Only those tens of thousands of cedars had the ability to provide Qin Feiyang with such a huge amount of life force. The power of thunder was constantly destroying Qin Feiyang's body. The life force of the cedar was constantly repairing Qin Feiyang's body. This was equivalent to a war of attrition. The consumption of life force. If the life force of the cedar was exhausted and the power of thunder still did not disappear, then Qin Feiyang would really have no way to deal with it. Damn it. The snow python looked at Qin Feiyang in the image with a gloomy look. But Qin Yuan's eyes were full of relief. This little brat had already completely grown up. In the future, even without his help, he would be able to deal with everything. Qin Yuan withdrew his gaze and looked at the snow python with a smile. How about it? Humph. The snow python snorted coldly. Qin Yuan's eyes flashed slightly and he said with a smile, how about we make a bet? A bet? The snow python looked at Qin Yuan with a trace of vigilance in its eyes. Qin Yuan said, let's make a bet. In the battle between Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor, Who will win and who will lose? The snow python was slightly stunned and said playfully, Qin Feiyang's methods are indeed amazing, but compared to the demon ancestor, it seems to be a little worse. Are you sure you want to bet? Qin Yuan nodded. What's the bet? The snow python asked. Qin Yuan said, the space-time gate in your hands. The snow python raised its eyebrows and snorted, I knew you weren't at ease. Qin Yuan chuckled and said, the gate of time and space wasn't yours in the first place. Moreover, this old man didn't try to take it by force. How can you say that this old man doesn't feel at ease? He was actually mocking the snow python. This was because the snow python had forcibly snatched the gate of time and space from the Mu family. What kind of person was the snow python? How could it tell? He was rather annoyed and said, then what's your bet? Haven't you always wanted this old man's life? This old man will use my life as the wager. Qin Yuan smiled. The snow python narrowed its eyes. Why did this old thing suddenly become so confident? Could it be that Qin Feiyang was still hiding something? Qin Yuan said, the opportunity was delivered in front of you, and you still don't dare to take it? The snow python flew into a rage out of humiliation. It snorted coldly and said, let's bet then. Who's afraid of who? It's a deal then. Qin Yuan smiled. Above the demonic dragon island. The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang, who risked his life to protect him. His heart was extremely complicated. Thinking back to the beginning. When he was just born, he was always thinking about erasing Qin Feiyang's consciousness and replacing it. Similarly, Qin Feiyang was also thinking about how to destroy the inner demons. However, he didn't expect that as time passed, their relationship gradually improved until today. They were even willing to die for each other. It was really, as the saying goes, the world was unpredictable. However, it was also because of this that the inner demons became more and more attached to everything around him. The feelings between him and Qin Feiyang were getting deeper and deeper. Don't die, or I will blame myself for the rest of my life. The inner demons murmured. Rumble. Crack. The power of thunder was still roaring. Although the power was not as strong as before, Qin Feiyang's body still couldn't bear it. The purple-gold dragon blood was like rain, dyeing the void red. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely heavy. Zhao Tailai and Qin Yuan didn't say a word. They were silently praying for the inner demons. Time passed quietly. The life energy of the cedar was almost exhausted. Qin Feiyang's situation was getting worse and worse. The blood Kirin said angrily, although it is the last tribulation, it hasn't dissipated after so long. Isn't it too ridiculous? At this time, the power of the thunder was almost at the level of a god of war. However, Qin Feiyang was now an arrow at the end of its flight. Not to mention the level of a god of war, even the level of a god of war could threaten his life. Zhao Tai's heart was burning with anxiety. Suddenly, he turned to look at the blood Kirin and said, Blood Kirin, why don't say it. The blood Kirin glared at him. Do you know what I'm going to say? Zhao Tailai frowned. Nonsense. I know what you want to do when you raise your butt. Although the power of the thunder has been reduced to the level of a god of war, in the god of war realm, there is a world of difference between each level. Although I am only a god of war and there is only a difference of one level, the power of the thunder is enough to kill me instantly. The blood Kirin said in a deep voice. Zhao Tailai was silent. The blood Kirin said, but don't worry too much. For Qin Feiyang, this might be a good opportunity. Opportunity? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were stunned and looked at it suspiciously. Yes. Look, now Qin Feiyang's body is being torn apart by the power of the thunder. With the help of the cedar, it is constantly being reconstructed and healed. In other words, his body is being tempered thousands of times. Then, when this tribulation is over, what will happen to his body? There will be a great change. He will become more terrifying than before. He might even be able to fight against a divine artifact with his bare hands. The blood Kirin said. Zhao Tailai was stunned and said, after hearing what you said, it seems to make sense. It doesn't seem like it. It has always been like that. You have all seen how terrifying this tribulation is. If he can survive, his body will definitely reach an extremely terrifying level. The blood Kirin said. Tang Hai said, although that is true, the premise is that he can survive. So, it depends on his luck. The blood Kirin said. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang's life force was almost negligible. Obviously, the cedar's energy was about to be used up. But now it was not over yet. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said gratefully in his mind, Seniors, let's stop here. Thank you. The cedar, which was hiding in his body, immediately withdrew its life force. Qin Feiyang's body was immediately bombarded by the power of the thunder and started to crack. The Demon Lord is still alive and Mu Tianyang is still out there. How can I be defeated here? Qin Feiyang roared. 3 types of divine power surged out and crazily clashed with the power of the thunder. The bloodline power also burned and repaired his body. At this moment, the power of the thunder and lightning had almost been reduced to the level of a low-level war god. He did not need to hold on for much longer. In a few breaths or more than 10 breaths the situation would turn around. He gritted his teeth and persevered. The intense pain caused by the cracking of his body almost made him lose consciousness. Crack. All of a sudden, his 2 arms were shattered under the power of the thunder and lightning. This unforeseen event immediately affected the hearts of everyone present. Young master, you must hold on. Zhao Tailai roared in his heart and clenched his hands tightly. Crack. Qin Feiyang's 2 legs were also shattered by the power of the thunder and lightning. No. This is my tribulation. How can I let him bear it alone? The inner demons suddenly roared and turned into a bloody light, rushing toward Qin Feiyang. At this moment, the power of the thunder and lightning had been reduced to the level of a low-level war god. It seems that I can retreat now. I will leave the rest to the inner demons. Qin Feiyang murmured and his consciousness fell into darkness. The rising dragon art was also immediately deactivated. Qin Feiyang's cultivation level plummeted. But at the same time, the inner demons passed through the power of the thunder and lightning and entered Qin Feiyang's body. Although the power of the thunder and lightning had been greatly reduced, the inner demons still suffered a devastating injury when they passed through. Now, the inner demons only had a little bit of consciousness left. But in his opinion it was enough. Whoosh. The next moment, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes again. His eyes were blood red. It was obvious. At this moment, the one who controlled this body was the inner demons. The inner demons looked arrogantly at the sky and snorted, "If it weren't for me, I would have been killed by you. But now you can't stop me. Instead, I will borrow your power to make myself stronger." Boom. Controlling Qin Feiyang's body, the inner demons once again activated the rising dragon art. Divine power surged and blood surged. The power of the thunder and lightning around was absorbed by the inner demons and tempered Qin Feiyang's body. Seeing this, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were relieved. It seemed that the outcome was set. However, the blood Kirin looked at him angrily and shouted, "Nonsense! Nonsense! Nonsense! This is nonsense!" What? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were shocked and quickly looked at the blood Kirin. The power of the thunder and lightning has indeed been reduced to that of a low-level war god. If Qin Feiyang's body wasn't injured, he would be able to withstand it easily. But now, Qin Feiyang's body is like broken glass. It can't withstand such torment. If he doesn't stop now, Qin Feiyang's body will be destroyed by him. The blood Kirin said angrily. When Zhao Tailai heard this, he raised his head and looked at the inner demons. He said, "I think the inner demons won't do anything he isn't confident in." Don't you know the inner demons? The inner demons are the embodiment of evil. What can he not do? It is even possible that he wants to use this opportunity to kill Qin Feiyang. That way he will be the only inner demons in the world, Qin Feiyang. The blood Kirin said in a deep voice. This. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other. If the inner demons were crazy they would believe it. But if the inner demons wanted to kill Qin Feiyang, it was impossible. Don't doubt it. No matter how much the inner demons change, they can't change the nature of evil. No, we have to stop him. The blood Kirin flew into the sky and rushed toward the inner demons with a murderous aura. It didn't care about following Qin Feiyang. Because Qin Feiyang had a good personality and treated his subordinates well. But the inner demons were completely different. They were selfish, iron-blooded, and ruthless. If they followed such a person, there was no telling when they would die. Genius memorized this site's address. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1823. Old Tang, what should we do? Seeing that the blood Kirin was going to attack the inner demons, Zhao Tailai didn't know what to do. No shit. The blood Kirin doesn't trust the inner demons. Don't you trust them? Now we have to stop the blood Kirin, Tang Hai said. Yes. The inner demons and Qin Feiyang were both very weak right now. If the blood Kirin went to cause trouble, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons would both die at the blood Kirin's hands. When Zhao Tailai heard what Tang Hai said, he pulled out his axe and shouted, "Blood Kirin, stop right now. If you don't blame me for turning against you." Tang Hai grabbed his dagger and flew toward the blood Kirin like a ghost. Are the two of you stupid? I am doing this for Qin Feiyang's sake. The blood Kirin shouted without looking back. The inner demons noticed what the blood Kirin was doing, but they weren't nervous. Instead, their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light. Just as the blood Kirin approached, the inner demon's eyebrows glowed red. When the red light appeared, an endless amount of murderous intent rushed toward the blood Kirin. The blood Kirin's pupils shrank. The next moment, the red light tore through the sky and left a foot-long wound on the blood Kirin's body. The Kirin's blood gushed out. This power, this speed, the blood Kirin was shocked. Could this be the scarlet grace that had crippled Sima Yuan? You came just in time. The inner demons laughed and a red vortex appeared between his eyebrows. Suddenly a gust of wind blew. The blood Kirin's blood flowed into Qin Feiyang's forehead. Not a single drop was left. A moment later, his body's blood became stronger. Is this the kill spell? The blood Kirin was shocked. But Qin Feiyang's eyebrows didn't have the same kill spell as before. This is the kill spell, but the kill spell has changed. Now it is just absorbing your god blood. The inner demon smirked. The blood Kirin was angry. Why are you absorbing my god blood? Now the kill incantation no longer absorbs blood to increase one's cultivation base. Instead, it transforms the blood into chi blood and life force. Your Qilin blood will be of great help to me right now. The blood-red hair of the inner demons fluttered. At the same time, he absorbed the Qilin's blood and converted it into chi, blood, and life force to repair his body. On the other hand, he was using the power of lightning to temper his body. Bastard! When the blood Kirin heard this, it was furious. It turned around and prepared to run. But at this moment, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai stood behind the blood Kirin and said, "You should help the inner demons. When the young master wakes up, he will reward you greatly." Fuck. Why don't you donate the god's blood to him? The blood Kirin looked annoyed. Zhao Tailai grinned and said, "The two of us only have ordinary bloodline power. How can we compare with your Qilin blood? There's no room for discussion. Get out of my way." The blood Kirin said angrily. The inner demons smiled and looked at the blood Kirin. "If you dare to run, I will erase your soul." The blood Kirin's eyes flashed. When the inner demons reminded it, it remembered that it was under the control of a slave seal. If this had been Qin Feiyang, it would have struggled. But facing the inner demons, it didn't have the courage to do so. It just stood there and let the inner demons absorb its Qilin blood. A dozen seconds passed. The blood Kirin's eyes looked very weak. The power of lightning was almost gone. Zhao Tailai smiled and comforted it. "It will be over soon. Just hold on a little longer. Go away." The blood Kirin looked at him angrily. "It is easy for you to say that. Why don't you try? You would have sucked me dry. You're the one who bumped into me." Zhao Tailai chuckled. "Isn't this emperor worried that he would damage Qin Feiyang's body? How is this my fault? What kind of logic is that?" The blood Kirin roared. Yes, yes, yes. You're a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity, a man of sincerity. Look at how Tang Hai and I admire you. It is like a surging river." Zhao Tailai smiled apologetically. "Go away. Just looking at you makes me annoyed." The blood Kirin shouted angrily. After another dozen seconds, the last trace of the power of lightning finally disappeared. The red vortex between the inner demon's eyebrows also disappeared. The blood Kirin quickly retreated and stood in the void not far away. It looked at the inner demons like a little girl who had been wronged. Its eyes were full of resentment. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other and were very happy. Boom. But suddenly, there was another deafening roar in the sky. Is the god's trial not over yet? Their faces changed as they looked up at the sky. They saw that the blood clouds in the sky were rolling more violently than before. A mysterious aura fell from the sky like a waterfall and shrouded the inner demons. The inner demons left Qin Feiyang's body and shouted at Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai, "Go and heal me." Qin Feiyang's consciousness had fallen into a coma. Therefore, when the inner demon left the physical body immediately fell downward. Okay. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai, who were still in shock, nodded at the inner demons and swooped down. They held Qin Feiyang and landed on the broken ground. Zhao Tailai took out a healing pill and a regeneration pill and stuffed it into Qin Feiyang's mouth. Then he and Tang Hai looked up at the sky again. The blood clouds rolled as if a more terrible god's trial was brewing. But the inner demons' emotions were fluctuating. They were not afraid at all. Instead, they were very excited. "Don't worry." The blood Kirin flashed and landed next to Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. The two looked at it suspiciously. "That's the reward for successfully passing the god's trial." Only by obtaining that reward can the inner demon completely condense a physical body. The blood Kirin pouted. It seemed that the blood Kirin was very unhappy with the inner demons. However, he couldn't be blamed. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be unhappy after encountering such a situation. But not long after the blood Kirin finished speaking, the blood clouds in the sky slowly split open. A blood-red divine light emerged from the crack and fell toward the inner demons. Although the blood-red divine light did not have a terrifying destructive power, it had a mysterious aura. It gave people the feeling that it contained some kind of unknown power of law. The inner demons did not dodge. The blood-red divine light fell and immediately drowned the inner demons. The inner demons immediately began to absorb the blood-red divine light. The blood clouds in the sky gradually receded. In less than 100 breaths, the sky above Demon Dragon Island was covered by dark clouds again. The blood Kirin said, "The god's trial is over. Now we just need to wait for the inner demons to form a body. Then we will be done." Phew. Tang Hai and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Tailai laid Qin Feiyang flat on the ground. Then he squatted next to him and carefully examined Qin Feiyang's injuries. The blood Kirin looked at the unconscious Qin Feiyang. Then it looked at Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai and said, "You two, we are in the same boat now. Can you be honest with me?" Tang Hai put away his dagger and ignored the blood Kirin. He turned and looked southeast. He was wondering if the demon Alpha and Sima Kuan had moved to Modu. Zhao Tailai looked at the blood Kirin suspiciously and asked, "Be honest with what?" The blood Kirin said angrily, "Don't play dumb. I'm asking about the Scarlet Flash." "Scarlet Flash," Zhao Tailai muttered and smiled. "You can ask the young master yourself when he wakes up." The blood Kirin was annoyed and said, "Okay, let's not talk about the Scarlet Flash. What about the scarlet armor? Where did it come from?" This, Zhao Tailai was hesitant. Okay. Don't talk about it." "I know. You will definitely ask me to ask Qin Feiyang later." The blood Kirin waved its claws and said helplessly. Zhao Tailai grinned and continued to examine Qin Feiyang's injuries. Swoosh. After a while. In the sky, the blood-red light gradually disappeared. The inner demons also gradually appeared. At this moment, there was no weakness between his eyebrows. Instead, there was an extremely terrifying aura. Moreover, the consciousness that had been destroyed by the heavenly tribulation had been completely restored. When the last trace of the blood-red light was absorbed into the inner demon's body, a monstrous power exploded. At the same time, a huge amount of blood rushed out of his body. Only people who had a physical body could have blood. This meant that the inner demons had formed a physical body and was no longer a body of consciousness. Right now he was a man of flesh and blood. His blood-red hair was flying. His eyes also seemed to be condensed out of blood. His 7-foot body was like the ruler of this world. He looked extremely majestic. But at this moment, he stood in the void, raised his arm and looked at the skin on his hand. There was no joy in his expression. But it wasn't that he wasn't happy. It was just that he couldn't get used to it for a while. Was this a physical body with flesh and blood? He didn't have to hide in the inner world anymore? And he didn't have to compete with his original body? Before he had it, he was extremely eager. But after he really had it, he felt a little unreal, as if he was dreaming. "Am I dreaming?" the inner demons murmured. Suddenly he raised his arm and pinched his face very hard. Bang. Extreme pain. It wasn't a dream. Now he really had a physical body that belonged to him. "Ha!" he laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with a mist of tears. For him, there was nothing more important and happy than having a physical body. "I am no longer that disgusting inner demons. I am now a real person." The inner demons roared into the sky, and a terrifying divine power rolled out, drowning in all directions. Whoosh. Following closely. He swooped down, swept into the distance and punched the ground. Boom. Crack. The ground collapsed and ditches appeared everywhere. Thick dust and smoke covered the sky and the earth. The blood Kirin looked at the inner demons and frowned. "Is he crazy? I believe that the inner demons in this world, no matter who condenses a physical body, will be like this. Give him some time." Zhao Tailai laughed. Tang Hai suddenly asked, "Old Zhao, how is the young master's injury?" Zhao Tailai immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "Although his life is not in danger, it will take at least half a month for him to fully recover." "How can half a month be enough? The demon ancestor only needs 3 days to fuse with the divine body. If we wait for Qin Feiyang to recover from his injuries, the demon ancestor would have killed all the people of the Great Qin Empire." The blood Kirin said. Chapter 1824. He wants to kill everyone in the Qin kingdom? Zhao Tailai was shocked. Although I am exaggerating, for sure none of the people of the Qin clan will escape. The Demon Alpha's goal is not just to rule the Qin kingdom. He wants to rule the entire Forgotten Continent. The Blood Kirin said in a low voice. Tang Hai sighed. If that day comes, the people of the two continents will be destroyed. That's right. With the Demon Alpha's personality, he won't treat the people of the two continents as well as Qin Feiyang. The Blood Kirin nodded. When Zhao Tailai heard this, he realized how serious the problem was. He said, if the young master hadn't fainted and entered the castle, he would have been able to recover quickly. But now, speaking of this, he frowned. How about later? The Blood Kirin was shocked. He said, aren't you exaggerating? This emperor has also heard of the ancient castle's time array. It seems that 1 day is equal to 10 days. It is different now, Zhao Tailai said. Different? The Blood Kirin was shocked. Yes. The castle used to have a seal. After I became a war god, the second seal of the castle was automatically unlocked. The time rules changed. Before 1 day was 10 days. Now 1 day is 1 year. Zhao Tailai said. What? The change is that big? The Blood Kirin was shocked. Yes. But remember not to tell anyone about this. After all, it is too shocking. Zhao Tailai warned. I understand. The Blood Kirin nodded and started to think. 1 day was 1 year. 10 days was 10 years. 100 days was 100 years. In other words, cultivating in the castle for 100 years was only slightly more than 3 months in the outside world. This time difference was scary. It seemed that following Qin Feiyang was a good thing. Suddenly, the Blood Kirin seemed to think of something. He said in surprise, wait, you said there was a second seal. Does that mean there is a third seal? Yes. Zhao Tailai nodded. When the third seal is unlocked, will 1 day be 10 years? Or even 1 day be 100 years? The Blood Kirin was shocked. We will have to wait until the third seal is unlocked. Zhao Tailai said. Even Qin Feiyang doesn't know? The Blood Kirin frowned. Zhao Tailai nodded. I'm looking forward to it. The Blood Kirin's eyes looked bright. He was planning to kill Demon Alpha and enter the castle. He would never come out again. With such a good opportunity, he definitely needed to go into seclusion and cultivate properly. Let's save this nonsense for later. Think about it first. How can we send Qin Feiyang to the castle to recuperate? Tang Hai looked at Zhao Tailai and the Blood Kirin impatiently. The Blood Kirin was silent for a moment and then it said, you can find the inner demons. He and Qin Feiyang are one. They can enter the castle. It used to be possible, but now, Tang Hai frowned. Now that the inner demons had formed their own physical bodies, they could no longer enter and leave the castle freely. Did you think that just because I condensed a physical body, I would completely cut off my relationship with my true self? The inner demons broke through the air. Their blood-red eyes were like 2 seas of blood, striking fear into the hearts of those who looked at them. Isn't that the case? Tang Hai asked. Whether I have a physical body or not, I was born because of my true self. The bond between me and him can never be cut off. After the inner demons said that, a divine seal appeared in front of them. This is, Divine Dragon Seal. Tang Hai was shocked. That's right. The inner demons nodded. This divine seal was different from the Divine Dragon Seal. Everyone knew that the Divine Dragon Seal was purple gold. But the divine seal in front of the inner demons was blood red and had a murderous aura. But it was certain that this was the Divine Dragon Seal. Because the aura it exuded was no different from a perfect divine skill. Tang Hai swallowed and said, so, you know everything that my true self knows? Of course. Didn't you see Emperor Hong and his inner demons? As long as Emperor Hong grasps a technique, Heart Demon Hong can also grasp it. The inner demons said. What about the War Soul? Tang Hai asked. Of course. In short, although I have condensed a physical body, my true self and I are still the same person. We can communicate telepathically and share everything. After the inner demons said that, the Divine Dragon Seal dissipated. Then, with a wave of his hand, the unconscious Qin Feiyang teleported and disappeared. Share everything, Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai looked at each other. Now, wasn't it equivalent to there being 2 Qin Feiyang? And there were 2 Qin Feiyang, who were exactly the same in terms of means and strength. 1 Qin Feiyang was terrifying enough, let alone 2 Qin Feiyang. Now, even if the demon ancestor fused with his divine body, he might not be a match for Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. Zhao Tailai asked curiously, if you are separated by 2 continents, can you and the young master still communicate telepathically and share everything? Yes. For example, if my true self is in the Great Qin and I am in the Forgotten Continent, we can still communicate telepathically. Or if I get a new divine technique after I cultivate it, my true self can also have it directly. The inner demon said. It seemed that he was in a good mood. Otherwise, with his personality, he would not explain so much to everyone. Unheard of. Zhao Tailai was secretly speechless. He chuckled and said, "Suddenly, I want an inner demons too. You. Even if I give you an inner demons, you won't be able to help him pass the tribulation." The inner demons said disdainfully. Zhao Tailai smiled bitterly. This was really a blow to him. Tang Hai said, "Then, is your and the young master's cultivation realm the same as before? For example, if the young master is a beginner war god, you can only be a beginner war god too?" That's indeed the case. But it's different from before. In the past, my cultivation realm was determined by my true self's cultivation realm. In other words, my cultivation realm is the same as my true self's cultivation realm. But now, I, who have a physical body, can also cultivate. Moreover, my true self can also share the results of my cultivation. For example, if I break through to the beginner war god, my true self will also break through to the beginner war god. Similarly, if my true self breaks through to the beginner war god, I will also break through to the beginner war god. The inner demons said. Zhao Tailai said, "Can I understand it this way? In the future, you and the young master only need one person to cultivate, and the other person can go sightseeing, and his cultivation will continue to grow stronger?" That's right. And if my true self and I cultivate in seclusion together, it's equivalent to two people cultivating at the same time. Our speed will be even faster. The inner demons said. Zhao Tailai smiled bitterly. If we become so abnormal, how are we going to live in the future? So you have to work hard. Don't be left too far behind by my true self and me. Otherwise you will be abandoned by us like trash. The inner demons laughed. There are two of you and we are only one. No matter how hard we work, we can't compare to you. Zhao Tailai was helpless. You really believe his nonsense? If the young master would abandon us, then Fatso and the white-eyed wolf would have been abandoned a long time ago. Tang Hai rolled his eyes at Zhao Tailai. That's right. Zhao Tailai scratched his head. The white-eyed wolf and Fatso could no longer help the young master. But now weren't they still staying in the castle? They even regarded their safety as more important than their own lives. So, there was no need to worry about this at all. As long as they didn't betray the young master would never abandon them. The inner demons glanced at Tang Hai with a displeased expression. They wanted to scare Zhao Tailai, but they didn't expect this guy to expose them on the spot. How boring. Zhao Tailai looked at the inner demons and asked, "Then should we call you now?" "Nonsense. Of course, call me master," the inner demons said. Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the blood Kirin looked at each other with dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang didn't let them call him master. What right did the inner demons have? What? You don't agree? The inner demons glared, and a terrifying murderous aura rushed toward the two men and the beast. No. Zhao Tailai hurriedly waved his hand and wondered, "Master, since everything can be shared, can you and the young master also transfer artifacts like the castle to each other across two continents?" "No," the inner demons said. "No." Zhao Tailai was surprised. "Yes. Because artifacts are physical objects. They can't be transferred to each other through the mind and thoughts. But if I'm with my real body, then we can use each other's artifacts as we wish," the inner demons said. Zhao Tailai said, "In other words, as long as it's a physical object, it can't be transferred to each other across space?" "Yes." The inner demon nodded. Then she lifted the corner of her mouth and said playfully, "But do you think we still need divine artifacts now?" Zhao Tailai was shocked. He smiled wryly and said, "We don't need them. Why don't we need artifacts? A powerful artifact would be like adding wings to a tiger for us." The blood Kirin was confused. The inner demons looked at the blood Kirin and said, "Then tell me, how do the red terror and the red armor compare to the dragon tattoo sword and the Kirin armor?" "Of course, it's better than the Kirin armor and the dragon tattoo sword." The blood Kirin didn't even think about it, but after that he looked shocked. He quickly said, "Wait, what do you mean? Are Crimson Cry and Crimson Armor not divine weapons?" The inner demons smiled but didn't say anything. The blood Kirin saw this and looked at Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai. The two of them turned their heads away from the blood Kirin, ignoring it completely. "Are you guys interested? Do you think of me as your friend?" the blood Kirin asked angrily. He had thought that the Scarlet Grace and the Scarlet Battle Armor were two terrifying divine artifacts that had surpassed supreme-grade divine artifacts. They might even be overpowered artifacts. However, he did not expect that the truth was not what he had imagined at all. Bastards. Bastards. You don't think of me as your friend? Okay, you guys are good. I'm going to leave now. Let's see which one of you will deal with Sima Kuan. Seeing the inner demons ignore him, the Blood Kirin was furious. He pretended to turn around and leave. However, when it turned its head to look, it realized that Inner Demon and the other two had no intention of stopping it. Am I really leaving? The Blood Kirin roared. The three of them didn't hear him. The Blood Kirin was furious. He turned around and glared at the Inner Demons, gnashing his teeth. Chapter 1825. Of course it didn't dare to leave. It was just pretending. After all, it had betrayed the Demon Alpha. Without Qin Feiyang's protection, the Demon Alpha would definitely seek revenge. However, Inner Demon and the other two's disregard for it really annoyed it. They treated it like an outsider. Swoosh. At this time, Qin Feiyang appeared without warning. The injuries on his body had healed. His aura was extremely terrifying. The Blood Kirin was shocked again. How long had it been? His injuries had all healed, and his essence, chi, and spirit had returned to peak condition. This was the current castle? That was too scary. Zhao Tailai was also very happy. He immediately went forward and asked, "Young master, did your body change?" Qin Feiyang raised his arm and felt the violent power in his arm. He smiled and said, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to crush a mid-grade divine weapon with my bare hands." Zhao Tailai's eyes trembled. He was confident that he could crush a mid-grade divine weapon with his bare hands. How shocking. Qin Feiyang lowered his arm and looked at the Blood Kirin with a smile. The Crimson Armor and Crimson Grace are indeed not divine weapons. They are not divine weapons? The Blood Kirin was stunned and said in surprise, "If they are not divine weapons, then what are they?" "They are formed by a divine art." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He didn't explain further. He turned to the Inner Demons and said, "Congratulations. It's all because of you." The Inner Demons laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "With you here, I have more confidence in dealing with the Demon Alpha. But now you can't show up. I want to give the Demon Alpha a surprise." "That's what I was thinking," the Inner Demons said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Inner Demons immediately went to the castle. The Blood Kirin came back to his senses and asked, "Qin Feiyang, what divine art is this? Is it so scary?" "You don't know what's good for you." The young master didn't explain. Obviously he didn't want to say more. "Why are you still pestering him?" Zhao Tailai looked at the Blood Kirin angrily. The Blood Kirin looked angry. "I didn't ask you. Why are you interrupting?" The anger in Zhao Tailai's heart surged. All right. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go to that canyon and see if Shanghai has moved." Qin Feiyang looked toward the southeast, his eyes flashing with a cold light. It would be best if Mo hadn't moved. If they moved, they would have to wait for the demon ancestor to fuse with his divine body and fight him head-on. Although the demon ancestor had a heaven-defying divine artifact, he also had the help of the Inner Demons. In the end, between him and the demon ancestor, it was hard to say who would die on Demon Dragon Island. In the southeast, mountains rose and fell one after another. A huge canyon was located in the mountains. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lurking in the dark land. That was right. This was the canyon that Yanwei had mentioned. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang and the others flew through the air like lightning. They stood above the canyon and didn't hide. They released their divine consciousness and searched every corner of the canyon. The demon ancestor knew that they already knew where Shanghai was, so there was no need to hide. Suddenly, Zhao Tailai's eyes flashed. He said, "Young master, I found a cave. It should be the place that Yanwei mentioned." "Take us there," Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai nodded. He turned into a stream of light and flew down the canyon. Qin Feiyang, Tang Hai, and the Blood Kirin followed closely behind. After a while, the three people and one beast entered the depths of the canyon. They stood in the void and looked at the cliff in front of them. On top of the cliff there was a small cave entrance. The hole was only 2 or 3 meters in diameter. It was pitch black inside. Qin Feiyang said, "According to Yanwei, there is a strand of the demon ancestor's murderous intent in the cave. If it is here, we have to be careful. It is just a strand of murderous intent. As long as we are prepared, it will not be a threat to us." The Blood Kirin smiled disdainfully and stepped into the cave first. Boom. Immediately, a terrifying murderous intent appeared. "It is here." Zhao Tailai's eyes trembled. He immediately took out his axe and prepared to fight. Qin Feiyang stared at the cave. His eyes were shining. Blood Kirin, how dare you betray me? After the murderous intent appeared, an angry shout sounded in the cave. That's right. It was the demon ancestor's voice. Betray? If it wasn't for the blood soul technique, do you think I would have worked for you for so many years? The Blood Kirin's disdainful voice sounded. The Blood Kirin's ferocious power exploded. Immediately. With a deafening sound, the entire canyon collapsed. Whoosh. The next moment, the Blood Kirin rushed out of the dust and smoke. It looked at Qin Feiyang and said, the murderous intent has been resolved. But I didn't find Mo Du in the cave. I think he has moved. I didn't expect the demon ancestor to be so cowardly. Zhao Tailai snorted. Before the divine body fuses, he will not fight us head-on. Let's wait. Qin Feiyang smiled. Tang Hai suddenly said, young master, there is a problem. I don't know if you have thought about it? What problem? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The demon ancestor needs 3 days to fuse with the divine body because he doesn't have a time array. But Mu Tianyang's space treasure has a time array. Tang Hai said. Mu Tianyang? Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes. Yes, young master. Mu Tianyang's space treasure has a time array. Then he doesn't need 3 days to fuse with Mu Tianyang's divine body? Zhao Tailai said in surprise. I've thought about this. Although Mu Tianyang has a space treasure, his divine soul has not been successfully condensed. Moreover, when we fought at the divine site, he used up a lot of his divine sense. In other words, not only does he need time to fuse with the divine body, but he also needs time to condense his divine soul. So we don't have to worry too much. Besides, it's useless to worry because we can't spare any manpower to go to the Forgotten Continent to support him. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai asked, then your great-grandmother and the others? I think they will have a way. Do you know anything about your great-grandmother? She is cunning and scheming. Without full confidence, she will definitely not fight Mu Tianyang head-on. Let's focus on dealing with the demon ancestor. After we get rid of the demon ancestor, we will go to the Forgotten Continent to support him. Qin Feiyang said. Cunning and scheming? Scheming and scheming? Zhao Tailai was speechless. How could anyone describe their great-grandmother like that? Fortunately, Tan Taili was not present. Otherwise she would definitely flip out. In fact, it's all the snow python's fault. If it didn't remove the time and space gate, we could take care of both sides. Tang Hai said. What can we do? After all, it is the guardian of the Forgotten Continent and is a half-step divine lord. Even if it wants to deal with us openly, we can only watch. But what I don't understand is why it disappeared for no reason in the glacier forest. Zhao Tailai frowned, his face full of suspicion. There is nothing in the world without a reason. I think there must be a reason, but we just don't know. Qin Feiyang said. The Blood Kirin pondered for a while and said, according to my guess, it is very likely that Qin Yuan is restraining it. Uncle Yuan? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Because in today's world, only Qin Yuan has the ability to restrain the snow python. The Blood Kirin said. Uncle Yuan? Qin Feiyang murmured, scanning the void. If it was really Uncle Yuan, then Uncle Yuan must be somewhere now watching him. Demon Tower. Yan Wei and Jiang Jingyi really didn't have any other thoughts. They just focused on monitoring Lin Yi. During this time, Lin Yi didn't have any abnormalities. The Flame King came back once, but after reporting the truth to Lin Yi, he left the Demon Tower. As for where he was now, Yan Wei and Jiang Jingyi didn't know either. He might be guarding outside the Demon Tower, or he might be looking for them in Demon City. Just like that, time passed quietly. Suddenly, a buzzing sound sounded. Jiang Jingyi was shocked and quickly took out the image crystal. Buzz. The next moment, a sweet-looking woman appeared in the void in front. The woman was about 20 years old, wearing a red dress with 3 words embroidered on it. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Who is she? Yan Wei glanced at the woman suspiciously and asked Jiang Jingyi. Jiang Jingyi smiled and said, I think you should be able to guess her identity. When Yan Wei heard it, he turned his head and looked at the woman in red in surprise. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said respectfully, Subordinate Yan Wei greets the mistress. Yan Wei? The woman was slightly taken aback. She looked at Jiang Jingyi and said, What's going on? Didn't Brother Yan seek refuge with the State Preceptor? He followed the State Preceptor to Demon City, but not long ago, his identity was accidentally exposed. I saved him. Jiang Jingyi said. Qin Feiyang's mother was shocked and said quickly, "Then your identity?" Jiang Jingyi shook his head and said, "My identity hasn't been exposed yet, but what?" Qin Feiyang's mother asked. "Nothing." Jiang Jingyi shook his head. He originally wanted to say that he and Yen Wei were in the demon pagoda, but after thinking about it, he decided to continue hiding it. Jiang Jingyi asked suspiciously, "Why did you send me a message?" Qin Feiyang's mother looked at the two of them in confusion and said in a deep voice, "I found out about the location of Demon City." What? Jiang Jingyi and Yen Wei looked at each other, and their faces were filled with ecstasy. This was really great news. "How did you find out?" Jiang Jingyi was curious, but his face suddenly changed and he asked in surprise, "Did you go to the Demon Palace?" "I didn't go to the Demon Palace." Qin Feiyang's mother shook her head. "What is the Demon Palace?" Yen Wei looked at the two of them in confusion. The Demon Palace is the palace where the demon ancestor is in seclusion. Demon City is divided into 3 major districts: the Outer City, the Inner City, and the Demon Palace. The Demon Palace is inside the Demon Palace, located in the center of Demon City. It is equivalent to the residence of the Great Qin Empire's emperor. In the entire Demon City, only the war gods under the demon ancestor are qualified to enter. Wait. Didn't you come from the Demon Palace? Why don't you know about this? Jiang Jingyi was suspicious. Yen Wei nodded and said with a smile, "Although we stayed in the Demon Palace for a while, Sima Kuan didn't explain the situation of Demon City to me and the State Preceptor. In that case, the State Preceptor has never been to Demon City before." Jiang Jingyi smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang's mother. He frowned and said, "Since you didn't go to the Demon Palace, how did you know about the location of Demon City?" Chapter 1826. I heard about it by accident. Previously, Black Devil King and King Tianwu came to the Sky Treasure Pavilion. I brought them tea. When I entered the room, I heard them talking about it. Qin Feiyang's mother said. "I see." Jiang Jingyi was enlightened. And they were still talking about how they couldn't contact Sima Yuan. They suspected that something might have happened to Sima Yuan. And this matter is related to Fei Yang. Qin Feiyang's mother said again. Jiang Jingyi said calmly, "I heard about it too. Fei Yang seems to have killed his way to Demon Dragon Island." He didn't dare to say that he had already contacted Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's mother said, "That's why I immediately sent the news to you. Think of a way to pass it to Fei Yang immediately." Okay. Jiang Jingyi nodded. Qin Feiyang's mother said, "Demon Capital's current location is in a place called the Dead Sea in the northeast. I'll think of a way to tell Fei Yang immediately. You have to be careful too. Don't expose yourself." Jiang Jingyi warned. "I know." Qin Feiyang's mother nodded, and the shadow immediately disappeared. "Brother Yen, look, even the heavens are helping us. Demon Ancestor will be destroyed." Jiang Jingyi laughed. Yen Wei was also full of smiles as he urged, "Hurry up and contact your daughter." In the canyon. Qin Feiyang stood in the void, resting with his eyes closed. Next to him, Tang Hai, Zhao Tailai, and the Blood Kirin were also silent. Feiyang, Yen Wei, and father sent news. Demon Capital is now in a place called the Dead Sea in the northeast. Suddenly, Luo Qingzhu's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang quivered. He opened his eyes and 2 bright lights burst out of them. "What's wrong?" Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the Blood Kirin noticed the change in Qin Feiyang's expression and were surprised. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Kirin and asked, "Do you know the Dead Sea?" "Dead Sea?" The Blood Kirin was shocked. It nodded and said, "Yes." "What?" "Take us there immediately," Qin Feiyang said. "All right." The Blood Kirin waved its claws. It took Qin Feiyang and the others with it and headed northeast. "Young master, why are you suddenly going to the ocean of death?" Zhao Tailai was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said excitedly, "Yen Wei and the others sent news that Shanghai is now in the Dead Sea." This. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other. These 2 people were quite capable. They actually managed to find out about Shanghai's transfer location so quickly? "Qingzhu, did Yen Wei and your father say how they found out?" Qin Feiyang asked secretly. "No." Luo Qingzhu's voice sounded. As for Qin Feiyang's mother, Yen Wei and Jiang Jingyi chose to keep it a secret from everyone. There was indeed a body of water in the northeast. The water was calm and there was no aura of any creatures. It was very vast. The diameter of the body of water alone was estimated to be hundreds of thousands of miles. So, it was not an exaggeration to call it the Dead Sea. Whoosh. Suddenly, a few streams of light broke through the air like lightning. It was Qin Feiyang, the other 2, and the Blood Kirin. However, on the way here they all hid their auras. This was to avoid alerting the enemy. The blood Kirin stopped above a mountain ridge and scanned the body of water in front of it. It said, "The Dead Sea is ahead." So big? Qin Feiyang frowned. He thought that the Dead Sea on the island could not be big. It was at most tens of thousands of miles. However, he did not expect the Dead Sea to be so big. Before coming to Demon Dragon Island, I said that Demon Dragon Island is very big. 2 imperial capitals combined are not as big as it. It is not strange that there is such a large body of water on the island. The blood Kirin said. Zhao Talai scanned the body of water and frowned. Yen Wei and Jiang Jingyi did not tell us the specific location. The Dead Sea is so big. Looking for a space item that is like looking for a needle in a haystack is like looking for a needle in a haystack. In this situation, it is already very good that the two of them were able to find out that Mo-Du is in the Dead Sea. You want the specific location? Dream on. Tang Hai rolled his eyes at Zhao Tailai. No matter what, we have to find Mo-Du. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at the blood Kirin and asked, "Did Mo-Du fuse with the hidden soul stone?" No. The blood Kirin shook its head. Not before, but that does not mean it is not now. Zhao Tailai frowned. If Mo-Du had fused with the hidden soul stone, they would not be able to find it even if they searched the entire Dead Sea. Not now. I'm sure. The blood Kirin said. How do you know? Zhao Tailai looked at it suspiciously. That's because the ancestor demon only had a single hidden soul stone. As for that hidden soul stone, he gave it to Sima Yuan. Now that Sima Yuan died in our hands, where is he going to find the hidden soul stone? The blood Kirin laughed. That is good. Zhao Tailai nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to Tang Hai and said, Tang Hai, I asked you to keep an eye on Sima Yuan. Did you take his hidden soul stone? Tang Hai said, at that time, we seized it immediately along with his Qingkuan bag. Then why didn't you give it to the young master? Zhao Tailai looked at Tang Hai suspiciously. Suddenly he smiled evilly and said, tell us honestly. Are you trying to fill your own pockets? Tang Hai stared at Zhao Tailai. Looks like I was right. Zhao Tailai laughed evilly. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, young master, we cannot let this kind of person live. Get rid of him. Tang Hai was shocked and then he said angrily, old Zhao, do you think I won't kill you? What? You think it's reasonable to fill your own pockets? Zhao Tailai snorted. Who said I was filling my own pockets? At that time, the inner demons were at a critical moment of their trial. I just forgot. Tang Hai said. Zhao Tailai pursed his lips and looked at Qin Feiyang. Young master, this must be an excuse. You? The anger in Tang Hai's heart suddenly surged. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and looked at Zhao Tailai. Don't tease him. If you make him angry, he might really turn against you. I just like to see him anxious. Zhao Tailai chuckled. You like to see me angry, huh? Okay, just you wait. I will kill you sooner or later. Tang Hai smiled sinisterly as he took out a Qingkuan bag and a black thumb ring from his bosom. The thumb ring was made of hidden soul stone. Qin Feiyang took the Cosmos bag and sent it to the castle for Dan Wangkai to deal with. Then he looked at the thumb ring and said to Tang Hai, keep this thumb ring just in case. Tang Hai looked at Zhao Tailai proudly. It's just a hidden soul stone. What is there to be proud of? Zhao Tailai snorted. Okay, let's get down to business. Zhao Tailai, you follow me. Tang Hai, you follow the blood Kirin. Let's split up and find them. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai had just become war gods. Qin Feiyang was worried about letting them act alone. The 2 men and 1 beast nodded. Qin Feiyang took out the dragon vein sword and the Kirin armor. He said, you two follow the blood Kirin and Tang Hai. You must protect them. The Kirin armor was still broken, but it could protect Tang Hai and the blood Kirin at a critical moment. Whoosh. When the 2 supreme-grade sacred artifacts heard this, they immediately flew into the blood Kirin's body. This was because the Kirin divine blood could help repair the Kirin armor. The blood Kirin was also very excited. These were 2 supreme-grade sacred artifacts. Even if it encountered Sima Kuan now, it would not be afraid. Let's go. Qin Feiyang shouted. Whoosh. The 3 men and 1 beast immediately released their divine consciousness and began a thorough search of the Dead Sea. After a while, Tang Hai and the blood Kirin disappeared from Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai's sight. Without the hidden soul stone, no matter how small or hidden Mo-Du became, their divine consciousness would be able to find it. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Did you find it? Zhao Tailai asked. No. But I found something even more incredible, Qin Feiyang said. What is it? Zhao Tailai was surprised. Follow me. After Qin Feiyang said that, he swooped down into the Dead Sea and went straight to the bottom of the sea. Zhao Tailai followed behind him, his expression full of vigilance. Although in the Dead Sea or even the entire demonic Dragon Island, they did not sense the aura of any creatures, this was the lair of the demonic ancestor after all. There was no guarantee that something unexpected would happen. The Dead Sea was not very deep. The two quickly reached the bottom of the sea. What entered their sight was a stretch of underwater mountains and rivers. They could not see the end of it. Qin Feiyang led Zhao Tailai into a small valley. The moment they entered the valley, Zhao Tailai's eyes widened in disbelief. In the middle of the small valley, there was a blood-colored altar. The two of them landed beside the altar and sized it up. Their eyes were filled with amazement. Zhao Tailai asked suspiciously, "Young master, why is there an altar here?" Qin Feiyang also had a look of confusion on his face. But suddenly, he remembered what the fire python had said to him before leaving the divine site. The fire python had told him that there was an altar hidden in the reincarnation ocean that could lead to the divine site. Could it be this altar in front of him? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang quivered and quickly looked at Zhao Tailai saying, "Quickly, let's revive it together." The fire python had also said that the altar that led to the divine site required at least 10 beginner gods of war to revive. If he and Zhao Tailai could not revive now, then this must be the altar that the fire python had mentioned. On the contrary, if it could be revived, then it was not. Okay. Zhao Tailai nodded. The two's divine power rolled out and poured into the blood-colored altar. The altar immediately emitted a blood-colored light. It can be revived? Qin Feiyang was surprised. If it could be revived, then where did this altar lead to? The imperial capital? The 9 continents? The forgotten continent? But thinking about it, it did not make sense. If there was really an altar that led to the imperial capital, the 9 continents, and the forgotten continent, the blood Kirin should have told him long ago. However, as time passed, the blood-colored altar in front of them did not completely revive. It was still in its initial state. Realizing this, Qin Feiyang's spirits were lifted. If it was not completely revived, it meant that he and Zhao Tailai could not revive it. In other words, this should be the entrance to the divine site. Chapter 1827. He didn't expect to find the entrance to the divine site while searching for Magic City. How could Qin Feiyang not be excited? Zhao Tailai retracted his divine power and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Young master, from your expression, does this altar have a special meaning?" "Yes. Because this altar leads to the divine site," Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Zhao Tailai's body trembled as he looked at the altar in surprise again. "Leads to the divine site, how is this possible? Isn't there only one entrance to the divine site?" Zhao Tailai came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feiyang asking, "Who told you this?" "Fire python," Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai asked suspiciously, "When did it say this? Why don't I know about it?" Qin Feiyang said, "When the battle in the Land of Legacy ended, didn't the fire python come to me?" Zhao Tailai nodded. "It said it at that time. Later, the golden divine leopard and I entered the ancient world to ask for soul stones from the Guo family. The fire python told me that it would take 10 war gods to revive this altar. So, only the golden divine leopard and I know about this," Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Zhao Tailai nodded and said with a smile, "Since the fire python said it, it must be true. However, this is too unexpected. This altar is actually on demonic Dragon Island?" "Yes. I never expected this either," Qin Feiyang sighed. "Wait. Since the altar is on demonic Dragon Island, the demon ancestor must know about it. The demon ancestor has so many war gods under him. When we fought with Zhuge Mingyang and the others in the Land of Legacy, why didn't he let Sima Yuan and the others in to help?" Zhao Tailai was suspicious. "There's no need for that. After all, Zhuge Mingyang and the others can also snatch the sarcophagus with their abilities. If Sima Yuan and the others are allowed to enter, it will expose his foundation too early. Of course, it might be related to the guardian of the divine site. Under normal circumstances, this altar shouldn't be allowed to pass through. And if you force your way in, no matter what, the guardians of the miracle will be able to sense it. The fiend ancestor must be afraid that the guardians will cause trouble for him. Although the fiend ancestor's foundation is terrifying, it's still far from a miracle." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's true. Let's not talk about the guardians being able to control the nomological forces. Just the divine beasts on the second level are enough to make the fiend ancestor tremble in fear. Zhao Tailai said. Not bad. However, we are different from the fiend ancestor. Right now, the guardian of the miracle is the fire python. We have such a good relationship with the fire python. Even if it discovers us, it doesn't matter. Besides, it can't wait for me to return to the divine sight as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang smiled. Zhao Tailai frowned. Did it ask you to go to the miracle again? Yes. The fire dragon is on the 3rd floor of the miracle. It can't take revenge, so it asked me to help it. Qin Feiyang said. It turns out that it has a purpose. Zhao Tailai pouted. This is not called a purpose. It's called mutual benefit. It took care of us in the miracle, so it's natural for us to help it. Qin Feiyang smiled. Zhao Tailai nodded. This is undeniable. Without its help, forget about going to the ancient world to find the soul stone. It's hard to say if we would have been able to come out of the miracle alive. So, a person must know how to be grateful. Qin Feiyang smiled. Boom. Before his voice died away, a loud, muffled sound suddenly exploded in the sea. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai glanced around. The calm sea gradually began to roll. Zhao Tailai was surprised. Did the blood Kirin and Tang Hai find Modu? Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept Zhao Tailai up. He swept toward the sea without looking back. The two swept out of the Dead Sea and stood high in the sky, scanning in all directions. Boom. After about a few breaths, another loud explosion occurred. Without the sound insulation of the sea, it was several times louder than before. It could be said to be deafening, and it resounded over the entire Dead Sea. They could even clearly feel the fluctuations of a battle. Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai immediately looked to the east of the Dead Sea. Because the loud noise came from the east. Zhao Tailai said in surprise, they must have found Modu and fought. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang grabbed Zhao Tailai and used the teleport technique to rush toward the east. At the same time, Modu in front of the demonic palace. Sima Kuan, the Grand Master, the Water Kirin, and the Ink Kirin looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The scene showed the Dead Sea outside and there was a man and a beast. The man and the beast were Tang Hai and the Blood Kirin. Not many people know that we moved Modu. How did they find us here? The Ink Kirin looked at Sima Kuan and said in shock and anger. How would I know? Sima Yuan roared. The Grand Master said in a deep voice, I think either there is a spy here, or someone let it slip and Yen Wei heard it and passed it to Qin Feiyang. It is impossible for there to be a spy. Someone must have let it slip. But now that we have been exposed, it is useless to talk about it. Sima Kuan said in a gloomy voice. He looked up at the door of the demonic palace and said respectfully, My lord, please allow me to take people out and kill them. Lord Demonic Ancestor, please don't. We have lost contact with Sima Yuan. He must have encountered something bad. Even Sima Yuan with the dragon vein sword is no match for them. If we let Sima Kuan take people out now, it will be suicide. The Water Kirin and the Ink Kirin hurriedly looked at the demonic palace and said, Then what do you think we should do? The Blood Kirin and Tang Hai are outside. Qin Feiyang must be in the Dead Sea as well. When Qin Feiyang arrives, Modu will be destroyed. Sima Kuan roared. Although Modu was a space divine item, Qin Feiyang also had many divine items. Besides, if Sima Yuan really died at the hands of Qin Feiyang, then the dragon vein sword would have fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. The dragon vein sword alone would be enough to destroy Modu. However, they did not know that the dragon vein sword was with the Blood Kirin at the moment. The Water Kirin said, The wisest choice now is to break out and wait for Lord Demonic Ancestor to merge with the divine body. Then we can fight them head-on. Break out? It is easy to say. Why don't you try? Sima Kuan said angrily. Before Lord Demonic Ancestor went into seclusion, he gave you control of Modu. That means that you are the only one who can control Modu. You want me to do it? Are you kidding me? The Water Kirin laughed coldly. Bastard, can't you see that the Blood Kirin has used his divine power to seal the area? How do you expect me to control Modu and break out? Sima Kuan roared. In the image there was indeed a divine power by Sima. This by Sima was formed by the Blood Kirin's divine power. Modu was now trapped inside this by Sima. The loud noise that Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai heard was the sound of Modu crashing into the by Sima. In other words, as soon as he was discovered by the Blood Kirin and Tang Hai, Sima Kuan was already controlling Modu to break out. But the Blood Kirin's strength was not weaker than Sima Kuan. It was easier said than done for Sima Yuan to break out. Didn't I teach you before that the more serious the situation, the calmer you must be? Now you are making a ruckus here. What is this? Seeing that Sima Kuan and the water Kirin were getting fiercer and fiercer, the voice of the demon ancestor suddenly sounded in the hall. Subordinate knows his mistake. The man in the beast's eyes trembled as they quickly bowed. The demon ancestor said, although Modu's whereabouts are exposed, it is not to the point of desperation. What is the plan, Lord? Sima Kuan asked. Don't forget, we still have a trump card in our hands. The demon ancestor said. Sima Kuan was taken aback and said in surprise, Lord, are you talking about Lin Yi and the others? It is time for them to make a move. You go and arrange it immediately. In addition, bring Zhuge Xinyun, Zhuge Shenfeng, and the chief tower master to the demon tower to accept the inheritance. The demon ancestor said. Yes. Sima Kuan replied respectfully. Then he waved his hand and disappeared with the Grand Master. The water Kirin and the ink Kirin looked at each other. The ink Kirin asked cautiously, Lord Demon Ancestor, are you going to let them accept the inheritance of the Undying Demon Technique? It is the inheritance of the Undying Demon Technique. The Demon Ancestor said. This is not good. Although cultivating the Undying Demon Technique can make their cultivation soar in a short period of time, the side effects. The ink Kirin was shocked. Does it matter? They are the same as Zhuge Mingyang. They are just pawns in my hands. No. They are not even pawns. At most they are just cannon fodder. For such cannon fodder, as long as they have a little value, we have to use them so as not to waste them. The demon ancestor said. There was ruthlessness and indifference in his voice. The ink Kirin's pupils shrank. Clang. It was at this moment. The loud sound of a divine weapon being unsheathed suddenly sounded. The ink Kirin and the water Kirin were startled and quickly looked up at the scene in front of them. Their expressions suddenly changed. In the scene above the blood Kirin's head, a battle sword suddenly appeared. It's the dragon vein sword. Lord Demon Ancestor, Sima Yuan has indeed died in their hands. The ink Kirin and the water Kirin exclaimed. However, there was no sound coming out from the demon palace. But if one sensed carefully, they could feel a trace of dense killing intent. Without a doubt. This was the demon ancestor's killing intent. At the same time, in the square in front of the demon tower, Sima Kuan was leading 3 people towards the demon tower's gate. These 3 people were Zhuge Xinyun, Zhuge Shenfeng, and the chief tower master. Demon City was now under Sima Kuan's control. So with a thought, he could appear anywhere in Demon City. Suddenly, a fiery red figure appeared in front of Sima Kuan. It was the Flame King. He glanced at the chief tower master and the other 2 suspiciously, then looked at Sima Kuan and asked, Why did you bring them here? Sima Kuan said, Demon City's whereabouts have been exposed. The demon ancestor asked me to bring them here to accept the inheritance of the Undying Demon Technique. What? Demon City has been exposed? The Flame King's expression changed. Undying Demon Technique? At the same time, the State Preceptor and the other 2 were stunned. Their faces were filled with surprise. The State Preceptor and the Chief Tower Master had seen Zhuge Mingyang's Undying Demon Technique. As for Zhuge Shenfeng, although he had been in a state of self-freezing, he had also heard about it when he got out. So they had long been drooling over the Undying Demon Technique. However, they did not notice that when the Flame King came back to his senses and looked at them, there was a hint of gloating in his eyes. However, the Flame King did not say much. With a wave of his hand, the Demon Tower's gate opened. But at this moment, Sima Kuan seemed to have sensed something. With a wave of his hand, an image quickly appeared in the void. In the image, the Blood Kirin and Tang Hai were working together to revive the Dragon Vein Sword. Dragon Vein Sword. Immediately, the Flame King's body trembled. The Dragon Vein Sword was in the Blood Kirin's hands. Did that mean that Sima Yuan? Thinking of this, the Flame King turned to look at Sima Kuan and found that Sima Kuan's face was filled with anger. His whole body was filled with a monstrous aura. He looked like a beast that was about to go crazy. Sima Kuan, don't be impulsive. The most important thing now is to find a way to stop them. Otherwise, Demon City will be destroyed by the Dragon Vein Sword. The Flame King hurriedly comforted him. I know. You take them to accept the inheritance. I will go find Lin Yi. Sima Kuan withdrew his gaze and said to the Flame King. Then he instantly disappeared from the Demon Tower. Find Lin Yi? The Flame King was stunned. Then the corner of his mouth raised slightly and murmured, It seems that there will be a good show soon. Then he looked at the Chief Tower Master and the other 2 again. A hint of sarcasm flashed in the depths of his old eyes. Then he waved his hand and took the three of them to the top floor of the demon tower. Chapter 1828. In the blink of an eye. Outside in the Dead Sea. The Blood Kirin and Tang Hai stood inside the Baisima. The dragon vein sword shone brightly. The sea was tens of thousands of miles wide and huge waves were rolling. However, compared to the murderous Blood Kirin, Tang Hai looked hesitant. Blood Kirin, don't be rash. Jiang Jingyi, Yen Wei and Old Ren are still in Mo. If you forcefully destroy Shanghai, they might also be killed by you. Suddenly, Tang Hai gritted his teeth and sent a message to the Blood Kirin. How can you accomplish anything if you are so wishy-washy? The Blood Kirin grunted. Brr. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, a huge black dragon soul roared out from the dragon vein sword. The dragon soul had appeared. When the dragon vein sword entered a fully awakened state, a dragon soul would appear. The dragon vein sword's power was at its peak. Tang Hai stepped forward and stood in front of the Blood Kirin. His eyes were dark as he said, I won't let you do this. The Blood Kirin said angrily, do you know that this opportunity is fleeting? I know. But there are too many people in Mo that you care about. I don't want the young master to fall into pain and despair again. Tang Hai sent a message. The Blood Kirin's eyes flashed coldly. What we need to do now is to trap Mo and not let them escape. As for whether or not we should destroy Mo, we will have to wait for the young master to come and decide. Tang Hai thought. Are you stupid? If we wait for Qin Feiyang to come, based on his character, he will definitely hesitate. The Demon Alpha and the others will have a higher chance of escaping. I know that you care about Qin Feiyang. You don't want him to suffer the pain of losing his family and friends. But have you ever thought that what you are doing is harming him? Because if the Demon Alpha escapes when he merges with the God body and comes back, we won't be the only ones to suffer. The entire Great Qin will suffer. The Blood Kirin roared. Tang Hai's eyes trembled. Get out of the way. Today we have to settle this with the Demon Alpha. The Blood Kirin shouted angrily. Young master, I am sorry. Although I want to stop the Blood Kirin, what it says makes sense. I can't let the demon ancestor escape, and I can't let him successfully fuse with the divine body. Tang Hai muttered to himself. He took a deep breath and decisively retreated to the side. The Blood Kirin's mind was locked onto Demonic City. Tang Hai moved aside, and the Blood Kirin controlled the dragon tattoo sword to slash at Mo Clang. However, at this moment, following an earth-shattering boom, a huge building appeared in the void ahead. This is Wind Moon Pavilion. The Blood Kirin was furious. As a former subordinate of the demon ancestor, he naturally knew the true intentions of the Wind Moon Pavilion. That wasn't a restaurant at all, but a supreme-grade divine artifact. Rumble. As soon as the Wind Moon Pavilion appeared, it charged toward the dragon vein sword with a mighty divine might. The two supreme-grade divine artifacts collided violently. A destructive aura suddenly roared within the barrier. The barrier immediately began to tremble violently. Humph. You want to break the barrier and escape? In your dreams. The Blood Kirin snorted through his nose. The Kirin's divine power surged out like a waterfall and poured into the barrier. Immediately, the trembling barrier slowly calmed down. Wind Moon Pavilion. Tang Hai stared at the Wind Moon Pavilion with a trace of self-blame on his face. If he hadn't stopped it, the Blood Kirin would have destroyed Demonic City. The Blood Kirin glanced at Tang Hai and sighed. You don't have to blame yourself. I was too naive. Tang Hai was slightly taken aback and looked at the Blood Kirin suspiciously. I neglected one thing before. Before the demon ancestor went into seclusion, he handed Demonic City over to Sima Kuan. In other words, the current owner of Demonic City is Sima Kuan. As the owner of Demonic City, he can control the supreme-grade divine artifact at any time to stop us. In short, as long as Sima Kuan is not dead, as long as the supreme-grade divine artifact, the Wind Moon Pavilion, is still there, no matter when I attack, I will not be able to destroy Demonic City. The Blood Kirin said. He handed Demonic City over to Sima Kuan? Tang Hai was surprised. The demon ancestor dared to give such an important spatial divine artifact to Sima Kuan. This was not just trust but treating Sima Kuan as his own child. The Blood Kirin said to himself, be careful, don't be distracted. The battle has only just begun. Tang Hai quivered and immediately became alert. However, Sima Kuan did not appear after leaving the Wind Moon Pavilion. Whoosh! At this moment, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, two figures flashed over like graceful birds. It's the young master. Tang Hai perked up. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang brought Zhao Tailai into the barrier and landed beside the Blood Kirin and Tang Hai. He looked up at the Wind Moon Pavilion. Zhao Tailai's pupils constricted as he said in surprise, "That's Sima Kuan's supreme-grade divine artifact?" "Yes." The Blood Kirin nodded. Qin Feiyang released his divine will and searched the void, but he only found the Wind Moon Pavilion and Demonic City. He frowned and said, "Where is Sima Kuan? He must be plotting something." The Blood Kirin sneered. However, before the Blood Kirin finished speaking, a burly figure appeared in front of the Wind Moon Pavilion. His aura was extremely terrifying. Sima Kuan. Murderous intent surged in the Blood Kirin's eyes. Sima Kuan glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two, then at the Dragon Vein Sword. He then looked at the Blood Kirin and said, "As expected of my former partner. You can even predict what I am doing. The demon ancestor is in seclusion, and Sima Yuan has been killed. What can you and the Flame King do?" The Blood Kirin sneered. "Is that so?" Sima Kuan laughed and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He said, "My big brother died in your hands, right? He was indeed defeated by me. But I didn't kill him. He committed suicide." Qin Feiyang said. "Suicide?" Sima Kuan murmured and shook his head with a smile. "This is indeed his style. However, you can't escape responsibility for his death. I'll give you a choice now." "What choice?" Qin Feiyang said. "Give me the Dragon Vein Sword and commit suicide in front of everyone. Then I will promise you that I will treat the Mermaid Princess well." Sima Kuan grinned. "Mermaid Princess?" Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. The Blood Kirin frowned and said, "Qin Feiyang, you wouldn't do such a stupid thing, would you? Aren't you talking nonsense? Why would the young master commit suicide? Besides, can you believe Sima Kuan's words?" Zhao Tailai rolled his eyes at the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin smiled. Qin Feiyang sighed and looked at Sima Kuan. He smiled and said, "I'll give you a choice too." Sima Kuan was surprised. He smiled and said, "Tell me." "Before your big brother died, he said that if possible I should let you go. I didn't agree at first, but now I have changed my mind. If you give me the Mermaid Princess and the others, I will let you live." Qin Feiyang said. "Ha!" When Sima Kuan heard this, he suddenly laughed. There was a trace of sarcasm and sadness in his voice. "Big brother, we brothers have come so far. What haven't we experienced? Why do you have to beg?" Qin Feiyang. "Have you forgotten that it wasn't easy for us to find our dignity as human beings? But before you die, you throw away all your dignity. Are you really my big brother? When did my Sima Kuan's big brother become so weak and useless?" Sima Kuan roared. "If your big brother was really weak, he wouldn't have chosen to self-destruct without hesitation and die with me. He put down his dignity to beg me for your sake. You should be grateful to him. You should cherish what he has done for you. You shouldn't call him useless like you are now." Qin Feiyang shouted. "Haha, what do you know? You don't know anything at all?" Sima Kuan sneered. "It's the opposite. I understand the pain you have suffered all these years. I also know the despair you experienced when you were young. But there is one thing I really don't understand. Why do you have to live in the past? Is it because of hatred? However, back then, those people who killed your parents, those people who bullied your brothers, didn't they all die by your hands? Could it be that this is still unable to free your hearts?" Qin Feiyang shouted. "Yes." Sima Kuan's face was distorted as he laughed sinisterly. "How can just killing them relieve my hatred? Then what are you going to do? Kill everyone in this world?" Qin Feiyang said. "No, I won't kill them all. But I will let them live in the abyss of pain. I will let them taste the despair I experienced back then." After saying so much, it's actually just one sentence. "I will play with them wantonly." Ha! The pleasure of controlling the fate of the world and playing with them in the palm of your hand, you bastard will never understand. Sima Kuan laughed wildly. Qin Feiyang's eyes sank and he said word by word, "I think you are hopeless." "I'm hopeless? You should think about how to save your family and friends first." Sima Kuan waved his hand, and a white figure appeared out of thin air. It was a woman. She wore a long white dress. Her black hair fluttered and her skin was as white as snow. She looked like a fairy descending to the world, but her expression was extremely cold. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman with trembling eyes. "That's right. This person is Lin Yi. Feiyang, father and Yen Wei sent a message saying that Sima Kuan wants to use Lin Yi and others to deal with you." At the same time, Luo Qingzhu's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang secretly said, "She has appeared." "She has appeared?" Luo Qingzhu was taken aback and asked, "Then what are you going to do?" "I don't know," Qin Feiyang murmured. "Qin Feiyang, how is it? Are you in pain now?" "Ha, this is the pleasure of playing with others. Even if you are Qin Feiyang, I am afraid it is difficult for you to choose at this moment." Sima Kuan laughed crazily. Qin Feiyang was silent. Looking at the familiar face and figure in front of him, his eyes were full of self-blame and guilt.